Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show for our very first Saturday Showdown. And already we have begun a discussion about redemption arcs. Both of these teams that we're going to be highlighting today struggled in their very first matches, and we'll have to work out exactly what they can do to put themselves back together. I am Atlas. I am joined by Chronicler and Wolf as we go through this auspicious day, our very first Saturday Showdown, and we're starting with FearX versus Bro. Any Bro leavers out there?
I'm going to say let's wait and see, but I'm leaning towards no. Just want to let everyone know Chronicler and I both wore turtlenecks today because A, it's Bro's first Saturday Showdown. They love to turtle. And because we know Atlas, of course, really loves turtlenecks. He's the #1 turtleneck enjoyer here.
I do really like them, yes.
But yeah, I think today's matchup is one where everyone's looking at it kind of thinking, is this the start of getting a little bit of momentum back for both of these teams who have had such a rough start to the LCK?
And, both teams are 0-1, so it's now or it's fine. We've only seen a little bit of them. They both faced teams that they were expected to lose against, but it is really important. These early matches you often forget about, but these can be the difference maker, because I do think that it will be very similar to 2023, where we have 5 teams that are clearly making playoffs, and then a bunch of other teams fighting for that 1-6 spot, and this can be the decider if you win here early on.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get into it here as 280 carries. They're facing their former teams. Envy and Henna have been swapped. Of course, Envy took a little bit of a timeout, went over to the LPL last year, but prior to that, he was on Live Sandbox, now FearX. And Henna has been on Bro for as long as I can remember and has now taken his first steps out and has put on a yellow jersey.
I think these two players, even though Henna has somewhat of a longer history in the LCK, I think both these players have a really similar playstyle. They're not really known for playing late game scaling 80 carries very well, and part of that, of course, being due to the fact that their teams haven't really been very strong in the late game compared to some of our top teams. But they're very good at Lucian. They're very good at Kalista. They like to play Varus, right? So this is a good meta for both of them, and I think it is fitting that they face off in our first showdown.
And if you asked me a couple of years ago, I was more on the Envy side of things, but in recent years, I've really been impressed by Henna. I think he developed very well in a team that obviously is very beloved because they play one style and they do one thing very well. But I think he's still found a way to develop himself as a player, and I think that Fox, or FearX rather, is really going to use that today.
No, I would agree. I actually think that Henna was on the up and up and then immediately left the team. So we'll see what kind of development he can continue to make as he moves up the ranks in FearX. Having a look at the match record, though, we can see that Envy does have a slight advantage. Of course, when Henna was on Bro, they didn't do a heck of a lot of winning, apart from the hearts of the fans that they won along the way,
I think Envy obviously had that spring run where we had Live Sandbox actually up in top 3 for a little while in 2023 last year. They were winning a lot. He was doing it off the back of mostly Lucian Nami, which was his best pick in 2023 spring before he got ejected before summer. But I think I do agree with Chronicler that Henna is the stronger player overall, has more versatility, but it's really, I think, a lot going to matter about what the matchups are today, what champions they're playing.
And to me, also is important to note that it's still the first week, so Execute, we can still refer to him for a little bit as Jong-un so that everyone is aware, but he is still pretty crazy as a player. He was way back in Challenger. LEC didn't make him any less crazy. If you watch the first match that they played, we saw it there as well. And I do really think that Henna, with how he's developed, should be able to harness that energy and hopefully use that to his advantage. Because I do think that, as mentioned, Henna to me is I think one of the standout players on FearX, given what he's shown over the last year. And today, even though Envy is ahead right now, I expect that to equalize after today's match.
Yeah, we'll just have to see exactly who's going to be able to take it, because I think that this is a must-win for both of these teams, feeling like that they're going to be on the bottom side of these standings. If they want to be fighting for that last available playoff spot, which is something that we could assume moving forward, getting a win against a team that is expected to be down there with you is very, very important. And you can see that the road, I mean, even though it's like they have to play every single team, it still looks tough when you've got teams that are possibly at the bottom of the standings.
I think Bro's schedule a little bit more front-loaded than FearX's, but I think that makes this match arguably more important for FearX because you have some easier matches mixed in with the tougher matches, so momentum is so important. You end up losing a few of these early. You lose to Bro today, you lose to Hanwha your next match. How confident are you going to feel up against DRX and Nongshim at that point? Those matches you also need to win. Then you hit Gen G, for example, so every win is so important for this squad. On the side of Bro, you always at least have in the back of your head that things will get easier after, you know, that DRX match, but or rather after that Hanwha match, you have Nongshim and Kwangdong at the end. But still, for both these teams, as mentioned, super important.
And FearX in particular in the past has been very reliant on finding these momentum swings where there's a couple of weeks where they look really, really good. And that's going to have to start here.
Certainly is. So far, not necessarily so good, but one of these teams is going to have to walk away with a victory. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the previous matches between these two squads. And while we do so, we can talk about what can make these teams find a win and what maybe their struggles and focus needs to be on as far as improvement. Let's start with Bro, Chronicler.
So, Bro, I think, had some okay moments, but a lot of this is going to be about timing for me. If you look here, Gideon and Effort, for example, do actually read the play similarly as they do here. It's just that they're a little bit behind the curve. Inexplicably, Flash from Lucid notwithstanding, Brilliant is here to try and counteract it, but they're a member down, right? And every single one of these plays, you'll see a member of Bro walk up and not be there just in time.
I think for FearX, similarly, they played against KT when KT was pushing super hard. They made some decisive calls in this game, for example, coming to Baron, but it was a little bit too late to actually turn the tides of the game. And I think there are some strong parts of this roster. Willer's a fantastic player. His early game was pretty decent, right? Closer is definitely someone I favor going to this matchup against Karis today. But the coordination on the side of FearX is one that has been really weak. And you know, we have seen, obviously, Execute or Junghoon have some pretty aggressive moments, but sometimes it's come back to bite him. So working on coordination, I think, is step one. And a lot of people very critical of Clear's early performance, especially on the Rumble, but it's still early days. I'm willing to say and to bet that that was just a one-off bad game. I think we'll see better from him today.
Yeah, we're hoping as well that we see some adjustments in summoner spell choices and keystones for the Rumble plays as well, just speaking on behalf of Huni.
Yeah, he isn't here, but he's always with us in spirit.
He
so we know, right? We do want to be very aware of what happens with the Rumble. So for Bro, my main thing today would be making sure they actually do keep a read of what the opposing team's jungler is doing and using that to your advantage. That's the same way that they used to work when Umti was there. The early game needs to be piloted by him. Gideon needs to take a similar role because otherwise I don't know if Brion is going to do anything but sit there and scale to no avail.
And I think both of these teams absolutely should focus in the draft on getting bot prio because both of these bot laners, Henna and Envy, are so good when they have that prio. And if you're Execute playing into a pushing lane like the Hui support, or if you ended up dealing with like a Lux lane or even a Karma lane or one of those strong Draven lanes, you're just not going to be able to showcase your playmaking sitting under turret. But if you actually have that power, if you have that 2v2 controlled, maybe some of Execute's strong mechanics can actually shine through. So I think that is, for me, the focus for bottom lane, or rather the focus for both teams in draft should be bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm feeling like it would be really good if Execute didn't have a 3-level disadvantage at about 7 minutes in the game, which is a thing that did happen up against Deft and Beryl, who did come out pretty surprisingly well in their very first match. A lot of people having a lot of doubts about KT, but looking like they could be a contender moving forward. So FearX may be having more of a challenge than they were expecting. Let's stick towards that bottom side, though. Let's have a look at some of the Lucian win rates overall here in the LCK thus far. You can see Gumayushi picking up a bunch of victories, Viper and Teddy both playing the champion as well. And this is something that both Henna and Envy have played in the past.
And it's really interesting to me that we always, every LCK, we have a pick where it's very obvious that every single team is like, this is one of the best picks on this current patch. We need to get this pick. We need to either ban it away or secure it. And then you look at the win rate, and then the win rate obviously is good, but that's also Hanwha Life and T1, right? Piloting it. So that doesn't really help your case. For DRX, I think it's the same. Obviously, there will be a lot of losses for them. But to me, the Lucian, I think, is actually really strong. It just becomes about how well can you use it the way that it clearly is performing in scrims. And given the performance of both these players and the proficiency on it, I expect them to be really highly prioritized today as well.
Henna has played more games career on Lucian than Envy has, but Envy has a better win rate. Again, in that Lucian Nami record, or rather meta in 2023, that's when Live Sandbox was having a lot of success. I think this pick will probably be banned in most games just because even though Henna's win rate isn't amazing, both these players really like to play it.
Yeah, and I think that Envy was playing a lot of it when Live Sandbox were making that resurgence, right, as well. It was like that and the Lethality Varus that they were finding a lot of success on, snowbally bottom laners, so I'm with you, Wolf. I think that they really do need to kind of address it. Let's have a look at what they did play, though, in their previous matches, because there was some eclectic bottom lanes gone for here on either side. Of course, FearX having to face off against Beryl's Hui in both games.
And that, to me, is one of the biggest criticisms, always has been, of FearX, is that their drafting is pretty rigid. They have a very clear idea of how they want to play the game, and they're not really able to pivot. And I think in that way, OK Mambro is a little bit more willing to try different stuff, because these are two very different lanes with very different plans. One is very focused on the early all-in with the Renata Kalista, whereas Bard Ezreal is a lot more about the utility, the poke. But then the actual execution, I think, actually looked better from FearX, even though it was hit or miss, even though it was countered really well. There were at least glimpses. And I think for OK Mambro, the Ezreal in particular did not convince me.
It didn't hit, and I think the confidence was clearly there for FearX. I completely agree. Like, they knew, they were rigid, but they knew exactly what they wanted to do, whereas for the side of Brionne, playing the Ezreal Bard here, seems like a cool idea. We've seen it before, but the execution made me feel like it wasn't really very well prepared. It was a little bit too on the fly, and it didn't convince me at all.
No, I was a little bit iffy about that one as well. I have some memories of Effort playing Bard many years ago, and I was thinking myself in that draft, I was like, oh, maybe he can go back. And then things didn't necessarily turn out the way that they wanted to. So maybe a little bit less experimentation, a little bit less priority on Renata when there are these options coming out as an answer to it. Just to echo what Orcs is going to talk about during the entire draft. That we're coming up towards, because you can't just blind pick that champion. That is illegal here in the LCK, or at least that is what I have been told. It's now time to talk about some of the positives, though, and that is the junglers for both of these teams. Gideon making his debut on Bro, replacing some pretty big shoes in the general, and has looked decent here for them.
And my main point of criticism would be, as mentioned earlier, that the timing can be a little bit crisper. But the important thing is he is always there. When a play is happening on the map, I think he has done a really good job of reading his opponent. Actually did a really good job against Lucid, who obviously is his first game in the LCK, but that type of proactive play is going to be key here against Willer.
Yeah, I feel like Gideon definitely has a read on how the LCK has played better than Lucid did. Obviously still early on. But when he got fed, he also did a great job of positioning really well to actually then protect his teammates and be very annoying. On the side of Willer, obviously playing the Xin Zhao, we haven't seen as much of this pick recently than, of course, you know, playing this Viego here. I think Willer definitely still has the advantage going into today's matchup. I think he's the stronger player. I think his objective control is way better. But again, some of the timings we saw from him, very aggressive, did backfire quite a bit for FearX because they were desperate against a KT that was constantly pushing. He tried to find those angles, wasn't always able to. I think this jungle matchup today is going to be so important because we have some very close matchups, especially the bot lane, and whatever jungler can make a larger impact there, I think might be what decides this series.
Well, that can bring us into our next segment as well, which is talking about some picks that are a little bit underrated at the moment. We did see this first one used one time by Peanut, and my goodness, did it look good. Chronicler, why should everyone play Zac?
It's also, obviously, they're a bit of a team. If not every game of Zac is going to look like that one. But to me, what the meta is currently, especially in bot lane, is a lot of stationary targets, right? You have things like the Varus that often gets picked up when the Kalista, when the Ashe are banned. Very high priority targets. Senna is coming up more and more. There's a lot of stationary mages in the mid lane as well. Orianna comes to mind. And Zac is just so insanely good. The only thing is you obviously have to pick it into something. But with Maoka and Sejuani back on the rise, I think that Zac is in a really good position to take over. And his counter gangs are insane.
Yeah, Zac also has a lot of survivability, but so does Xin Zhao. And I'm going to say that Xin Zhao, for me, because there's a lot of burst damage in this meta, he isn't quite as good at engaging as Zac, for example, because he doesn't have that same range, but he still has a decent long-range engage. He can split team fights with Crescent Guard. Crescent Guard can allow him to look for a pick, but it also kind of gives you a get-out-of-jail-free card, and that if you do overextend, if your team isn't there for you, you can Crescent Guard, kind of kite away, and maybe set up for a follow-up engage. So Xin Zhao is super strong. Another underrated pick, of course, I'll touch on is the Hui support, where we did see Beryl really find a ton of success. I think FearX should have learned a lot from that particular 2v2. Maybe We come in and see Execute picks it up himself, tries to get a little bit of revenge. I'm going to play this now. But I'd like to see that at some point in the series because of how strong it is at getting that bot laner ahead and having that pushing power we talked about earlier is so important.
And I want to kind of continue what Wolf was saying, because this is something that I know bugs a lot of people when watching not just the LCK, but the league in general. The Hui specifically isn't even, to me, the big point of that. It's just that there are ways to punish blind picks, like the Renata. We keep seeing this lesson learned again and again, where something keeps getting blind, and we already know the counter because we've been in this meta, because a lot of metas are cyclical. And then we get back to it, and it takes us like 3-4 weeks to figure it out. And I think Kalista Renata is always going to be good when it comes to specific skirmishes and all-ins. But in lane, you can bully it so hard. Hui is a really good example, but there's plenty of other picks that can do something similar. And I hope that today, particularly FairX, who I do think are, in my opinion, the favorites, actually utilize that, unlike in their series against KT, where they just kept trying.
Yeah, and they were actually on the receiving end, right, of this more poke-orientated Kalista.
Barrel.
Deft go for, and then Barrel with the Hui support there as well. So adaptation and being very quick to make these adjustments is getting rewarded so far in the LCK. So hopefully we see less of the stubbornness and a little bit more of just seeing what your opponent has put down and doing your very best to counter it. And let's hear from the coaches here, starting off with Edgar. We're against a team we've always lost against, and it's time to break the trend, and we're targeting bot. I like that. Ryu is going to say that they're very confident against Bro, and we'll show you a different version of ourselves compared to their first match. And I think that both of these teams are looking to shake off that first match and move forward.
I think both these teams have these coaching statements give me some hope, right? Edgar is saying we're focusing bot. I think that 100% should be the target. And then Ryu saying we're going to show you a different version of ourselves. I think also acknowledging that that isn't the best Fear X we're going to see this season. It might be even the worst Fear X we're going to see all season. They got caught off guard by that Hui flex pick there on the bottom lane to support. Didn't really react quickly enough. I think there's obviously been a whole day to prepare for this match since then. And I think we will definitely see a better version of Fear X. So I think are the clear favorites tonight.
Yeah, I would agree. And I again want to reiterate, as we get very close to the match, it's really easy to think of this match, which it is. This is a match between teams that are, at the very best, going to be struggling to make it into playoffs, right?
Yes.
It's very early into the season, but when you're a team like FearX, when you're a team like Brion, there's a lot of matches that you're just not expected to win, which makes the one that you are expected to at least have a shot in so much more important. So I do feel like this is really going to set the tone for whichever team is able to win here. Whereas for the other team, it's going to be an uphill battle from there because, as mentioned, against teams like Hanwha, against teams like T1, against teams like Gen G, it's not going to get easier.
Certainly isn't. So now it is time to put our money where our mouths are and get a scoreline and a prediction for who's going to be able to take the victory. Let's start with you, Chronicler. I have a feeling I know where Wolf's going to go with this one, but who is it going to be?
I'm going to go with a...
Oh, it's me first. So I'm going to go...
okay, you go first.
I'll go
Take it away.
I'll go Fear X, and I'll go the 2-0.
Hey!
Now, you can go.
Okay, well, I was going to say the same thing. I'm feeling a 2-1 for Fear X. I do think that Brion, as the series and as the split progresses, might have a little bit of a better shot. But what I was really afraid of did feel like was the case in the first series against DK. Very much the same problems that have always plagued this team. And for Fear X, in way of drafting, kind of similar, but if we take those lessons and they're just effectively the same team with slightly different players on it, then Fear X in the past has just been a lot more successful due to their proactivity.
I'm going Fear X 2-0. One of the players we didn't really talk about, so I'll target it on it a little bit here, is Karas in the mid lane. I think he had a pretty lackluster performance, right? We don't like to be negative here on these deaths, but I'm going to definitely be giving the edge to Closer in this case. And I think that when you consider that and also Execute's proactive playstyle, they're more flexible drafting, I think that they absolutely can show us. They didn't show us last time. The edge is definitely theirs.
Well, it is now time to get into it. It's time to get into our very first Saturday Showdown of 2024.
With iron in my heart and steel inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me.
서로 소속팀이 바뀌어서 붙다 보니까 되게 재밌는 것 같습니다. 때리는 거 하나는 제가 해나 선수보다 나은 것 같아요. 오케이 브리온 애들랑 그 팀을 어떻게 캐리하는지 지켜봤으면 좋겠다.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here on Saturday 2 hours earlier to bring you Saturday Showdown. We got FearX up against OK Savings Bank. Breon, I am Valdez. With me is Ox. How are you doing, Ox? First cast of the spring for you.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I think both of us got in this series with some sort of good expectations because I think both teams have a lot on the line on this match.
Yeah, absolutely. As the desk was pointing out very nicely there on the space, you know, this is the match that both teams really need to win. You don't want to start off with a 0-2, let alone like a 0-2-0-2 in your 0-2, right? That would be not a good start, so everybody's trying their hardest to at least pick up some wins here today. First Saturday Showdown of 2024 Spring. No L streak allowed. Which team will pick themselves up after their first loss?
Yeah, just need that little, you know, when you look at your match history and that one win just to break the losing streak,
yeah,
really make you feel good. And as was talked about on the desk, some pretty rough schedules after this one. Both teams will have a rough third match of the season, so I feel like this one's really a big confidence booster if they can get it. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. The team's pillar, Karis 4 to Closer's 12 in their matchups so far. Karis on a 6-match losing streak against Closer. Wolf also was pointing out that Karis, you know, he hasn't done very well towards the end of last split, but also kind of a shaky start. So definitely a guy we all look at that has a lot of potential, but hasn't reached that potential. Closer has always been kind of this aggressive guy that also has potential. I feel like he's maintained that a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bot lane was something that was heavily talked about with the desk, how important it is. I feel like you can get such an advantage right now, especially with how powerful the support items are, and the fact that, you know, they are facing their former teams. A little bit of a grudge match between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to take a look at the fan prediction here. Always curious what our fans think, and it's pretty much 50-50 from X at LCK as of 2:40. So, where are you leaning, Dan? What did you predict for today?
I believe I went with FearX, but after the first game, I feel like the 50-50 is an accurate representation. I think it's so hard to call. I expect 100% it's going to be a 2-1. I don't think either team is going to come out of this unbloodied.
Yeah, it feels impossible to get a 2-0 in this first one. The first match that we did have for FearX was up against KT, which was a lot stronger than I think we expected. KT came out really strong. We do have a video here. Let's take a look at this.
안녕하세요. 티어X의 원거리 딜러 해나입니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 OK저축은행 브리온 원딜 MB 이명준입니다. 브리온에서 이제 오래 했는데 새로운 도전도 한번 해보고 싶었고 적응은 다 잘 돼가지고 성적 내 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요. 서로 으쌰으쌰 하는 분위기가 되게 좋고 다 좋은 것 같아요. 감독 코치님들도 좋은 것 같습니다. 원래 OK저축은행 브리온의 원딜이었는데 MB 선수가 왔어도 제가 없는 브리온은 좀 아쉽지 않을까요? 저랑 해나 형이랑 스타일이 좀 다르다고 생각해서 사실 제가 더 잘 때리면서 더 잘 안 죽지 않나. 뭐 제가 더 한타 때 더 잘하는 것 같은데요. 더 안정적으로 원거리 딜러의 역할을 더 잘 수행하는 것 같습니다. 그냥 안정적으로 하면 내가 때려 죽일 거니까 계속 안정적으로 쓰면 좋겠어. MB 선수 저만 한다고 긴장하지 말고 하던 대로 했으면 좋겠네요. 폭스 상대로는 거의 무조건 이기고 싶고요. 서로 아마 진짜 미친 듯이 이기고 싶을 거라. 항상 뭐 저가 적팀 가면은 막 발라버리겠다고 얘기했었는데 내가 상대팀에서 캐리해가지고 딜량 1등하는 모습 보여줄게. 저번 연도 스프링 괜찮았던 때도 있었고 아쉬웠던 부분도 정말 많았는데 이번에는 1년 동안 꾸준히 좀 잘하는 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다. 오케이 브리온 저희가 깔끔하게 이기고 연승 흐름 타서 플레이오프 무조건 가도록 꼭 노력하겠습니다.
Well, there you have it. The 280 carries butting heads already in the hype video as we're going to have the walkouts here once again. Every team has done their special walkout already as everybody has played a match. So we'll just have the classic high fives.
Yep, going with the normal, with the original. Honestly, I feel like most of that video was like Henna just really amping up the trash talk compared to what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
It felt personal.
And he didn't do it in a very, how can I say this, like obvious way. It was more so just like, no, yeah, I'm better, and I'm gonna beat you. And Envy's like, I'm gonna destroy you. And Henna's like, no, I'm just a better player, so watch out for me. But I think we'll just have to wait and see what happens when we do get onto the Rift because I feel like they're relatively even. I think that Henna has stepped it up a little bit towards the end of last year, moving into this year. But will he perform in this match is another thing to look at. Okay, bro. We are bro.
We're all a little bit bro at times.
We're all a bit bro, yeah. Well, here's Fearx hopping down the stairs. Very energetic team. Pretty aggressive. We saw that in their loss to KT, even though they were behind. They did not back down.
And I feel like the jerseys kind of match that energy, especially the jacket, like the heavy electric yellow jacket. I kind of like the vibe, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit like Pikachu, like a bit over the top, thunderous energy. And yeah, you see Execute trailing there. Coming on in for the team, joining the LCK once again. Joining us back here.
I think for me, if we talk about the first series that they have, I think for me it's Execute and I think Envy, who both were underperforming a little bit on either side. And with the bot lane being so important, really looking at them to step up and hopefully have a better performance today. Envy doing a pretty large damage share for his team, but both of them having pretty rough games overall in the first series.
Yeah, I think the thing about Envy is he played the Ezreal, which generally will have high damage numbers, but it wasn't very impactful when it came to the team fights. Like, he got decently fed, but we didn't really see, like, the end goal really achieved for him and the team. Obviously, both these teams experiencing 0-2s to start off. Definitely want to change that one as Henna as well. Not the best stats across the board. Definitely the one that stands out is the damage percentage for Envy. And think about it, if Envy, we are saying he wasn't that impactful, but he also did such a huge number of his team's damage. What was the rest of the team doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it was also the draft, having like Gideon on the Sejuani obviously isn't going to pull as much weight, but I think the main takeaway from those stats is that they've definitely got their work cut out for them in this series to fix those numbers a little bit, maybe move up the standings somewhat.
Yeah. There's the jacket you were talking about, bright yellow. We do see that OK Brion has gone for a different approach in spring, which is generally what you see, more like the darker tones, the cooler tones, as it is quite cold here in January in Korea.
But not Fearx. They're like, you know what, it's cold, but we don't care.
The sun's out. We're here to play. Yeah. Effort versus Execute is going to be another interesting matchup. Execute kind of insane in the way he was playing that lane. I don't know what your take was, Ox. You were watching from the space while that was happening.
I don't know. I feel like Execute, from what I've seen from him in Europe as well, was always this very creative, aggressive player on these picks. I would love to see him on those picks and maybe a bit less of the Renata, which is obviously a more defensive pick.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe the reason they had such a high priority on it is like if your champion pool is things like Pike, Renata seems like the greatest champ in the world. Like, it's unbeatable.
Yeah.
And then suddenly Barrel's like, nah, bro, I'm just going to whip out the way. So
Yeah.
we'll see what the priority's like in this series. I think Draft is going to have a big component because I think both teams, I'm not saying that Draft was great in the first game of their series they had before, but it felt like it was worse in the second game. It felt like their opponents adapted better. So we'll see what they open up with here and if the adaptation can come through. Starting off with the Rumble and the Poppy. A lot of things have been pretty much permabanned. Ashe has been permabanned throughout, so expect to see that one taken off the cards, presumably by FearX on the red side. Millie will actually get taken away, so the Ashe still available for now.
Yeah, would like to see that taken away, but maybe FearX just don't give Effort the credit to pick it up, or Envy, but we'll have to wait and see. If OK Brion want to ban it themselves or ban something else out. Huni does get spared. We don't have any Rumble in this first game. And yeah, there has been a bit of interesting picks. You know, the Uter has been coming out and some of these new unexpected picks have been showing their faces. So I feel like this first week so far of the LCK has been it's had a lot of variety, I feel like.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think the bans have been a little bit more straightforward, but the picks have been different. But we're finally going to see Ashe open and available every single game so far in the LCK. Ashe has been banned first rotation. It's now left open. Will it be first picked by Brion, or are they just not as bothered about the priority on this pick? We'll see what they go for. Orianna, also something we've seen banned quite a bit that's been left open and available, paired well with the Nocturne. Could be really punishing if the Ashe is prioritized here. So we'll see what Brion up to go for. They're actually going to go for the Azir. So Corki is available as something that can match that. We've seen Orianna also something that can go into that. Akali occasionally. So I think Closer's got plenty of options in this situation. And it looks like FearX looking towards the bot lane now. On that Kalista. Nope, going for the Xayah. We'll see what they go for on top of it. Xayah Rakan, very popular. I think Rakan, you were saying before, 4-0, 100% win rate so far.
It has undefeated. There are other champs that are undefeated, but there's no other champ that's 4-0, right? There's like 3-0. But Rakan stands on top at that 100% win rate with the most games played for any champ at 100%. Also, another note is that Karus, you were thinking about that first pick, he's only played Azir, and that has been his big comfort pick for a very long time. So only sticking with that so far can sometimes be a boon, but sometimes can be a little bit of an issue as Zeri Lulu will come out.
You know, and I honestly like this because I think one of the issues Bro had, particularly in the second game of their series, was that they just got outscaled quite significantly. I feel like aiming just got to the point where he was just too much to handle. And by going for this Zeri Lulu, you kind of ensure that if the game goes late, you are super comfortable in this regard. Lulu also a good matchup into the Rakan. Closer though goes for one of the Yone counters, one of the Azir counters we've seen in that Yone. Also a lot of engage potential to try and find that Zeri. Neither team looking for their jungler in top lane, so going to the next rotation. FearX will have first priority. We're seeing the Jax banned away. Sejuani from the side of Brion. See what else they have to go for. There's still things like the Nocturne open and available. Still the Xin Zhao.
Can be a bit of an issue if you do go with that AD mid to jump onto something like Nocturne. Then you're probably going to need some AP in the top side. Maybe just wait and pick up a Gragas or something like that, or a Gwen, which has seen some play.
I think Gwen's been really good into Cassante, so they could end up leaving that open. You know, maybe expecting Brion to take it and then take the Gwen as an answer. Could be a play coming out here, but a lot of focus on jungle bans. The Jax we have seen in the jungle as well, not just in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Maokai also going to be taken away. Another one of those picks that kind of shores up your AP. It's not necessarily what you build AP on, but has some magic damage in his kit. All magic damage, as there's the Cassante. Picked blind with Gwen available.
Yeah, they end up taking it. So I was thinking, you know, they would leave it open for Brion, they would counter with the Gwen, but they've actually gone for the Cassante themselves.
But why?
Actually, I don't know. A lot of pressure on the carries with this pick, being able to isolate them, particularly against Zeri. You know, you can drag her away when she hops over a wall, but this combo, when Xin Zhao was really powerful, when his ult was 5-second cooldown, this was like the Venn diagram combo where you can't damage either of them with those circles. So a lot of
They're doing it!
There.
They're doing it!
And
This
jungle.
was banned against Canyon, but now Willer's just going to pull out the Brand jungle.
Yeah, a lot of benefits to Brand with the AP optimization changes. They needed AP, as you said. It's got a lot of damage potential. Obviously, in fights, Brand could do so much, but I am going to say you're playing into Xin Zhao Gwen. I think this is one of these games where if you fall behind, it is going to be so punishing.
Yeah, it does feel like FearX kind of pulled out their sheet of, okay, what's the tier list and what do we want to play? And let's just block the other side of the screen. It sometimes works out, but remains to be seen, right? We'll see how they do play on the Rift. It will come down to execution as always, but yeah, pretty interesting stuff. I feel like Bro got some very nice counter picks with their side, and then FearX were like, cool story, bro. And then they just picked whatever they wanted. So, might work out. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think the problem I'm seeing is that I feel like if the Zeri Lulu goes unchecked, if the Gwen goes unchecked, they're going to become such problems in the late game. You need the Yone to be pressuring the Azir as well, otherwise he's going to be a problem. I think if Bro get to the later stages, they're kind of golden in this one. I think they go unchecked, and it's a Brand jungle who's not like an active ganker, so FearX got their work cut out with them to make this game their own.
They absolutely do. It's definitely exciting. It's definitely pretty interesting, but will it work out is the big question. Let's hop onto the Rift for game number 1. There we go. We have the call-outs from the teams recorded, and the fans are ready to respond to them and give the whitings and stuff like that. By the way, I talked about Rakan 4-0. The other pick that was high up there and undefeated was actually Yone, 3-0. So obviously being piloted by players such as Zeus and wins and stuff like that, but definitely feels like a pretty strong pick in this match, especially into Azir, obviously, and his closer, who we know can play it to a high level.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think, as I was talking about before, execute on picks like this, Rakan, especially when you have the late engage from the Yone. Like, Yone goes in, you eat him, follow up. Can definitely do a lot of work, but they really need to be on point with their engages when it gets to the later stages, so see how that pans out. Ward comes in here from FearX, just trying to establish some vision. I think that's so important when you have a Brand jungle, because especially before you're level 3, once you're level 3, you can stun, you can proc your passive, you have your full combo. But before that point, like if Xin Zhao was going to challenge you level 2, he could just absolutely dismantle you.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, I say level 3, even a level 3 Xin Zhao could honestly just annihilate you. So
yeah,
you can see it's a solo star, which is interesting because Brand actually struggles, with your passive. Your abilities get empowered if you use one on a burning target. Your W gets more damage, so you can see him using it there.
Yeah.
Even the buff level 1, not the most fun, but that burn definitely helping with the clear.
Couple of things. First time Brand jungle in the LCK ever. The last time it was played was 1,300 something days ago. I think it was Lahens in a loss in 2020. So, like, we just don't see this pick. And yes, it has gained some popularity in recent days with the changes to items. I feel like a lot of champs are coming back into the meta or becoming newly meta because of the big item changes we have seen in this preseason.
Kind of for similar reasons, like Rumble did and Singed also. We haven't seen him in pro play, but Singed gained a lot of popularity because the items were so good with him. Like, as Huni was saying, Liandry's being back in the form it is was such a massive boost for Rumble. And similarly for Brand, he's one of these damage over time, high damage output champions who just has ridiculous base damages. So
and ridiculous clear speed as well, which I think this is what our observers are trying to show us here. If the Xin Zhao gets on top of the Brand, that's not going to be a good time. But if Brand sits in his jungle and farms it, he's going to clear it really fast. And generally AP champions will. And Brand is definitely one of those, especially those big packs of multiple enemies, as he's level 4 already.
The Brand gank?
And, I mean, Xin Zhao's not here, Gideon's not here. They're going to get the ghost out of Morgan and say, okay, we'll take that because we don't know exactly where Gideon is. He's just going to sit in the brush. Morgan doesn't know if he's left or not just yet.
This is a delicate situation because he's wanting to challenge the Scuttle Crab. He has prio mid, but...
Uh-oh, okay.
Well, he'll use Smite in the combo, he gets it, and it looks like the prio mid, you can see Closer with a Tornado stacked up moving over. and Gideon really just didn't want that. Gonna move down towards the bot side scuttle, but here is where I think Bro's bot lane can move to secure, so I think Gideon should be able to get this one. Will has to be a bit careful here.
For sure. If the brand was going to get double scuttle against Xin Zhao, I'm like, I don't know, I need to hang up my League of Legends license. This doesn't make any sense. That fight was a little bit close, and Gideon's going to flash away in just a straight-up 3v3. He says, no, I don't want any piece of this. And I suppose he gets the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I guess the concern is that if you eat the knockup, you might eat the brand stun and then the root from the Xayah and just not get a chance to play the game. I think the flash might have been... Perhaps you could have lived without it, but I kind of understand you don't want to give up all that pressure. And now, you know, a little bit of a fight coming in, but Gideon's so cautious into this brand, so unwilling to step up against him, just very concerned about getting CC chained into death. And obviously with flash down, didn't really want to risk it there. But a good start for Willer on this pick.
Yeah, and this game currently is kind of being defined by this, especially extremely highlighted by our observers as well, just the fight over certain camps and the gank on the top side and the power of the brand kind of showing off what it can do, especially if it does get some safety against Xin Zhao, who just doesn't have flash.
Yeah, I think a big thing as well is the level 6 for Brand, something they changed a while back, but part of the reason we see Brand able to play in the jungle is the fact that your ult is so much more reliable now, because they made it so it can bounce from his target back to him. Like it used to be, if you were in a 1v1 and you ulted them, you would get one hit and then it's just gone. But now, if his Xin Zhao's on top of you, the bouncing between you can actually do so much damage. So Gideon has to be a little bit cautious. You know, you expect this is Xin Zhao, you go up to a mage, you get in their face, it's guaranteed victory. If you end up being a little bit behind against the brand, if he has his ultimate, could be a different story.
Yeah, especially once those items begin to get online here for the brand. Besides that, I mean, lane's just kind of going even across the board. I say that, though. I look at Morgan CS. He is ahead by about 10. I mean, it is Gwen into the Cassante. Remember, FearX opted into this matchup by prioritizing the Cassante pick, even with the Gwen hanging in the balance there in the draft. So that's going to be something to look for in the future of this game as well.
Yeah, and we've seen this both in the top and bot lane. Little CS advantage is built up. To be honest, with the Gwen in the top lane, like the early dominance isn't really that much of a thing, but once you get some momentum in the matchup, you can just annihilate the Cassante. But bot lane in particular, Lulu into Rakan is a pretty punishing matchup, so just slight incremental leads build up. We see Execute trying to find a window. They'll secure the vision, but Gideon does survive that. And honestly, as much as you think, oh, Xin Zhao wants to be aggressive here, if his lanes are doing well, I think he's honestly okay, just waiting for his flash to be like back up, trying to keep up in farm with the brand. Like we said before, the scaling on the side of Bro is pretty insane.
Yeah, it definitely is. They have grouped up here. They do want to take a fight. As that lance is going to land onto a couple, but they're trying to get on top of Gideon. He's not level 6. There's no hope for him. He doesn't have his flash, and down he goes. Just like that, first blood goes to Brand Jungle.
And I feel like Brion really allowed FearX just to set up for that one, you know. They started to land some skill shots. Gideon landed the W. He could have followed up with the dash in. They decided not to go for it, but they stayed around. It's like, pick what you're going to do. FearX had no such reservations. You see the ult come in from closer, and the dragon is the reward.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty huge. Early Infernal Dragon, you get the kill early on onto the Brand Jungle. And, I mean, now FearX kind of off to the races, even though the gold lead doesn't really show it in a big way just yet. Even in just the mental game. I mean, the fact that Bro are going in there, they're like, okay, we want to take a fight, and then it just goes so horribly, and FearX are able to turn it around that strongly. Definitely can do things to your mental. So let's see how this one kind of broke down.
So we see like when Become Lightning hits, and you think they're going to follow up on this, and then Gideon kind of just wanders into that brush. As you said, no level 6. The CC chain comes in. Hedda even flashes in. Not sure if it was 100% needed, but they secure the kill, and Bro kind of bit off way more than they could chew.
Yeah, maybe just a communication issue going into that fight. Now we take a look at the vision on the bottom side of the map. It's just all FearX all the time. And as we've seen kind of in pro play so far in the LCK, you can get a bunch of Void Bubs, a bunch of Void Grubs, a bunch of Kevins, whatever you want to call it, and it just not matter if you get behind. And actually the Dragon stack can still be very strong. So the fact that Willer gets the Dragon with this team, and then, yes, Gideon is going to get the consolation prize, I don't think that FearX are going to be too unhappy with that.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is like the immediate power you get. Like if you think about Rift Herald, when it was like Rift Herald or Dragon, Rift Herald gives you the immediate gold, Dragon gives you a bit of power, but you're waiting for the soul really. I feel like the Void Grubs is even more extreme, where like they don't give you any combat power. It's really down to how can you use the pushing power. Like maybe there's a later point in the game where a split pusher gets tons of value, maybe a lone time on a turret makes a big difference, but if you're behind, you're not really going to get that value out of them. So Beyond do pick them up. Does definitely deny FearX from getting 6 themselves, or that 5 where you start to spawn the Void Bubs, but ultimately not necessarily going to do anything to push them forward in the game. But to be honest, I think despite that death, despite the fact we're seeing Willer already with Leandries, already with that early advantage, we're still seeing top and bot lane going very well for Brion.
Yeah, definitely feeling pretty good about that, but as we can see with the first blood, Willer on top of the gold graph by a pretty significant margin. At this point in the game, at least. As Willer gonna land that stun, could throw out the ult, and look at Effort, he's just burning down. Here comes Yone as Closer is over the wall, and that's just a free Lulu.
Yep, I mean, Effort just overstepping, doesn't opt to flash the stun. I believe it was close to max range there, so didn't expect it to connect. And once it does, the combo comes through. Closer there to follow, and Willer and Closer have been doing a good job working together so far this game. Again, we said we wanted that momentum on the Yone in the Azir matchup. You can't just play it just to farm. And Closer's been doing everything he can in these skirmishes to try and pick up some gold and try and pick up some advantages. But in the 1v1, Karis has been holding up pretty fine.
Hey, he's doing fine in mid. Just feeling a bit unhappy with the way that the jungle and support have gone so far for him, as Envy now trying to get on in there. The Glitter Lance is going to miss. And so Henna just can walk away from that one, takes a chunk of damage.
Yeah, and just a bit disrespectful. You can see the flash was available. You flash the stun, you live 100%, but Effort clearly just maybe not used to playing against many brand jungles. Didn't quite have a read on their Q range and ends up going down for it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, he's probably played at least against a couple in solo queue, but yeah, definitely not as common as a Xinjiao, let's say. As we take a look at the top side, Morgan is getting some nice damage in on to clear, but the issue we've seen a lot of the time, especially with Udyr and Cassante, these tanks are kind of like unkillable, regardless of what champ you have, unless they severely overextend. So maybe that's part of the reason why Clear is like, yeah, I'll just go for the tank. Cassante is really strong right now. I don't really care if I get countered in lane.
I think eventually you get to the point where Morgan will be very comfortable in the matchup. Once you have like the Rift Maker in the longer trades with Conqueror stacked, you will just out-heal Clear's damage, but you got to be careful when that ult pops and Will is trying to go for something.
The angle, yeah, he's trying to bring him back right into the hands of Brand. He has the missed up, but it just doesn't matter. The Pyroclasm able to bounce back and forth, and that's another kill here for Jungle Brand.
Beautiful setup from Clear, honestly. Managing to get behind Morgan, dragging him over, so Willer just had such an easy job to follow up, and now this Brand is so fed. We'll see the replay here. Morgan already low, trying to clear the wave out, baiting some cooldowns. And the angle's just so good. Get the stun, the follow-up's there. Morgan, you know, if he runs towards the tower, he's kind of moving the predicted way where Willer's just going to hit him, but Willer just popped ult and said, you know, I don't even have to aim this.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's going to bounce off of him as well. Already has that cooldown almost back. Effort this time, he's just trying to get away. He doesn't have his flash yet, and that is a nice Crescent Guard to help save as now. Execute just going to flash away himself, but here comes Karis with the dunk, but where's the damage? Nobody is killing Execute as Gideon goes the left way, and now he's got to flash away from Closer. He's looking for even a little bit more here on Karis, has the Unbound Soul, and now Karis has to flash, nearly dies anyway. Oh man, FearX are just dominating them in these little skirmishes.
Yeah, and it was such a weird movement in the brush from Gideon. I thought he was going to go for Execute for sure with no cooldowns left, low health. I think he kind of got baited by the vision dropping, but regardless, we see FearX managing to win out in that engagement and will secure them that second dragon.
Now that's 2 dragons. We'll have to wait and see what the soul is, as it's
Hextech. Pretty good.
Hextech.
You'll take it.
Yeah, I take it. Snow Cloud Soul.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
No Chemtech.
Yeah, no Chemtech. Oh boy. Well, Bro might be able to get 6 Void Bubs. Will it matter, is the question. We have seen a lot of teams pick up all 6. Actually, they just ran out of time. Okay, not even going to come through in this game. That's clear
So
now.
what do Bro have, really? Not much, you know. They still have the scaling element, obviously, going in the late stage of the game. We now have the Rift Maker from Morgan. And just at the point, right, when you feel like you're getting that power, that first item, Firax actually swapped the Yone into the Gwen, and this Yone with Blazer and King feels pretty comfortable in this matchup. So not a fun time for Morgan. It's like, finally, like, okay, it's time to bully the Cassante, and you don't even get the opportunity.
Yeah, and you take a look at the itemization from Cleary as the Hollowed Radiance, so it's like, well, if I do have to go against Azir, I don't care. The Azir will do nothing. So Bro have grouped up here for the Rift Heralds, but they don't really have a lot of position on this one. There is a teleport available for Clear. Here he comes as now. Teleport's coming in, and it's going to go the way of Brand again as Willer just steps in there and takes the objective away as that Pyroclasm just bouncing on the rest of the members, and Gideon is just left to the birds here, just taken down as another objective and another fight will go the way of FearX.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Herald as well is icing on the cake, but FearX so confident moving into that, finding the fight, and it feels like Bro are kind of just not really opting into any fights. They're always in the back end. It feels like, you know, they know their composition is scaling elements, but they're playing so defensive, so safe, not able to contest these team fights and starting to fall further and further behind. We're going to see this tower taken top, and after this, they're already 3,000 gold behind. It's going to be a little bit more after that.
Yeah.
Not a good spot to be in.
Very good. As we take another look at the replay, they're getting close to killing the Rift Herald, but you're not really in a position to win this fight, and they don't commit to it, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and I feel like Gideon ends up so isolated here. MB doesn't want to stand near him. The brand ult bounds. But Gideon's just left alone. The Crescent Guard doesn't really do anything when there's a Yone hitting you in melee range. So, not a good game from Gideon. Someone who we did kind of praise in the last series for having a decent impact despite the series outcome. He is just firmly being gapped by Willer on this brand jungle so far.
Yeah, I feel like early on in the contest as well, it was so well highlighted by our observers, just like how these two junglers were going to play it out. He had to flash so early on, even in a 3v3, and I think it just kind of snowballed it away. And you can see the biggest gold gap is in the jungle, where Willer, I think he's almost out of Rylai's already. He has a couple of components, so this guy, he's going to be like a one-man army at some point, and closers also fed.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in, especially if you have the Yone able to play aggressive, able to be ahead. Like, Envy's job becomes so much harder in these team fights when you're dealing with the fact that, I mean, it's not just the Yone, but like, if you're playing an Enchanter combo with a Zeri, you're going to be next to each other a lot of the team fight. That's how you function. And it just means all that we have to see is Willer press R on one of them, and suddenly you're kind of forced to come to a position whether you split up, you're isolated, or you just get melted by the Randall.
You know, we've seen a lot of games. Uh-oh, here we go again. I mean, look at this damage he has to pop. The Crescent Guard effort takes half his health and damage as well, just standing there, as you were talking about. And we've seen a lot of games where the junglers are kind of behind on XP and gold. Willer is almost in first place.
Yeah.
From the jungle.
3 levels up. You know, I remember when we had that, like, Udyr Hecarim meta ages and ages ago, and that was kind of when you saw jungle gaps like this, but it's been a while where we've had sort of this much of an advantage. Willer just completely crushing it.
Yeah. Second charge as well from the Rift Heralds.
Hey, and Gideon got his jungle item upgrade. Woo!
Yeah.
It's all coming up.
It's all coming together now.
Yeah, I mean, the Titanic Hydra versus the Leandri's Rylai's combo, that's a rough one.
Yeah. Execute is level 6. I'm not really sure how he's avoided this much XP, but probably should. I mean, at least he has his ult. And he is going down here to the bottom side. Can catch up with a kill, but not going to happen onto level 12 Morgan.
You know what's crazy is he hasn't even upgraded his support item yet. At like 18 minutes. He's just kind of been... Oh, he's at 996, 997. He's close.
All right, it's about to happen.
He's nearly there.
Yeah. I guess he's just kind of been out of lane, trying to make stuff happen on the map.
Just vibing around in the jungle.
He has it. The Bounty of Worlds, and it's a
the
Slay. Oh, he's under a little bit of pressure here, trying to zone for Willer, who's just soloing the Dragon. Has his team nearby. Objective bounties are up. They can try to steal this one. Here comes Morgan, and he runs straight into two people. The rest of the team just zoning them away. Gideon is providing a front line, but Closer zones away the rest of the team, and now the Crescent Guard is down, as this Dragon is pretty low as well. FearX is trying to decide what they want to do. They do want to go for the fight, it seems. They pick up the Dragon as the ult comes in, and Closer goes on to Envy, as he will dash away. One more hit will do it, and that should be the end of him. Down goes the Zeri, and now it's 5-0 and 3 Dragons in the pockets of FearX.
And you see Bro clearly knew this was the point where we try to scale for long enough. We're going to lose the game if we don't contest this Dragon. We can't let it go to Soul. And they give it a go, but just they don't have the power to get in there. Morgan ended up so split from the rest of the fight, and it just feels like FearX have been so much more decisive. It helps when you're ahead in gold, but here, Morgan goes to the top and starts getting focused, so Effort has to try and peel away to help out his top laner. Meanwhile, Gideon is getting focused. You know, you see Closer going on Envy. It's a very split fight, and FearX feel so comfortable having split fronts on their approach, whereas Bro are just kind of scrambling to put up some resistance, and here the follow-up comes through. Not an overstay from Closer, but the follow-up is there from Clear and Execute.
Yeah, very nicely done in that fight. And they got the Dragon. I mean, they're just on Soul Point now. The Baron has spawned. They have total control of this game. Over 5,000 gold the lead. Willer has finished his second item of the Rylai's.
I also, something I want to know is you're talking about the Cassante into the Azir being like immortal, but he's built the Kennick Rukin now, and he has like 220 MR and that massive MR shield. I just think he's just, I mean, it's only Envy, and Envy's not even got 2 items. Like,
yeah, Envy's not dealing damage yet, and Gideon's not in the game. So if you if you're one of the damage dealers that is doing something on the side of Bro at this point,
if they wanted to kill him, Effort should have gone Bloodsong. That was the solution, you know? Get the AD Lulu out. Maybe that would be in this strat.
Certainly. Good idea, Ox. I'm sure
that would have won them this
that.
game. I'm sure.
Effort's a little bit out in no man's land once again, and he is going to burn the Wild Growth. He is trying to dodge everything, but he gets hit by the sun, and now he's just dead. He got the ult out of Willer, though.
Yeah.
Right?
And this Baron is going to melt. Brand, the ult pop when you have 3 abilities on it does so much damage, so this is getting melted. Bro, no, they have to contest, but there's a Cassante in the way who can just pull Gideon away if he wants.
Honestly, I don't even know if I would contest at this point. There's 0 chance of winning this fight, and now you're just being bamboozled in the backline here as Gideon is just desperately trying to survive. Kara's just going to defensively ult, and it's a disaster for Bro. FearX are going to dominate them once again. They take down the Baron, and now they're barreling down the mid lane.
And I feel like I talked about this Venn diagram, these ults from the Xin Zhao and the Gwen, the ult from Xin Zhao, the W from the Gwen. I feel like all it's doing is just extending the fights for a couple of seconds. Yeah. It's really not achieving much. Envy is not strong enough, Karis is not strong enough, and FearX have had no hesitations in this game. Baron secured, and they now have nearly a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah. That's a good thing about FearX, I think. Here's Closer doing something. Karis is able to step up to him, especially with Lulu nearby. But yeah, FearX from behind or from ahead, they'll always send it. They're always going to try to go for the objectives. They're not going to back down. They're not going to play scared. And I always do appreciate that. Here, they get an advantage. It's just a Lulu, but they say that's enough. They take the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of saying, like, you wouldn't even contest this Baron. I think that is a very valid point, but I'm also just like, it's kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. I just think it's such a rough spot to be in. Very clear that Bro's game plan hasn't worked here. The brand pick has gone flawlessly for FearX, and I think at this point the game is pretty much done.
Yeah, absolutely. Even at this point, if you do get on top of Willer, he has an arm guard already. That more expensive stopwatch in this season, and he will have the Zhonya's nearly complete already. So, yeah. Feels like it's all over but the crying, as Wolf would say.
I think what we can say is at least Bro got the 3 Void buffs, so it's not a perfect game.
Yeah. True, actually, I suppose. I feel like we're always adding in like the next objective and the next thing. You know, people were saying, oh, the turret plates, they count too.
And we got a cannon minion, so it's not a perfect game.
Okay.
You know,
yeah. Cannon minion is just about as useful as a Void Bub, I would say. So, you know, a similar power level. I see it. I think it's okay. We're about to have Hextexel here for FearX.
I think their goal for Brion right now should probably be, let's try and get a kill. You know, maybe when they're killing on Nexus.
I just want to see one like decent team fight.
One attempt, you know, and we do finally have the Ardent sensor coming in for effort. This item got buffed a bit coming in, so I feel like Ardent Rush as a strategy in solo queue has been more popular. But this Ardent came in so late for effort. The game is, they're so far behind by the time you get this. Envy has 2 items, still not really a major threat. And it really feels difficult. They are looking towards bot, but I don't think you're killing that Cassante.
No, I don't believe you are. And he's got some support from his buddy Yone, as the rest of the team is just pushing in mid. Execute and Closer can kind of be in both lanes at the same time. Their champs have insane amount of mobility, and they're just kind of bullying them at this point. They're going to take down mid inhibitor, and it's all over but the engage you would expect. Gideon in the front line. Look at the damage in the back line while it's happening. You don't even get to stand there and contest this. You just have to go back to the fountain.
It is a pretty brutal situation, and you still have the ult from Yone and the ult from Rakan. They're looking.
Yeah, there it is. A 3-man ult comes in from Closer as Karis tries to put them into the fountain, and that they do, but that's all they're going to get. Just the one. As now, FearX considering, hey, maybe we should end this game. Not 100% sure. Everybody's so fed at this point. Even Hannah can just step up to the team. They'll take down the turrets. Some low health bars here from the soldiers of Azir, but I don't think FearX want to waste any more time in this game. They want to move on to the next one. As Karis is being bullied now. Oh no, he gets pulled in! Why did you have to do it to him? As there you go, victory for FearX. Game number 1 was an absolute stomp.
Yeah, for 3 Void Bubs and that 1 kill, it wasn't a perfect game, but it was not far off in that situation. Before the series, I was saying I expected this to be close. I expected it to be a 2-1. After this game, I mean, a 2-0 is looking like the most likely prospect on the cards. I hope the Bro will be able to bounce back from this, but that was an absolute brutal punishment they were put through right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That one's going to hurt. It's going to sting. And Ox has to vote for his POG.
It's been a while, you know?
I wonder... I don't... You know... Who could it be? Is it the new pick that got picked into the jungle for the first time ever and then just totally dominated the game? Could be Closer. I feel like we'll get like 1 Closer vote.
Possibly. Actually, I don't know, because I feel like everyone will want to vote for the brand, right?
That's the thing.
They'll see the brand, the new pick, it did well. They're like, oh, slam it in. I think people will have filled it out like halfway through. Like after 7 minutes, they're like, okay, ticking the brand, we're done here. Which was honestly kind of the feeling after this one. To get such an early lead, like, you know the brand has good play momentum. One of the concerns was being challenged in the early game. I think the scaling picks on the side of Brion in terms of the Lulu and the Zeri and the Gwen meant the Xin Zhao didn't have the support that he needed, and he wasn't able to challenge, and Willa just really ran away with his game. I mean, you can look at the goal graph, tells the entire story.
Absolutely does. Not much of a contest for game number 1. FearX having a very fun time in this first game. We'll be back, guys, after a quick break for game number 2.
와줄래? 내 앞에? 내 앞에. 야, 3주격이야, 3주격.
사진 봐줘.
천천히.
넘어간다. 넘어간다. 사우팅 속이다 천천히.
제리 아직 살아있다. 제리 아직 살아있어.
나 만나 없어. 잘해줘야 돼 이거. 사우 쳐주세요. 야 천천히 아직 세다 이거.
오케이. 나 먼저 하긴 하거든.
형이 그냥 천천히 하면서 여기 서줄게 이거. 나랑 나랑. 햄만한 계속. 사우트장 우리 사우.
나 아지를 볼게. 아지를 봐줘.
나이스.
갈게요.
I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. We had our very first game of our Saturday showdown. And yeah, FearX kind of dominated that one. From go to woe. We thought that maybe the draft had some ins for Bro, but FearX did not have any wins for Bro, to the point where this was all Bro was able to get for the entirety of the game until there was one random kill at the very end. But otherwise, it was a perfect game outside of some Kevins.
Yeah, Execute dying in a perfect Execute style unnecessarily. Great, good job. I want to highlight what I think is a really great development here from FearX, which is actually adapting their draft. Because that's something that obviously they haven't really done previously. As we see the Zyra Khan, which I think is fine, doesn't really excite me, but it's a strong combo. Teams have a lot of experience playing with it. And then the Yone is a good counter to the Azir. You can get bullied early on, but we didn't see any of that. It was actually quite the opposite, which ended up being really big. And then the Brand actually giving you a really big source of AP damage. Plus the fact that you're playing it's outside of Azir, only short-range characters. So Brand's going to get an insane amount of value, and if he doesn't get shut down early, can completely take over the game.
Yeah, he can farm quite well early, and especially if Azir fails to get some early prio, you can kind of just run around the jungle uncontested as we saw, and you'll see the lead, we'll take a look at in a moment, that we actually saw from Willer early on, purchasing Leandri's at 9 minutes and 17 seconds with the first blood he picked up with the insane farm he had. Look at the farm numbers here. 22 CS above Xin Zhao, his opponent, Gideon, really having a bit of a tougher game here. And my concern with the Brand we saw in the draft, even though I've been calling for this Brand for a while, is that there's a lot of threats for him in this game, right? You have to deal with a Gwen who could get on top of you. You have to deal with the Azir shuffle, right? You're dealing with Xin Zhao, who can also engage on you. And if you go through the early game, you have a bit of a rough time, you might end up doing nothing but farming and then even struggle to do that. But it was the exact opposite. And I think a lot of the fights we saw Bro take early were very disjointed and fully unnecessary at times. And this Brand that already had a huge lead continued to snowball the game until it was unplayable.
Yeah, he was 838 gold ahead at 9 minutes, which is kind of absurd. He was hoovering up the jungle, much like Brand has done in the jungle. Is an eclectic pick. Shout-outs to Papa Smithy and Jonas Strong, two Brand jungle enjoyers of many years. And finally, it's made its way into the LCK, an absolutely beautiful thing. Let's jump into our first highlight here and just show the first attempt from Bro and the last one that they were able to find on even footing.
And what is really telling to me here is just the complete level of hesitation from Bro, and the complete lack of it from FearX, right? They are really happy to go in aggressively. If you're playing Xin Zhao Lulu and you're always the one getting engaged on, you're not doing your job. It's really strong when you can pick out an individual target, but they were the ones that got engaged on every single time. And then at this point, once you get to the point of the game where you get into actual team fights, it's nigh unplayable if you're this far ahead or behind already.
And I think Gideon had a tough balance that he was trying to walk here, in that on one hand, you're super far behind on farm. You need to try to get as much of your jungle as you can to try to stay level with Willer, but you still need to actually match his ganks. And he's just walking topside and setting up a dive, you could call it there. And where's Gideon? He's not there. He's still farming his jungle. No awareness of where Willer could be is a little bit disappointing considering how much we're seeing Brand in solo queue right now. It's a champion you encounter all the time. You have to know that if he gets ahead like that, he is just going to walk down the lane with a Cassante and kill a Gwen. So Gideon, a little bit of a disappointing performance from him here in this first game.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Not a whole lot you can really do, I guess, is the only way that you can really try and get one back there. I really do love these style of drafts, though, with a couple of bruisers, melee champions, and then you throw in the big AP damage. Canyon used to do this with Karthus all the time. Lilia can fit that bill also, and Bro, they're no strangers to that. Umpty used to play that one all the time, so it's not like they don't understand how this comp works. It just, yeah, rolled over the top of them this time around. And this is a bit of wallet diff here, as you see Henna was in melee range against a Gwen, and he was fine.
And it is, again, you see the lack of cohesion from Breon. This is a must-win fight at this point in the game, trying and desperately get something done, but the teleport is late. You don't actually get any value out of the Wild Growth on Gideon, and Morgan TP's in and just gets dealt with in a 1v2. And then in the extended fight, Fearax is able to just close it out or clean them up very easily. Yeah. And it felt like Breon didn't get to play the game at any point when they didn't invade the brand in like the first 4 levels.
That was one of the fights where they could have had maybe a chance to front to back it a little bit, but they were so split, as you said. The impact between what Morgan would try to do chasing down Isaiah, who has ult, versus what we did see from Closer, who wasn't really active in the fight for a majority of that and just straight up came in at the end to close it out. I mean, the difference was very palpable there, and a bit of a rough one.
Definitely a rough one, but it's not rough when it comes to the POG. There are 3 options. There's Willa, Jungle, or Brand. And we gave it to all 3 of them. Willa going to collect this one so incredibly easily. And now Brand is the best jungle champion in all of the LCK. Has never lost a game. Absolutely extraordinary stuff.
Love that. Great sample size. Sample size of 1 is always an LCK favorite, and it was the Brand that was the biggest difference maker. Wheeler played really well. I think even in the first series he played well. Didn't matter that much there. But it is a really good example of how many AP champions function. If you don't invade them early on and set them behind, and there was no plan from Breon to do something of the sorts, he was invading Xin Zhao's Raptors, like, at level 4.
Yeah, he just was completely uncontested. It seemed like Bro just didn't know what to do. And specifically, Gideon didn't know what to do in this game state. And Karis didn't do him any favors, right? Because he fell behind in Prio in mid early.
Yeah, no, he definitely did. 12 out of 12, the most obvious POG that we've had since Beryl missed out on his. But I'm not going to digress into that one. In fact, what we need to do is head straight to the casters and get into game number 2. See whether Bro have learned from the dangers of Brand.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. And during the break, Ox immediately said to me, you know what's going to happen? They're going to say, what was the problem? It was Brand. And they're going to ban away the brands, and that's what's going to happen. You think that's actually going to happen, Ox?
Probably. I think I'm hedging my bets on that one. But also, do you know why Brand was so effective for Fearax? Because what did they do in the offseason? They rebranded. It's all coming together.
Wow. He's figured it out. First team to play brands in this season.
Yep. That's why they had to
the only team to rebrand.
Yep. Yep. It all makes sense. There's layers to this, you know. We just didn't see it before the game.
Yeah. It's kind of like a TV show, you know. Some stuff gets revealed bit by bit, and we're like, ooh, okay, that was pretty interesting.
And then in the season finale, you're like, how did I not see this?
How did Nongshim make it to finals? Like, how did this happen? I missed like the middle episodes. Very weird.
That's why you gotta watch all the LCK, right?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta get through all the substance.
You gotta be there every single day. You gotta see the Brand jungles. You also gotta see the Sejuani jungle fails, unfortunately. But what are they gonna do this time? I think that certainly you could say, okay, well, Brand seems like he's very comfortable on it. It did well into our Xin Zhao, so you could say on one hand, okay, we don't know how to deal with Brand, let's just ban it away. I think that's fine, actually. But there were a lot of issues with their gameplay as well, yeah, which the Space pointed out, we pointed out, and I think that as Edgar, you're probably going to have to just say, okay, we need to change everything.
I think that draft was very playable. Clearly they had issues with trying to punish the Brand, so I feel like one thing you could obviously lean on more is giving more instantaneous engage options. Because it felt like the only way they really went into a fight was like Xin Zhao charge in, and Gideon clearly just wasn't really comfortable in that regard. They didn't have great engages. Like, you know, you have a streamer shuffle, but that's not the most reliable if someone's going to flash and also put your Azir in a difficult spot. So I think maybe giving some more clear-cut engage tools would help a lot in this situation, and just maybe mean you can start the fights off in a more assured way. But I think the draft was definitely playable. I just think a lot of it came down to the execution, but I think that's the thing. If you're struggling, simplify the compositions, give yourself easy engage tools, and hopefully you'll fare better in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Bro have elected to go onto the red side here, so that gives them that final counter pick. That has ended up being pretty strong, it feels like. Let's see what the bans are going to be, as we do see everything we've seen from the first game so far.
Then the Sejuani coming in is a different one. And also, we saw in the last game, Orianna and Ashe completely overlooked, who were the only two 100% presence champions. Neither team's really putting too much priority on them. But you see the Yone ban coming in, which could suggest that Freon want to get that Azir.
I think they do, yeah.
I'm kind of thinking that might be their angle. We'll see if Firax do want to deny it from them, but I honestly think that they probably will be fine giving it over. I'm sure that Closer's got plenty of options to play into it.
Rakan as well. A couple of picks, which, by the way, were undefeated going into that game, and now they just both gained an extra kill, or an extra win, rather, each. Varus is going to be the first pick here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Karis play Azir again. The issue with it, though, is that you're playing against Closer, and yeah, you banned Yone, but he can play Akali or Sylas or Tristana or... Yeah. I mean, there's like a million things that Closer especially could play into it.
Also, Azir kind of struggles into power. Oh my! That is not an Azir. We're getting something different. The Lee Sin comes in. I kind of get this from a confidence point of view for Gideon. You know, last game definitely wasn't the best one. Put him on something he's comfortable. But I honestly like keeping the jungle pick open a bit more. Threaten the Nocturne maybe on 3. Nocturne Orianna are super powerful combo. So I'm not as big a fan of them early locking in this jungle, but I understand them wanting to get Gideon on a pick he's really comfortable on. On the opposite side, we're going to see Closer toying with the idea of picking up that Azir. And it looks like they will lock that in. Question is what we will see here. You could pick a jungle to match the side of Creon in this situation, or you could take support, but I feel like you maybe want to see a little bit more of the composition before leaning into that one when you haven't seen either members of Creon's bot lane. The Ashe is open if you want to go like a Varus-Ashe combo, though.
True. I do feel like our teams here in the LCK prioritize, tier list bottom lane picks rather than considering the matchup sometimes. But it is going to be Udyr who does get picked up. That was actually banned in the first rotation in game 1, so they get their hands onto that. Clear, he played the Cassante in game 1. This time he's playing better Cassante.
Yeah, and I think the thing with the Udyr is it becomes so bulky, so much of a nuisance. You want to have carries who can cut through them, but Envy ends up opting for the Ezreal, which isn't the best at cutting through these bulky targets. Does have that long range from safety, which can be useful, but I feel like Firax pretty comfortable with how they've started this draft off so far. Still have their jungle and support to pick up, but I don't think that's too much of an issue in this situation. We'll see what Brion wants to start targeting. If they will look towards things in that support role, they're going with the Xin Zhao first, so thinning out that jungle pool for now.
Yeah, try to take some picks away from Willer. Willer has played Xin Zhao and Viego, and of course Brand so far. By the way, not banned. I mean, could pick it up again. I don't know if you really want to in this scenario. You don't have that 80 carry or the 80 champion in mid.
You basically have AP top laner, AP mid. I mean, Udyr's not doing that much damage, but he is going Phoenix, so I don't think it's as good here. Brion might just throw out a ban, like, just in case, but I really think it's wasted. I think you could direct it to more, like, common meta junglers. Maybe they take away the Viego that they have seen from him in previous games, and they will do that. So they didn't ban the Brand. They didn't fall for the age-old, oh, we got POG, we have to ban his champion.
Yeah, that's a good idea, as we highlighted in this scenario. They could have gone for a ban earlier on, but they say it wasn't all about just the Brand champion in general. The Yone, the Rakan were also strong. We're almost going to be taken away, so they don't want to deal with Ezreal Braum.
Yeah, I think it kind of indicates that Firax want to pick an engaged champion for Clear in this situation, especially with Rakan banned away, who's a great blind.
Morgan's playing Renekton. He's doing it! He finally gets a chance to play Renekton.
Feels like a lot of comfort for the side of Brion on this one.
I'm happy for him.
I think Firax probably just going to pick an engager for Clay and didn't want to play like Nort into Braum or something like that. So we'll see what they opt to go for. And it is just going to be that Nautilus. No real massive surprise there. Jungle pick is going to be the interesting one, I feel. You have engage from that Nautilus. You could definitely have some more follow-up. But I think your comp's pretty well rounded already, so you're not really locked into anything. Which is why the Viego would have worked well, because you can kind of just work with what your comp has gotten. See what he opts to go for in this situation. There's still things like the Nocturne available. Gonna go for the Wukong in fact. So want to be a bit of a threat to layer those engages. Obviously, if you get on top of the Orianna, that can be super punishing and a lot of disruption in the team fights.
Yeah, and at this moment in time, there's not really a lot to deny it on the side of Brion. Even if you do see it early, you do have a decent amount of mobility in the Ezreal, the Lee Sin, the Renekton, but it is going to be Bard as well coming on in here, and he's going to have his finger on the R button really quickly, because these engages are going to come in so quickly with, you know, Varus, Nautilus, Wukong. And this is a Willer Classic as well. You know, we got Renekton for Morgan. Willer says, well, I'm going to pull out my Wukong as well.
I feel like this is kind of like the knee-jerk reaction to game one, where they're like, we had too much scaling, we need to do stuff early. And they're like, okay, let's pick an AD carry who can be by themselves and a super roaming support. Let's pick like a mid laner who can contest priority often and a strong top jungle. So I hope that we'll see them have more agency in the early game, but I feel like if it gets to the later stages, they may not end up in a super great position, especially if they don't pull far ahead. So we'll have to see how it does pan out, but I think FearX pretty happy with the draft once again in this one.
FearX stole my heart. Henna fan there saying, it's okay, you can do it. Love the mustache. Looking good. FearX, the fearless foxes. Sandstorm remains
You think he's
for this team.
that Rome got banned?
I would say, yeah. I would be. If I was
Solidarity.
rocking that, I mean, I'd be like, I want to see Braum every single game.
Yeah, that's respectable.
Now, well, looks like we're just about ready to hop into game number 2. We'll have to wait and see if this composition this time around works out for OK Savings Bank Brion, or will FearX pull ahead.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go. Game number 2. We talked about how this was a crucial series for both of these teams. Unfortunately, I feel like game number 1 didn't really show off. That was incredibly close.
Yeah, I feel like that might have nearly been one of those ones where you kind of hook around the wall and you grab them, but you end up with the wall between you and them, which can, I mean, especially in a level 1 situation, you ain't getting anything out of that. So, does miss Envy. Possibly wouldn't have led to anything anyway, but regardless, FearX trying to find something early, and that has kind of been their vibe, setting the pace on things. And I think, bro, you need to kind of break out of your comfort zone and really be aggressive with this composition if you're going to have a chance in this game.
Mm-hmm. Do we think Renekton is the answer to Azir? Just in this 1v1 matchup. I know it's Morgan who's playing it, it's a lot of comfort, but it just feels like Udyr just does whatever he wants. I mean, he can break through a shield, yes, but I don't know. I'm not sold.
I feel like the thing is that Udyr is so strong level 1, and Renekton kind of needs level 3 really to have a lot of power, so Udyr can kind of set the early pace of the game, and then if you just don't give it up until like first back, you can kind of build some armor and just vibe, you know? That's kind of the goal of Udyr, just become tanky enough to vibe to any lane.
And that's what he does oftentimes. I mentioned he was better Cassante. I don't actually... I mean, Cassante's really strong in his own right as well. Udyr's kind of a different style of champion, and I feel like is a bit more annoying, especially when it comes to the laning phase, in terms of what he can do with proxying, and basically can never be touched.
Yeah.
And especially in this, you know, with the rift changes and stuff, like he just does whatever he wants.
Yeah, I think Cassante can be, you know, he's hard to take down, but also just so frustrating with how mobile he is and the fact he can just delete someone. Whereas Udyr is kind of just like unwavering. He is that unstoppable force.
Yeah.
But not Malphite.
Not Malphite, no. Malphite's not really on the same tier as those two champions at this moment in time.
Also, Malphite honestly feels a lot more stoppable at the moment.
Yeah.
Out of the ultimate, you know?
You know, at least relatively. As we are going to get this root here on an Envy, he is playing Ezreal. He says, instead of Arcane shifting away, I'm going to take half my health bar and damage. Now, he is playing with Bard, so at least he has some sustain.
That this kind of shows the trust that Henna has in his support. Because I saw the cannon getting very low on health as that trade started, and Henna gave up the cannon to contribute to the trade. So I'm not sure many AD carries would do that.
I wouldn't.
I probably wouldn't either, honestly.
And maybe only if I'm playing with Ox.
Plus also, if you kill the cannon as the Varus, you get that attack speed, you know?
Yeah.
Killing the...
Here comes Willer. He's only level 4 Wukong.
They only have heal as combat summons.
And they're only level 2. They're not even level 3 here. This is going to be a lot of damage coming in. Heal used early for Execute. Envy just trying to get away, but his first blood going to Henna. He flashes. We got a 2v2 in top, but that's not really amounted to too much. As Envy, with his teleport, at least we'll get back here to the lane.
Yeah, we'll be able to pick up that farm, but really nicely played. I love the fact they made the decision to make Henna tank there, because the thing is with the Nautilus is if you end up tanking, you're probably not getting out again as you need to be in melee range, especially against a Bard who can potentially stun you against a wall. So they're like, we'll give Henna the aggro, he can stay the distance. The downside to that is you have burn flash from your AD carry, and against a Bard, that can be punished. We'll see the replay. Very slow to approach it. They wait as long as they can. Envy burns the Arcane Shift. It's Henna who gets the aggro, and then I think he may have been able to just hold the flash there. He would have taken one more hit, would have lived.
Yeah. Effort could have like maybe flashed on him if he didn't flash and like auto, and maybe that's enough damage. Now Envy doesn't have flash either, as Execute comes in here, flashes himself. And does Envy, okay, he is going to use the Arcane Shift right at the end, but now you're basically, you're not dead. You haven't lost your life here, but you're not in the lane anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really bad outcome for Brion, but also Envy played that about as well as you can when you're already in that terrible situation with the patience on the Arcane Shift, buffering the Q, because if you could see that Execute was waiting for the Arcane Shift to then land the Dredge Slide. If that happens, you're just dead, 100%.
Yeah, so he does get away with his life. He will get back to the lane eventually, but a lot of pain already down in this bottom side. You talked about maybe punishing that flash on Henna, but to be honest, after what we've seen from Bro so far, I mean, they have to be pretty proactive to set up something like that. And Gideon and Effort, you know, they got to put 1 and 1 together to make 2. They haven't really been able to do that so far. So can they make it happen? I am curious to see. I do want it for their sake, but now with Willer down here on the bottom side, just shadowing, trying to get their lane that's already ahead even farther ahead.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult here for Bro.
And they're not going to be able to find a dive here. You saw Gideon showing some presence. Maybe that was a factor. The wave's going to get thinned out. But again, it's just more damage coming onto the tower. Henna's already going to have a substantial lead. And Fearx, instead of going for the dive, where there's the risk, is going to translate into an early dragon. And this was something they did in the previous game as well, was stacking up those early dragons. It won't be a Hextech Soul again, but it feels like that has been the leading strategies in game so far. Void Bub just doesn't really hold up to... I mean, it's not so much just the power you get from the dragons, but the threat of converting to a soul later.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like the Void Roberts at this time are kind of just a consolation prize, whereas the dragons are really what you want to get. So Gideon, he says, well, Willer's down bot. My bottom lane is losing. We're never going to contest this dragon, so I'm just going to go up to the top side of the map. They do get those 3 Void Bubs once again. And yeah, still curious about the Renekton, how much value it's going to get in this game, because against the Udyr itself, it's just going to go even.
Yeah. And I feel like this is kind of the problem, is that like their previous comp had so much scaling, and I feel like, you know what's worse than falling behind early with a scaling comp? Falling behind early with a non-scaling comp. So I mean, it's not like Bro's comp is useless in the late game, but I really want to see them put some work in to try and enable Morgan. Maybe now, when Gideon gets his level 6, they can look for potentially a play on the Udyr.
You see him take that shield down? Massive.
Yeah. And
wow.
use the trade.
This is the thing, like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like in this meta, you can't really pick a pick like Renekton. Yeah. It's not... It's just going to be, I feel like, a worse tank than something like an Udyr or a Cassante later on in the game, and it's never really going to have that threat. So, you know, if you're picking something that scales, that has a lot of damage or like a lot of split push potential, like a Gwen, yeah, he has a lot of scales. Thank you, Ox, for your contribution.
Yeah, we have a whole day ahead of us.
Yeah.
But this is game 2, and I feel like you already get a little bit tired of my antics.
Yeah, well... At least I've heard that one before with the Renekton scales.
Oldie but a goodie.
Yeah, definitely checks out. Well, things have certainly slowed down some from here. You did mention from the draft point that Bro definitely want to get something going with like top jungle or, you know, trying to play for objectives early to mid.
Just anything, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll take anything.
A proactive team fight.
Not even a proactive something. That's what's on the agenda, I feel like, for Bro. If they can achieve that, I'll be contented.
I think that's fair. It definitely would be an improvement for sure. In terms of looking at the lanes, everything is going even except the bottom lane, which has about 16 in the lead here for Hannah. And he's going to be feeling pretty good, especially because the Varus was a first pick as well. Varus has been played quite a lot and to decent success so far. But this is pretty much the dream start for any Varus player, to have just a free lane, not a lot of contention, you're not scared of the enemy jungler, you're just scaling up. He's going lethality, and so he's going to have a big impact on this mid game, no doubt.
I think it's just going to be so easy for him to spam Qs onto Orianna and Ezreal, whereas Ezreal is probably just going to be pumping a lot of Qs into Anudia. So,
yeah,
not the funnest thing. But we can do a tier check, right? 3 people in the game have tiers, and currently Karis is leading in terms of tier stacks right now. Probably because he's playing Orianna.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
That's the takeaway.
I agree. And Firax, they have this lead. The Hextech Drake coming out here early means it's not going to be Hextech Soul this time. Could have that Cloud Soul, actually. And that feels, in this case, very good for the side of Firax.
Oh, here it's kind of nuts.
Yeah. Wukong as well, closing the gap. Nautilus just to get position and to set up plays, dives and stuff.
20% movement speed, like, permanently now, which is kind of crazy, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, when you think your old Shurelier's, the movement speed boost it gave was, I think it was 20% itself, or maybe it was 30. But regardless, it's like, just to have that 20% for the entire game is kind of nuts. And Rion will get all 6 Void Buffs. We'll see if that benefits them more this game than last game.
Yeah.
But it does mean they're giving up control over the Dragon area once again. And I think Firax probably just going to pick up their second Dragon of the game. You can see Envy being zoned off his bot lane tower so far, and Closer has that mid prio, so not exactly going great on the bot side of the map.
Yeah. When you have this much threat with your support jungle, and your bot lane's already behind and you're not really getting much help, you can't walk up to the turret. You just do not get to lane. It's like, okay, well, I guess Wukong's here, so I don't get to play the game. And this, again, this Renekton matchup, not really finding it very enjoyable, personally.
Yeah, I think the unfair thing is the fact that, like, Morgan doesn't pop his ult there, even though Udyr uses his, because Udyr's ult is up in, like, 20 seconds or something ridiculous. So, you can't really just go in for trades unless you're committing to the all-in as a Renekton. But if you commit to the all-in, I'm not even sure he would have won. Plus, the Udyr can kind of just bear slap you and run away.
Yeah, he's always going to be faster than you most of the time, unless you can really close the gap. And then even then, he's probably going to run away afterwards if he needs to. You see that Firax were setting up for this Mountain Drake. Some decent vision set up by Effort and Gideon here. In what seems to be an attempt at contesting this. Now, both the top laners don't have teleport, so will just be a 4-on-4 if Bro decide to go for this, but Envy doesn't have any items at this point in time. Noma's finished, and there's the combo onto Karis. He is going to flash away. The kick kind of half-heartedly saying, no, we do not want to fight. And Firax will not get any kills, but they do get some summoners and the dragon, most importantly.
Yeah, super clutch stun from Effort to stop the combo coming in. And Closer went for the predict. And believe me, we would have thought it was sick if it worked, but he picked the wrong direction.
Yeah.
It looked kind of silly. But, you know, I respect the attempt. Second dragon secured for Firax. It's going to be an Infernal Soul, which with the lethality Varus feels pretty... And honestly, not even just lethality Varus. I feel like the thing with Infernal Soul is obviously on poke champs it's great, but on a tank champ like Udyr, you're just adding extra damage to a champion who's already pretty much immortal.
Yeah.
So he's going to just run on your Ezreal and just kind of set him on fire.
Doesn't sound very good. But I guess that's what a Phoenix does after all. We are going to have these little cinders on the map that will give you stacking ability haste.
What do you think of the cinders?
I think they're fine. I haven't found them to be too impactful.
Yeah, I feel like you need a lot for them to make an impact.
Yeah.
My favorite thing is that when you kill someone, they have a ton, and they kind of like, it's like Sonic, and they just like pierce out everywhere.
Yeah. That is the best part of it, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of like popping a pinata.
Yeah. I like the little like loot goblin.
Yeah. Very true. And then you pick them all up and you're like, huh, well, that didn't really do too much.
Yeah,
anyway.
It doesn't really change things, but it's satisfying. It's
Yeah.
not impactful, but it's satisfying.
Yeah, it feels good. You know, you get the speed boost when you pick them up. It's like a nice little hit of dopamine. But other than that, it's kind of like, okay.
Which I think we need when we're playing League of Legends.
Yeah, definitely.
There's reliable fixes, right? That's what keeps us going.
Yeah. Well, the Rift Heralds seems to be pretty handily in Furex's favor here. Doesn't seem like Bro want to contest it. They will try to put pressure on the bottom side of the map while this is happening. Take some of the jungle, maybe get some pressure onto this turret. But Closer is just standing here contesting this as well.
They stole
getting the
the
majority of the Krugs. But yeah, they might lose this turret.
And here's the value from the Void Grubs, you know? When you get to hit a tower for once. They will get that bot tower. I think it's a good, you know, you're trading when you know you are a little bit apprehensive about going in for these team fights. They're picking up something on the other side of the map, which is fine. But I think Firax is likely going to use that Herald mid to secure the tower, but also to sync up with that Dragon Timer. This is the game plan for Firax. Play for that Dragon, use the Herald to get the mid priority, and then once you got 3 dragons in pocket, the game becomes a lot easier.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the classic game plan we used to see all the time. The first Rift Herald can get you some momentum. I'm talking about, you know, previous patch. Second momentum was used, or second Rift Herald was used for momentum onto the dragon and getting you even further ahead.
It's Storm Surge Oriana, which, you know, this is the mid patch for 14-1. So Storm Surge did get hot fixed. But also, so if you hit a big shockwave on a squishy target, that is going to do a lot of damage, right? But in terms of killing the Udyr, you are never doing 35% of the Udyr's health in a short period of time.
Yeah. So currently nobody kills the Udyr.
Yeah, the Udyr has kind of ascended, and especially since, if you look at his build, he's building a lot of armor. If your AP is going Storm Surge into Seraphs, this Udyr is not dying. Clear is going to be a monumental issue for the side of Brion, if he isn't already. So we have that to look forward to.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked a lot about the Udyr and why he's strong and how the Renekton's kind of just hanging out, but hasn't really done anything yet. Still, you know, just kind of farming back and forth, slightly down on farm. The turret's not really getting hit too much, and those top laners are just playing their own game. Look at all these cinders!
Okay, I said it was like Sonic. That looks like, you know, like when you have the coins on the path.
Yeah.
He could have just taken that route round and zoomed over.
Imagine if he was Talia. He could have like surfed along the rock and gotten all 5 of them. Would have been so fast.
That would have been satisfying.
Yeah. Everybody gets to be Bard now. Everybody gets to get chimes.
Pretty much. That is a big shield. That is a hefty shield.
Yeah. Here goes Closer. Gonna pop Karis into this one. Karis says, cool story, Fearx. Closer. I was gonna say bro, but it's not bro. Yeah, he just walks it off. It's not really a big deal. Jungler wasn't there.
Can just TP back in, and now there's no Azir this dragon. So not sure it was the best decision from Fearx, but very on theme for them. Just look for these plays. Bro, really don't want to give over this dragon for free, and I expect this is when we'll see the Herald thrown down, but will Liz maybe toying with the idea of using a bot instead? I don't know. You see the recall from Clear though, so he wants to be in this fight. He's hit his final form of building a couple of armor items.
Yes, final form indeed. As here's the Rift Herald teleport as well, as Fearx say, what are you doing? This is our dragon. We'll see if it actually ends up being their dragon. That's a nice little sealed fate. It's going to deny the turret going down for now, but they still have this Rift Herald to help them push just a little bit of damage into this one. Look at the damage already from Henna. As effort, he's going to need lot of healing to get through that one. The poke damage is a big problem right now for Bro.
Yep, and Rex just need to keep chunking them out, and this Dragon's going to be secured. Looks like they are going to be able to get this mid tower. The ult from Bard slowed it, but won't stop it. And now Rion trying to navigate round. Effort's still super low on health. And the Dragon has been started. Poke coming in, doesn't connect.
Yeah. Henna also no blue buff or anything, so getting a bit low on mana. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Morgan is going to be spotted here by Clear. The two of them just going to go head to head. Clear does go over the wall. So this flank could potentially come in a nice True Shot Barrage to come out from Envy. As Execute just waiting for it. The flash on in with the ult. He's trying to take out Chorus, and they do just like that. Execute a very aggressive play, and it does work out. And no! Closer gets back in. They take out the enemy jungler, and Envy is left to the Sharks. That's going to be this Dragon going the way of FearX.
Honestly, sick play from Execute there. Went for the R flash. Not a combo we see that often, but basically gives no reaction time to Karras to try and get away on that one. Locks him up. Karras goes down without even using the shockwave. You see the replay of that one. Just finds his key moment. R flash there, so the instant knockup comes in. Karras gets no counterplay. Orianna deletes it, and yes, Execute goes down, but job done here. And the cleanup of the fight ends up going in favor of FearX. You can see Morgan doesn't even want to approach the Varus. He knows the fight's gone. Third Dragon secured, and a beautiful play to land that extra objective for the side of FearX.
Yeah. You can see both, you know, as the health of the Dragon was going down, Bro was really trying to close in on the objective and get close. So Karras just barely gets in range and allows Execute to essentially blow him up. They have so much burst damage with a pretty fed Lethality Varus, and even the Azir as well. So the second you knock up a squishy target, it's just GG for that guy. That's exactly what we saw. From there, they didn't have a lot of damage follow-up on the side of Bro, and it's another objective into the hands of FearX.
I don't know, see, I'm so glad to see Execute on pick Cyclone Nautilus. You know, wasn't too impressed with just him being stuck on Renata duty. This is the sort of plays, this is the sort of player that we expected to see. And it's so nice seeing on these engage champs, because you can find those moments, those creative engages like that can be so punishing.
Yeah. He showed it off on Renata that one time in the lane, but yeah, this definitely feels like a better fit for him. If you want to get aggressive, if you want to be the playmaker on the team. So he has the Hex Flash as well. He's going to be looking over this wall, but a lot of defense set up here from the side of OK Brion.
And he has gone the Giga Chad Bloodsong Nautilus, which is such a great pickup, honestly.
How much damage do you think he did in that play?
I don't know, but the extra 12% definitely helps his team follow up.
Yeah,
but it's just like that's how your combo goes as Nord. You know, you queue in, you get the auto, you get the root, and now everyone in your team is doing 12% extra damage, and you get that Sheen proc.
Oh, Clear, you're just bullying him, and now, can he hit the shot? Yes, he can! Oh. And the cinders come out of him. And look at Udyr, he's just diving the turret, he doesn't care! Envy doesn't exist anymore. See, Ezreal just not able to do anything. The sealed fade here is just desperation.
Like a pinata, he's just exploded. Man, this has been, I think Henna enjoyed that. A lot of satisfaction. At least for us as viewers, I appreciate it very much. But I think we've kind of seen Clear hit his final form. The Renekton just gets absolutely bullied out by him. Yeah, look at the replay here. He just walks into him, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? He just takes no damage.
You're never killing him. You're never getting away from him.
Look at the little stutter walk. He's like, I'm on you.
Yeah, and he delays taking the blast cone as well, because if he steps on it, then Clear hits it, and then just, yeah.
Honestly, I love these cinders. This is my new favorite thing.
Yeah.
Just seeing people pop when they have
Feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Especially the fact it was that snipe at the end. It was a good one. It was a good one. Yeah, see, everything was kind of going okay for Bro until the 18-minute mark, and then it wasn't going so good.
Yeah, something happened there. Well, we know what happened. It was the execute play.
Yep.
And after that, it's kind of felt like a done deal. And a lot of the issues we talked about at the beginning of the game are coming through. These wards are going to spot. Closer going in and out of that hit, and so they're going to know that this is happening. Can they do anything about it is the question. Gideon going to land a Q onto Henna, but he doesn't want to go in onto that one. You can just kind of walk in from the north, which is what Gideon was threatening, and so FearX say, well, we don't have to take this. Don't have to take this risk at this point.
I actually kind of like it though because they drag Bro over there. You can see a bunch of wards got slammed down by Bro as they're pushing in, and now they can just sweep back towards the bot side of the map. Bro have put down a lot of wards, a lot of resources on the top side, and they can kind of get control over this dragon area and play for this soul. Bro trying to get mid priority, trying to push in. They know they need to try and contest his soul. You can see actually Gideon going for a long flank. He hasn't been spotted here, so he might try to go for a steal. But
maybe a pick of some sort.
That could work too.
Gideon has been somewhat passive this entire series. I know he's itching to make something happen.
It's got to be the Varus. It's got to be the Varus.
This is the one. This is the one. He's going to get the kick, and no stun comes in, but the seal bait. Maybe he can land a stun. Yeah, Henna is not going to be able to do anything, and the damage finally comes out from the Orianna. But the follow-up isn't there. Effort's getting pretty low. He's going to be taken out as cinders are flying everywhere. But Envy is pretty far in there. And Willer's going to find Morgan here as well. He should win this fight, eventually.
Oh, that was slick, actually.
That was pretty cool.
Has he got it? Has he got it?
Yeah, he's going to get it.
No, he's not.
Well, Willer's going to get it.
Oh, yeah, I thought I got the recall.
This is still going on. Morgan's still running. And I think he can just dash over this wall and he will get out. So Willer's just going to give up on it. But yeah, just another fight. That one was pretty much the best chance that Bro were going to have, though. It's still going to be Infernal Soul going the way of FearX.
I'm glad they went for the play. It was the correct play, but I think there were issues with the state of the game. And I think we're going to get a replay. And you'll just kind of see the fact that the Udyr, nothing happens to him for the entire fight. I don't think he takes any damage. I think he just runs around, presses his ult and just bullies people. Like, look how much damage his ult's doing here. And he's just kind of running around, slapping people. Willer as well is also just cleaning up. So, like, the concept of the fight was great, but you still have no answers to this Udyr, and the Wukong was pretty unchecked as well.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the wallets are pretty heavy here for FearX, especially now with the Infernal Soul. So, gonna clear out all this vision around the Baron. Might just start it. They did it in game one after getting the pick onto the Lulu. Maybe in this case, you can just go for it and try to turn. They have amazing turn with Varus Nautilus, not to mention Azir and Wukong.
I like how Gideon, like, wood-hopped in, and it's just like, bro, it's Udyr, you ain't...
He had his chance, you know. He kicked the Varus that one time.
Oh, Willer looking for a flank.
Oh boy. Well, that magical journey is going to get them away. Just over that small wall can make all the difference sometimes. A lot of posturing here in mid.
No poke landed yet, though. I think it's the one saving grace for Bro so far. Henna needing to land some piercing arrows with that Infernal Soul. Definitely make things easier. Bro still holding on to their positioning for now, but FearX have control over the Baron area, and they are now starting it up. The thing with the Udyr as well, he's so tanky, it's kind of low risk on this Baron. It's not like he's losing any health here. They're just baiting Bro in to try and get the fight.
What about Baron's new abilities, though?
I think he's good.
What about the other guys? Are they good too? Yeah, I think they're good. Hook here on a Morgan. That's not the target you want to execute. Though it's just going to go for whatever he can go for. Envy has to hop away as Execute will go down, but I think this is still going to be a FearX victory in the fight as Willer picks up 2 kills. A lot of damage from that True Shot barrage, and this Baron still has full health, but Henna is just hitting like a truck right now.
Yeah, not connecting as many piercing arrows as I'd maybe hope, but with Jungler dead, you just have the Udyr body block the stick shots and you're good.
Yeah, and he's just going to turn onto Envy here as
Run,
well.
Envy!
Oh no, run away! You're not going to get away though, as Udyr will take down 2, and he'll get a little bonus kill onto Karas. Everybody is just popping like balloons. That's an ace, and I think that should be the game here for FearX.
There is really just no counterplay that Breon has to this Udyr. He just charges at them. And again, you know, picking up the little, the embers, but the Baron in hand, they can start to really damage Bro's base. And at this point, the game is pretty much done. FA is going to respawn. We'll see if they try and end now, if they go for the reset, but it is Fear X, so I don't think they fear any retaliation from Bro.
Fear X. They don't fear anything. And they're going to go in here. Take a look at that damage from Henna when he actually hits his piercing arrow as Gideon. Oh no. Admire the effort, but not going to get anything done here. This is going to be Fear X. Picking up the 2-0, but they're not done yet. They want to get some more kills as in goes Willer, and Closer gets pretty low. He's hitting that Nexus, but he does pop as well. That's the 2-0 to Fear X here on this wonderful Saturday Showdown.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it wasn't as brutal as game one, but it wasn't much better. I came into this thinking, this could be a close one. Both teams kind of had issues in the first series of the split, but showed some potential. But I think we kind of got an awakening to why there is such a significant lose streak for Bro against the Fear X organization. Really strong performance, and I think everyone on the team showed some pretty positive stuff across the series.
Oh yeah, they absolutely did. Fear X, definitely a nice turnaround for them. They had to go up against a KT that was stronger than we expected, more on point than we expected, and now up against Bro, they were able to dominate them. As that was a nice little W from Willer. This says Fear X is going to win.
And W for Willer.
And they won. And that was Willer. Closer doesn't give us much. But yeah, pretty crucial win here for the side of Fear X.
Yep.
Who are they going up against next
Unlike
time?
Esports.
Unlike Esports on Wednesday. That's an interesting turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, with a performance like this, they're still going in as underdogs, but at least I'm hoping there'll be some life and they'll be able to challenge them. Definitely not the hardest opponent you could go against. That might be someone like Gen G, who, Bro are facing next.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Yeah. Best of luck. Hope they learned a lot from this series because it just feels like the players know their play styles and they're picking picks that do play to those play styles. I feel like the jungle's support synergy is like totally absent.
Yeah.
Like you just don't see it at all. Like Gideon and Effort are still working to work together, and you're not getting a lot of prio from Karis either. So it's kind of like Gideon wants to do things, but he's just not allowed to.
Yeah.
And it just ends up him kind of looking silly, running around, not really doing anything on a pick like Lee Sin. So I think it's a lot of synergy issues.
And this
team is better than they're showing.
They do have a bit of time off, at least before the next series to hopefully work on some of those things. Time will definitely, hopefully, help out this Bro lineup. But we learned two big things. Game one, we learned Brand is OP. And game two, we learned...
I don't know if that's the takeaway.
I think that's a takeaway you got to take. But a good game, Willer having a lot of impact. But also execute. Really solid performance on this Nautilus, setting up the early dives here with the off flash coming in to secure the knockup onto the Orianna. Really well played. And the rest of the team just there to clean up.
It's just a really nice play. Like Gideon has to be there on the Dragon, so somebody is going to get R buttons, and he just lines it up. Hits the both. Very nicely done. This is one of the funniest but also saddest moments. Look at this. He's like, Clear's like, I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit it.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
And he finally, Morgan himself hits it, but then he gets sniped. And it's like fireworks.
In the night sky.
This was like the one play in the series for Bro where it's like, nice. Gideon got the flank. He found the angle.
This
it just felt a little bit too little, too late.
This was something I was hoping for. Too little, too late. Not enough, but at least we finally saw them put a play together that made sense. But yeah, they just were too far behind. And the composition for them, I just feel like I didn't see a way out, especially with the Orianna build. They just didn't have answers to the front line of Fear X, and it just became too much of a problem. Like you see in this fight, like Clear and Willer are in the middle of all this damage, and they just, the health bars don't seem to really move very much.
It's too tanky. The max range ults there from the Chains of Corruption from Henna. Gideon tries to make something happen. Let's go for Ezreal is what he was shouting after that arcane shift. Nice. That's all you gotta say. Big 2-0 victory as Udyr nearly does the most damage in the game.
What a champion.
Yeah.
He's
Unchecked. I think we, you know,
unfettered.
Renekton was not the choice. I don't know if there is a good choice. He just does what he wants.
Pending.
Pending,
I feel
okay.
at least as champions you can scale a bit better than Renekton into the Udyr and pose more of a threat. I feel like if you're picking like Renekton, who normally wants to shut down their opponents, Udyr is like the most. He just doesn't care.
Udyr's like a good pick into the Renekton, perhaps.
Yeah. You know.
Well, that was a 2-0. That was a very fast one as well. Let's see what the guys on the space have to say about that one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We don't have a whole lot to add. Unfortunately, it looked quite reminiscent of game number 1. Maybe it didn't fall off the rails as quickly as in the previous game, but we felt like the draft didn't give too many outs. Gentlemen, what did we think, starting with the draft?
I feel like Rion didn't Saturday show up for this one, guys. It was the first game was pretty rough. There were a lot of problems in the early game. The brand was problematic, and that's something you get surprised by, right? We saw Fearx get surprised by the Hui support, couldn't really deal with that. This draft, no redemption here. You picked Ezreal into a Varus that you left out because you banned Yone, which was not the problem in the previous game. It was a problem for Karis, but it wasn't the overall problem. So you went Ezreal Bard again, lost lane horribly there, and things just fell apart very quickly after that. And picking Renekton into Udyr, like, who does that? Who thinks that's a good idea? I know it's Lord Morgan, but I mean, this is just not it.
I just think it's remarkable that you're on the red side and you're able to pick, like, I'd say arguably 3 losing lanes. And
0.5 at least.
And it's like Orianna, Azir obviously can go both ways. We've seen Ori win it early and then Azir gets a little bit more agency in mid-game, but that wasn't even the case. I feel like Karis also wasn't able to stand up to closer at all. And from the get-go, it was pretty much shoved in. And then, yeah, Ezreal Bard, especially with teleport, if you don't take control of the lane level 1, you're gonna lose. Like, post 6, it gets really hard to play out regardless because you're playing into Nautilus and Varus. So it was just... Brion's meta read wasn't great, and even though they didn't get like caught off guard, the level of play just wasn't very inspiring, unfortunately.
It wasn't. It felt a little bit like, and this is something that I said as well, which it felt a little bit like pick champions that make you happy because we're feeling sad is kind of what it was. And so Lord Morgan goes for his Renekton. And unfortunately, it's just not the same. Doesn't hit the same as it used to. One thing that does seem to hit very similar to it used to was this Wukong that we're seeing here in our very first highlight. Willa just turning up to help grab themselves the first blood, and very comfortably does so. And gentlemen, the lane rotation as well, it's happening at the same time.
Yeah, there was a great lane rotation in mid as well, where Clear came down to cover the gank there, so they were totally covered that. Now, Envy teleports back because he took teleport, which is quite common when you're running these Ezreal lanes, especially the Bard's going to rotate around. And then he is forced to leave again. So they follow up on pushing Envy out. Envy's just here farming casually, knows something might be up, trying to play respectfully as Henna steps up, and then boom, execute over the wall here, gets the root, gets the Glacial Augment, and Envy is chunked out of lane a second time. And this is just the power of Varus into an Ezreal lane, and it's going to be a problem.
And from that point on, like once you lose control of that lane, Varus is just going to perma-shove you in. Particularly Lethality Varus, often we see on hit, but I think in this scenario, Lethality makes sense because there's not a lot of targets on the enemy team that you can reliably auto. And between his passive and Halo Blades, early on you're still going to have a ton of power, even without the, especially in these type of short bursty trades. And from that point on, so Ezreal and Bard were already out of the game. And then you also had a top side that was like Renekton that was getting shoved in.
Yeah, and you
it's not great.
This is something I didn't actually take into account either when we were adjudicating the lethality Varus, is you've already got the auto-attacking champion of the Azir as well. So for Baron damage, things like this where lethality builds can sort of fall down, you're kind of caught. And so there are a lot of ways that this Fearx draft really does work well. And Willa's Wukong, absolutely fantastic. He was like the carry at the end of the game. I think Bro managed to catch Henna maybe once or twice, but it didn't matter at all. Let's jump into this highlight and check out Jonghoon really starting it off, or Execute as he is now known. The good old ult flash, so you can't react.
Yeah, no reaction here, gets over the ball. Wouldn't have really been great if that's where the ultimate was placed on top of a solo Nautilus, but he takes out Karis instantly, and then this fight is just kind of a wash, right? Closer gets in there, gets the sweep. The Drake is 100% controlled now, and what do you do at this point as bro? You lost your carry in the first second of the fight, and it's just Execute who was constantly making these split-second decisions. We saw him do this against KT Rolster earlier this week. Didn't always work out, but in this game when he's ahead, he has that agency. You can see this aggressive player definitely has some star power.
And it's that 1-2 between Willer and Execute that I think was really game deciding, and something we didn't really get to see against KT because Execute went way too ham. Yeah, dialed it back a little bit here, and if these two players can play together the way that they have, I think that this team is looking good, right? They're actually proactive, they're making big plays, and they're trying to play according to the aggressive style that formerly Sandbox was also known for.
And maybe KT is just the best team in the LCK, and so it was a rough start for FearX as well. Let's have a look at the POG and who's going to pick this one up. I think there are a couple of options this time. Execute's going to get it. The very first one for the young player making his way into the LCK, and man, he really did take some control. I think there's going to be some votes for Willer as well. I think back-to-back did make some sense, but really good to see the young man getting it.
Love to see that 69 vision score as well. I like that that was included. Yeah, I mean, he set up a lot of these plays. He set up the lead in the bottom lane as well for Henna, and just controlling these fights alongside Willer, allowing Closer to have the agency he has to follow up, allowing Henna to just kind of sit in the back line, do damage, continue to fire those arrows off. It was great to see his uses of Hex Flash in this game, non-stop threatening any target who is in range. And when you're this far ahead, it doesn't even matter if it's the Renekton you're getting on top of.
And to me, the first half of the game was all Execute. The second half was all Willer. So this split, I really love. I do really feel like specifically the 1-2 of a Nautilus and a Wukong can really make or break mid-game team fights. And they were basically winning every single team fight. Even the one where the kick came through, it was Wheeler with a really great flash cyclone. It was Execute actually hitting a hook to ensure that Paris couldn't just do damage from a distance. So really hats off to those two players.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. And now it is time to have our very first word with Execute, joined by Willer. Here is Dear for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation, joined by Willer and Execute of FearX. Congratulations! This was the first Saturday showdown of spring, and you got a 2-0 victory against OK Savings Bank Brion. How do you feel? This is our first season as FearX, and of course, our start wasn't that great, but I'm really glad that we're able to get the victory today. And I feel like we were able to repay our fans, so that I'm always very happy of. And Execute, this is your first LCK win. How do you feel? I'm really happy about my first LCK win. How happy are you from a scale of 1 to 10? I feel like it would have been better if I won the first match. But we always head into a match thinking that we're going to win. So Willer, so you guys are on a 7 winning streak against OK Savings Bank Brions. What are your thoughts on that? I don't think that's something that we kept in mind. And I guess I wasn't really aware that we are on that big of a winning streak. But I definitely feel that we are a good team and we better perform against better teams in the future as well. And Execute, you guys were against Henna's former team, and he must have been so eager to win today. So did he say anything? He wasn't really nervous, but I'm sure he's always been saying to me that he's definitely going to crush OK Savings and Brion. Has he always been saying that? Yeah, so he usually doesn't deal damage as much as Closer does, but today he was just so eager to deal more damage. And for the first time in the LCK, Brand Jungle made an appearance. He scaled so fast, so how did you manage to pick him against Xin Zhao? I feel like this is a pretty common pick right now. I feel like he has a really, really good tempo against especially melee champions as well. So I think we had high expectations using brand. And so today our team was prepared to use an AP jungle if there was a opening for that. So how many games did you play with a brand jungle? Maybe 1 to 2 games? So you got an unanimous POG vote with the jungle brand. It seems like it has a really fast clear speed and it's looking pretty viable. So is there a high chance that we'll see him again? Yeah, he's really, really good. He's very strong, so I believe that you will see him again in the future. And Execute, looking at the draft today, it seems like your team went through a reevaluation of your tier list. So after the loss in the last match, what kind of feedback was there? We always believed that we were good at a 2v2 laning phase. But obviously, we had an unfortunate loss against KT. But we decided that we will go for more team fight focused gameplay. So now that you made your way into the LCK, how is playing with Hena? It was a little awkward at first, but I think the more we play together, we're getting really on the same page, and it's getting better and better. What was awkward or what was not so good in the beginning? I think it was because I was a little too aggressive, so us not being on the same page was sort of, it called for a lot of more feedback in the future. I feel like we're able to communicate a lot more and clearly. And of course, jungle support chemistry is just as important. So how do you like playing with Execute? There's a lot of things you need to learn, you can learn from Execute. And I've always wanted to play with a proactive player. I feel like Execute is really, really good at proactive plays and making the right calls. So it's really nice. What about you? Why are you making that eye contact? It's because I'm happy. I like that. And you guys are starting the spring season with a new name as Fear X. So what is your resolution going forward? Of course, our name is quite new. I think this will be a really cool name to have the better plays we make and the better we do. So I hope that we keep this up and please support us. And Execute. We'll make sure that we display good performance as always. And even though we may have moments where we falter, I hope that you will continue supporting us. Congratulations again, and this will be the end of the interview with Willer and Execute from Fear X and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, as usual, for the fantastic translation of the interview. Adorable fox ears as well from our Fear X players. Willer and Execute performing extraordinarily well. Huge congratulations. That is going to put Fox towards 7th place. And Bro, unfortunately, in familiar territory with back-to-back 0-2 losses, they are going to be in last place.
Hey, on the plus side, Kwangnong will probably join them tomorrow, so then they have more friends.
Hey, is that a plus? You know, someone else is also going to have a really bad time.
It's like a great way to put a good spin on a cup half full situation.
Yeah!
There you go.
Thumbs up!
Beautiful. I've got another way to do a cup half full, and that is with Nongshim versus Gen G. Coming up after the break, this is massive. Nongshim, 1st place. Gen G, 5th. Who would have thought that in our first week we could say something like that, but that is actually accurate. We'll see you after the break for another epic matchup. See you there.
LCK의 국제대회 우승을 위한 비밀회의 시크릿 보드룸. 숨가쁘게 달려온 1년. 고생의 결과는 LCK의 연속 우승이었다. 24시즌 스프링. 이제 우리의 목표는 명확하다. 바로 7년 만에 MSI 우승컵을 가져오는 것. 그래서 시크릿 보드룸은 멈추지 않는다. 자, LCK가 8번째 우승을 차지했다. 우리 시크릿 보드룸이 결성된 이후에 22년도, 23년도 연속해서 이 월즈를 들어 올렸어. 그런 의미에서 내가 오늘 또 건배사를 한번 올려보도록 하겠어. 오래도록 징그럽게 어울리자. 그래서 오징어! 오징어! 자, 원샷들 하고.
술맛이 아주 달달합니다.
고급이야, 이거.
이거 네, 고급 같은데요?
고급 같은데요. 약간 좀 반응이 미적지근한데 너 작년에 마지막에 잘못됐으면 옷 벗고 그냥 소주나 마실 수도 있었어.
나처럼 잘하면 사실 8강장에서 그냥 끝나거든.
8강이 아니라 스위스에서 없애야지.
그러니까 확실히 이번에 또 베를린하고 LA하고 좀 다시 봤어. 특히나 그 LA 모이벤픽 때 세나 탐켄치 이거 약간 다 비웃고 그랬는데.
세나 탐켄치로 가겠어.
세탐.
그렇게 LPL이 막 거기서 비웃고, 에? 그럼 변칙적인 것이 다 계산을 해야지만 이렇게 프로가 될 수 있는 거야.
아무튼 뭐라고 너무 하지 마. 왜냐면 어쨌든 LCK가 우승컵 들어 올렸잖아. 그러니까 너무 뭐라고 하지 말고 오랜만에 모였잖아 우리가. 근황이 어떻게 해야 되는지 궁금한데 뭐 또 요아소비 콘서트도 가고 문화생활 이거. 그리고 샹하이.
네.
너 내가 좀 스파이를 심어놨는데 조심해 임마. 너 유부남이 임마 검색 기록에 권은비를 검색하다 걸렸어?
늙은 게 자랑입니까?
최근 검색 권은비고.
오, 이씨! 미쳤나봐, 진짜! 아이, 뭐야! 최근 검색은 거의 뭐야!
나 이거 알았어. 그게 아니라 이거 요원으로서 필요한 업무였습니다.
권은비 검색이랑 무슨 상관이야 그게?
여름이 멀어서
권은비 직캠이야 뭐야? 어디야?
생각하시는 그것이 맞습니다.
뭐가 맞아?
저희도 볼 건 봐야 되지 않겠습니까?
보는 건 좋아. 어차피 뭐 그 나쁜 거 아니야. 제수 씨한테 걸리지 마. 알았어? LA는 뭐야 이거?
저는 사실 쉬는 기간에도 쉬지 않았어요. 피너 선수랑 한번 접견도 하고 페이커도 한번 놀러 왔고.
너네 집에?
그럼요. 저도 막 놀러 가고, 사우나도 가고. 사우나까지?
요원 LA 대단한데? 국장님은 뭐 하고 지내셨습니까? 뭐 마이크?
자, 사실 너네 근황은 하나도 궁금하지 않았어. 사실 내가 소원이 하나 있다. 월즈 2연속 먹은 거 너무 좋아. 그런데 우리가 풀지 못한 수건 사업이 하나 있다. MSI. 17년도 이후로 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 6년 동안 MSI 컵을 들어올리지 못했다. 그래서 이번 스프링이 되게 중요한 거야. 스프링 끝나면 뭐야? 바로 MSI란 말이야. 그때 우리가 6년 동안 달성하지 못한 MSI 컵을 우리가 가져와야 된다고. 월주 좋아. 그런데 일단은 MSI야. MSI 데뷔를 위해서 다들 분석을 해야 하고 내가 숙제를 내줬을 텐데 누가 먼저 한번 이야기해 보겠어?
아무래도 여기서는 제가 또 작년에 제일 활약을 했기 때문에 모범을 보이겠습니다.
일단 자료 한번 보겠다. G2 e스포츠에 대한 자료를 준비해 왔는데 브로큰 블레이드, 야이크, 캡스, 한스사마, 미키엑스. 아니 월주에서 사실 좋은 성적이 아니었잖아. 근데 지금 전원 재계약이야? 이거 어떻게 된 건가?
지역 리그의 1위 팀. 그런데 전원 재계약. 오버랩 되는 게 있지 않습니까?
어디가 오버랩 되는 거지? 나
설마
모르겠는 걸?
T1 얘기하는 건가?
LC의 T1 같은 역할을 G2가 사실 하지 않았습니까?
그치. 자국 리그네.
뭐 그렇긴
지역
하지.
리그네.
그래. 월즈에서만 아쉬웠지 사실 자국 리그 내에서 여전히 G2는 G2야.
2023년에서는 약간의 이제 이 컨디션 이슈도 있었고
있었지.
근데 그거를 변명으로 하면 안 되겠지만 그때의 아쉬움이 있기 때문에 이 로스터라면 우리가 한 번 더 합을 맞춰본다면 해낼 수 있지 않을까 이런 신뢰감이 있는 상황으로 보입니다.
어쨌든 G2가 전원 재계약에 성공을 했고 여전히 강력한 우승 후보 중에 하나다 이렇게 봐도 되겠구만. 그럼에도 불구하고 불안점이 있는데 이거 불안점에 대해서 한번 이야기해보지.
롤력이라고 하지 않습니까?
롤력?
또 선수를 봤을 때 느껴지는 롤력. 작년 월드 때 굉장히 화제가 된 게 있죠. 한스사마 선수의 어린 왕자 같은데.
예전 사진하고 비교해 보면은 진짜 나는 다른 선수인 줄 알았어.
근데 그런 외모 버프가 생기고 있다는 게 약간 선수의 논력이 내려가고 있는 게 아니야.
경험상으로도
너는 없을 텐데 그런 경험?
뭐 살 빼서 게임 주원이? 뭐 그런 얘기하는 거야?
살 빼니까 게임이 잘 안 돼요. 배고프면 게임이 진짜 안 되는 거 똑같은 거라니까요.
배고파서.
저는 체중이 늘면 늘수록
오케이.
게임이 잘 돼.
퍼포먼스가
오케이.
진짜 좋다니까요.
어쨌든 이 외모 버프가 오히려 게임력에는 조금 영향을 미칠 수가 있다.
이 G2가 그래서 24년에 새로운 협곡에서 활약할 걸 저희가 예상하고 있는데 문제는 이런 G2의 황금 시대를 이끌었던 역사의 망명들이 다시 한번 뭉쳤습니다. 팀 헤레틱스입니다.
오. 얀코스와 플래키드가 있고 원더, 퍽즈, 카이저가 들어왔구만.
와. 지금 완성된 상체 보십시오. 원더, 양코스, 퍽즈.
너무 연령대가 좀 올라간 거 아닌가?
그 먹던 맛이잖아 그래도.
그러니까.
국장님 아시지 않습니까? Old soldier never die.
노장은 죽지 않는다. 다만 사라질 뿐이다. 사라져야 되는 것까지. 상체가 일단은 G2의 약간 그 영광의 시대를 함께 했었던 3인방이구만.
맞습니다. 그래서 이 3인방의 시너지 그리고 이 셋이 원래 또 게임을 할 때 다양한 시각으로 그 게임을 접근하는 걸로 유명하지 않았습니까?
그렇지.
또 이번에 협곡이 딱 갈아엎었잖아요.
그렇지.
엎었지.
대격변이 일어났지.
시너지가 나면 무섭지 않을까.
G2를 위협할 팀이 될 것이다. 지금 플래키드에 대해서도 한번 이야기를 해보지.
이 플래키드 몇 번 소개드렸지 않습니까? 유럽 원딜의 페이즈. 이쪽도 G2 출신이에요.
유럽의 페이즈다? 그러면 이 선수가 왜 유럽의 페이즈냐?
플래키드가 G2에서 데뷔를 했을 때 많은 의심의 눈초리를 받았지만 우승 그리고 MSI 진출 우승을 했죠. 그래서 지금 이게 플래키드를 신인으로 보면 4베테랑과 1신인입니다.
팀이 리빌딩 되거나 어떻게 좋은 신인이 들어왔을 때 가장 좋은 환경을 제공한다는 4베테랑 1신인.
맞습니다. 위쪽은 위쪽대로 본인들이 원래 팀 합을 맞췄던 선수들이고 아래쪽에서는 카이저의 어떤 그 가르침과 보살핌을 받은 플래키드가 계속해서 성장해 나간다면 이들의 시너지가 어디까지 갈 것인가. 그리고 최종 목표가 어디겠습니까? LEC에서는 다도 G2. 이걸 목표로 달려나갈 스쿼드라는 거죠.
지금 이 팀 몇몇만 보면 충분히 또 그럴 가능성이 엿보이는구만.
슈퍼팀이네.
G2의 과거가 현재의 G2를 덮친다. 이런 G2의 올드 솔저들이 뭉친 것보다 더 이색적인 영입이
이거보다 더?
항상 국제로에 나오는 매드라이언즈의 엘료야! 매드라이언즈의 엘료야 중심의 리빌딩으로 어느 하나의 팀이 탄생.
엘료야만 남아있고 지금 미르윈, 프레스코이, 수파, 알바로 이렇게 지금 구성이 되어 있어.
강타한 거 맞지?
이게 뭐 어떤 느낌인가? 이게
신선하다 그래도.
이 엘료야에 의해서 엘료야가 뽑은 유럽의 2군에서 뛰던 선수들이에요. 그러니까 완전히 엘료야의 안목으로 뽑은 느낌.
그냥 뭐 엘료야 라이언즈네 그러면?
벌써 우리도 약간의 우려 섞인 그런 지금 시선이 나는 느껴지는데 현지 분위기는 어떤가?
신기한 반응이 많죠. 이런 파격적인 정글 한 명을 중심으로 나머지 선수들을 완전 새 얼굴로 리빌딩을 한다. 그리고 매드라이언즈가 사실 뭐 국제전 가서 뭐 야옹이 소리 듣긴 했지만 그래도 계속 결국 국제전 가는 티켓은 딴 거잖아요.
그렇지.
근데 그런 전력인데 이런 영입이 나왔다. 뭐가 됐건 간에 이 매드라이언즈의 올해 마무리가 너무 기대가 됩니다.
실제로 매드라이언즈가 이런 좀 파격적인 리빌딩을 통해서 좋은 성적을 낸다면 이건 다른 팀들, LEC 다른 팀들에게도 좀 영감이 될 수 있겠구만.
파격적인 리빌딩이 아니라 그냥 격파가 될 수도 있어요.
He shows him what's up as Frescowi is just there to say hello.
어쨌든 이런 실험적인 모습, 매드라이언즈는 뭐 엘류아를 제외하면 전혀 다른 팀이 됐기 때문에 이 팀도 좀 주목할 필요가 있어. 자, 그럼 결승 한번 예상해보지, 에리씨.
결승 말입니까?
너무 이른감이 있어, 사실.
역시나 또 유럽은 그냥 G2 아니겠습니까? 일단 한 자리는.
G2.
한 자리는 G2죠.
그리고
또 G2의 오랜 라이벌한 팀 있지 않습니까?
또 푸나틱.
라인업의 변화와 상관없이 그냥 G2와 푸나틱.
저거는 우리 집 강아지도 얘기하겠다. G2 푸나틱 결승 간다.
원래 또 스프링이 지금 뭐 여러 가지 바뀌었다 보니까 약간 대격변이잖아요. 여기선 좀 무난하게 가고 그 뒤에 이변이 있지 않나.
그러면 우승을 누가 하는지 말을 해야지.
그니까.
G2.
사실 전통적으로 스프링은 너무 많은 변화가 있는 팀보다는 변화가 없는 팀들이 좀 활약하는 경우가 있긴 있더라고. 자, 다음 누군가?
제가 했습니다, 국장님. LCS도 사실 이번에 꽤나 많은 변화가 있었습니다.
LCS에서는 뭐 어떤 변화가 있나 지금?
일단 가장 큰 변화. 10팀에서 8팀으로 줄어들었습니다.
누가 사라진 거야?
바로 골든 가디언스, 이블 지니어스.
아니 이블진 녀석 어디 갔어?
그러니까 왜냐면은 지금 재정 상황이 워낙 경제가 또 안 좋다 보니까 더 이상 유지를 못할 것 같은 사람은 빨리 팔아라. 이러면서 이제 팀에 대한 많은 변화가 생겼죠. TSM도 슬롯을 팔았죠.
팔았어.
대체 슬롯으로 그래서 쇼피파이, 리벨리온이 들어오게 돼요. 사실상 북미가 지금 되게 안 좋은 길을 걷고 있다고 생각하시면 돼요.
아, 그 8팀 하는 거야, 너는? 8팀 조사하는
아니
거야?
LPL보다 반도 안 됩니다.
LPL이 몇 팀이지?
17팀.
근데 그래도 꿀잼을 만들 수 있는 건 LCS잖아요, 사실.
그렇지.
다사다난한 팀 아웃, 팀 인이 있긴 했지만은 뭐 한 3강 정도 체제가 될 것 같아요.
일단은 팀 리퀴드부터 한번 보도록 하지. 팀 리퀴드 혼다. APA랑 연 코어장전은 그대로 남아있고, 임팩트 엄티가 팀 리퀴드로 갔네.
이야.
원래는 서밋 플러스 표식이었죠.
그렇지.
한국인 용병에서 한국인 용병으로. 사실 약간 업그레이드 느낌이긴 하지만 저는 어느 정도 사실 엄티 선수에 대한 신뢰도가 저는 되게 높다고 잡을 수 있거든요. 왜냐하면 이 선수는 초반을 확실히 쥐어잡을 수 있는 힘이 존재해요. 플레이메이커, 그거를 이제 LCK에서도 항상 보여줬고 그렇기 때문에 북미에서 안 통할 수가 없습니다. 그리고 탑에는 완전 베테랑 오브 베테랑, 임팩트 선수까지. 하지만 핵심은 사실 이 미드에 달려있죠.
아니 이 선수 직스 원툴 하던 선수 아니야?
그러니까 이런 얘기가 왜 나오겠어요. 지금 퍼포먼스가 너무 안 좋고 챔피언 폭도 너무 안 좋고 이 선수 때문에 지는 게임이 너무 많아지고.
근데 이대로 그냥 간다는 거 아니야? 왜 그러는 거야 도대체?
그러니까.
하지만 이 선수가 스텝업을 만약에 하게 된다면은 충분히 우승까지 돌아볼 수 있는.
그러니까 다른 선수들은 뭐 그렇다 치더라도 결국 이 팀의 관건, 이 미드, APA 이 선수가 어느 정도 활약을 하냐에 따라서 달려있다.
맞으면서 아파 이러면 안 된다는 거죠.
그러니까 상대방이 외쳐야 된다.
나한테 맞으면 아파.
그렇지. 이 미드가 무조건 중앙에서 힘을 잡아줘야 되는데 APA 선수 무조건 스텝업 필요한 시점이라고 보시면 될 것 같아요.
팀 리퀴드 혼다. 또 한국 팬분들이 익숙한 얼굴도 임팩트도 엄티까지 갔으니까 엄사령관이 여기서는 한번 또 꽃을 피웠으면 좋겠어.
이제 행복해져야죠.
다음 팀 C9. C9에서는 포지, 블레버, 조조편, 버서커, 벌칸이 이쪽으로 들어갔구만.
아까 제가 말씀드렸던 이블 지니어스가 이제 없어지게 되면서
그러네. 거기 있던 선수들이 이제 또 어디로 가야 되니까.
회장 세일 한번 한 거네.
그래서 벌칸 선수랑 조도편 선수가 이게 들어오게 되면서 작년에 플라이 퀘스트 같은 느낌이라고 말하진 않을게요. 근데 제가 들은 거는 스크림 성적이 되게 좋다고 알고 있습니다.
스크림도르.
진짜.
스크림도르.
이번엔 뭐 몇 판 하면 몇 번 이기냐.
그건 말 안 할래. 지금까지만 보면 기세가 되게 좋다. 그리고 제가 봐도 이 로스터를 봤을 때 사실 고점이 너무나도 뚫려 있어요. 롤드컵에 가더라도 8강 충분히 가요.
거기서 들어본 얘긴데 F로 시작하는 팀한테서
대진 잘 만나면 4강까지.
탈북미.
진짜.
탈북민가 C9.
탈.
고점은 무조건 C9이 그냥 우승이에요. 그리고 벌칸도 사실 C9에서 가고 호흡을 맞췄던 적이 있잖아요. 그래서 이번에 새로 들어온 조조편 선수가 어떻게 보면 핵심이라고 볼 수 있죠.
그렇게 얘기를 듣다 보니까 말인데 벌칸이 돌아온 거잖아. 근데 돌아오기 전에 플라이 퀘스트에 있었잖아. 이 점에 대해서 좀 폼이 예사롭지 않던데 뭐 어떻게 생각하나?
근데 그거는 내 경험에 빗대어 말할 수 있지. 사실 나도 팀이 되게 많이 옮겨 다녔잖아. 팀 성적이 안 좋을 때 개인적인 퍼포먼스가 안 좋아질 수밖에 없어.
휩쓸린다.
그럼 그래서 아까 말한 게 중요한 거야. 돌아와서 적응을 하냐 안 하냐가 중요한 거지.
조조편 선수가 결국에는 또 이 팀에 어떻게 녹아드느냐 그게 또 중요하겠구만.
그렇죠. 그때 제가 또 조조편 선수랑도 같이 잠깐 일해본 적이 있는데 이 친구도 진짜 똑똑해요. 진짜 똑똑하고 피지컬도 좋고 다 좋은데 자기가 원하는 방향대로 이끌어 나가는 그 욕심이 좀 있긴 해요. 근데 그게 또 미드한테 장점으로 충분히 이어질 수 있는.
미드가 너무 휘둘리면 안 돼.
그러니까 그렇기 때문에 지금 조조편 선수가 지금 되게 좋은데 그 밸런스를 조금 잘 잡으면은 충분히 이 C9, 강팀 C9 이거기에 조화가 잘 되냐 안 되냐 그 문제일 것 같아요. 이제 다 좋은 선수로 구성이 되어 있습니다.
다음 NRG. NRG는 지금 도클라, 콘트랙츠, 팔라폭스, FBI 그리고 후위가 여기 서포터로 왔구만.
여기도 아까 말한 회장세.
여기도 세일한 거야?
사라지면서 후위 선수가 들어오게 됐는데
기존에 있던 이그나 선수가 나가고 후위로 바뀐 거야?
그렇죠. 이그나 선수가 다시 유럽으로 가고 있어. 후이 선수가 다시 들어오게 됐는데 이 장점은 여기 보시면은 FBI 선수랑 호흡이 좋다는 거예요. 이 전에서 같이 했었던 적이 있었고
그렇지.
실제로 우승컵도 올려본 적도 있고요. 그리고 NRG, 이 도클라 컨트랙트 팔라폭스 오브 FBI 작년 서머 우승입니다.
그렇지.
우승을 했어. 이 멤버로 우승을 했어요.
그건 부정할 수 없지.
이그란 선수 나가면서 저는 조금 걱정을 했어요. 제가 실제로 2017년도에 이근환 선수 만나서 질 뻔했어요. 열광 레오나. 이근하 선수가 가져올 수 있는 이 변칙적인 플레이는 이런 기량을 가지고 있는 선수 진짜 많지 않거든요. 그에 반해 호이 선수는 조금 안정성에 조금 특화되어 있는 선수이기 때문에 FBI 선수를 뒷받쳐줄 수 있는 그런 플레이가 좀 더 자주 나올 거라고 예상은 됩니다만 변칙적인 플레이가 조금 내려간다고 보시면 될 것 같죠.
그러면 전체적인 어떤 이 NRG의 판을 짜는 어떤 그 상황들도 좀 많은 변화가 있겠어. 좋아. 뭐 NRG가 운이 엄청 좋았지만 또 8강까지 갔잖아.
그럼요.
그건 우리가 또 무시하면 안 돼. 결승에서 두 팀이 만난다면 어느 팀이 만날 거야?
저는 일단 C9 우승 예상합니다.
그냥 우승이야?
우승이에요.
C9이 그냥 우승.
C9 우승.
스프링 우승이야 그냥?
스프링 우승.
그러면 C9을 위협할 한 팀은?
팀 리퀴드로 가겠습니다. 저는 NRG가 사실 우승을 하긴 했지만은 밑에 층을 뚫고 올라오는 과정에서 이 빛을 발했던 부분이 되게 많았는데 리퀴드랑 C9이 NRG 계속 지속적으로 누를 수 있는 힘을 좀 가지지 않았나. 이번 로스터 좀 더 업그레이드가 되면서. 그래서 저는 좀 그렇게 예상을 하게 됐습니다.
C9에 대해서 굉장히 높게 평가를 하고 있어 지금.
블랙캐스트 아닙니다.
알았어.
C9입니다.
C9이 약간 무서워하고 있을 것 같아.
자, 사실 지금까지는 그냥 에피타이저 같은 거였어.
사이드 메뉴였죠 사실.
사실 여기가 제일 무섭다. 항상 슈퍼팀이 한 팀씩 꼭 나오잖아. 자, 샹하이.
네.
예, 준비해온 거 한번 진행해봐.
네, 요 카테고리 굉장히 중요하죠.
중요하지. 제일 중요하지.
거의 절벽 끝까지 몰아세웠던.
MSI 항상 우승하는 게 누구냐고.
HS는 MSI 구경도 못해.
그러니까 그 춘재 좀 어떻게 해봐. 춘재에게 본반 되면은 그냥.
그래서 저희 MSI에 아픔을 안겼던 두 팀, 이 징동과 BLG. 네, 이 두 팀 소식을 좀 가져와 봤습니다.
내가 한번 볼게. 일단은 플랑드레, 시어, 하나비 그대로고 야가오가 미드에 있어.
세다.
룰러 미싱, 요거 그대로 있구만. 그러면 뭐야? 플랑드레, 시어, 야가오가 들어왔구만.
네, 반대쪽에 같이 한번 봐주세요.
BLG에서는 나이트랑 리마오가 들어왔구만.
그럼 이거 둘이 미드가
그렇지.
바꾼 거 아니야 이거?
그러니까 누가 더 이득일까?
이게 참 어려운데 BLG가 본인들이 원하는 대로 갔다? 라고 보는 게 맞을 것 같습니다. 파괴적인 한타 능력, 교전 능력. 거기에 나이트 선수가 추가가 되면서 체급이 한 단계 더 올라갔다.
정점을 찍겠다 이거구만.
BLG도 제법 강력해 보이는데?
맞습니다. BLG 같은 경우에 또 이번에 협곡이 크게 바뀌면서 탑과 미드가 갱을 좀 안 당하지 않습니까? 당하기 굉장히 어려운 상황인데.
와, 그럼 빈의 버프.
그치. 빈과 누구?
나이트.
그러면 그냥 빈이랑 한 5분, 10분 라인전하고 있으면 어지러지하겠는데?
그러니까.
아니, 징동 게임이 힘이 떨어졌다라고 봐야 되는 부분이 있습니다.
뭐지?
왜냐면 탑이 바뀌었거든요.
탑에서 누수가 있다?
플랑드레도 스킨 있고 그러지 않나?
유관인데 1년 쉬었어.
그러면 이 시어 선수에 대해서는 좀 정보가 많이 부족한 것 같아요. 어떤 선수인가?
이번에 또 KT에 새롭게 등장한 퍼펙트. 기대 많이 하고 있지 않습니까?
그렇지.
그런 느낌으로다가 관계자도를 뭐 선수도를 해가지고 시어 선수가 꽤나 친다.
这个血量其实蛮危险的。有危险，招闪现有机会单杀这波，谢尔拍住，直接卡。这波兵到6级了，打不过。
반전인 건 너무 어려서 이브릭을 뛰어본 적은 없어요.
그럼 바로 다이렉트
알 수가 없어요. 이 선수 과연 어느 정도일지 막상 까봐야 알아요.
아니 왜냐면은 전통적으로 이렇게 나이 때문에 못 나오고 있다가 힘을 숨겨 나이 딱 풀리자마자 갑자기 그냥
그게 바로 저잖아요 그거. 롤 가장 잘할 나이가 만 17세예요.
그래. 자, 그래서 어쨌든 이 플랑드레가 조금 쉬어서 좀 아쉬운 부분은 이 시어 선수가 분명히 자꾸 시어가 나오는구만. 1년 동안 약 공백기가 있었지만은 시어가 그걸 좀 메꿔줄 만한 기량인지 아닌지 이게 어쨌든 징동에 되게 중요한 포인트겠구만.
그렇죠. 두 선수가 서로 도와주는 부분이 있겠죠. 시어 선수 입장에서도 베테랑 보면서 참 배울 거고 플랑드레 선수는 시어 선수를 보면서 그 신인만의 피지컬, 뭐 교전력 이런 것들을 보고 또 감탄하면서 느낄 수도 있는 거니까.
어쨌든 그리고 이 팀도 좀 많이 주목이 되는구만. 그래서 징동, BLG 여전히 강력하다. 그리고 나머지 한 팀이 어디야 이거?
요거 또 중요하죠.
탑이 스포츠구만.
네.
와, 테스.
369가 여기 들어갔어. 티안 그대로고 크림, 제키러브, 메이코.
사실상 슈퍼팀입니다. 각 팀에 뭔가 약간 수장 이미지를 갖고 있던 선수들을 네, 데려가면서
센데?
다시 한번 작년에 실패 좀 뼈아팠지만 올해 갚아주겠다라는 의지를 보이고 있습니다.
이게 한국인이 없는 슈퍼팀이네.
그렇지.
다 잘 알고 있긴 한데 이 OMG의 크림? 이게 좀 정보가 없단 말이야.
OMG의 전통 성골 출신이라고 보셔야 되고요. 요 선수 왼손엔 사일러스, 오른손엔 아칼리.
라이크 제카?
그치, 느낌 오지. 교전 괴물.
Here in the pit could be a problem. Engage coming in. They go for the engage. The flash was been burned, but they lose their Jarvis straight away. Aki went in a little bit too far forward. Cream does get the kill onto the Jace, but can he survive? And gonna use the perfect execution. Yes, he can. Cream is solo killing 3 people on the back of this. Cream.
사실 무협지로 느낌을 따지면 천마 같은 느낌?
그렇게까지
좀 오바를 좀 했습니다.
많이 오바했네.
많이 오바.
아무튼 쌍칼을 다루는 물론 뇌지컬적으로는 조금 아직 덜 성숙한
원래 근데 사일러스 아칼리 하는 애들이 좀
그래.
그걸 잘 다루면 이렇게 떨어지게 돼 있어.
근데 요 선수가 어찌됐건 베테랑 선수들 운영의 핵심이라고 볼 수 있는 뭐 티아, 메이코랑 함께 하니까요. 그래서 더 위협적인 것 같습니다.
받쳐주면 그냥 날라다닌다 이거지.
이 팀 중에서 아마 또 MSI를 들어 올릴 만한 그런 실력을 가진 팀들이 분명히 나올 것 같은데, 그러면 어떻게 보나? 우리 또 샹하이가 보는 우승팀 뭐 혹은 결승전 만날 두 팀.
BLG가 좀 우승권 팀으로 거론되지 않을까.
그럼 그 팀을 위협하는 팀.
언급은 안 됐는데 LNG입니다.
LNG.
정글이 웨이브 게이밍에 있던 웨이웨이가 들어가는.
웨이웨이가 들어왔고 일로 왔구만.
뭐 저희 입장에선 타전 선수가 나가면서 마음이 좀 아프긴 한데 어찌됐건 웨이웨이 선수의 고점을 저희가 또 롤드컵에서 봤었기 때문에
그렇지.
이 웨이웨이가 합류된 LNG 꽤나 위협적이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
항상 그 LPL은 주목을 해야 되고, 어쨌든 BLG가 지금 현재로서는 가장 강력할 것 같다는 소리지.
네.
근데 말이야, 내가 지켜봤는데 너네가 너무 양지로 올라왔어. 너무 얼굴도 알려져 있고. 그래서 내가 진짜 시크릿한 그런 요원을 내가 한번 불러보려고 한다. 다음 주에 말이야, 아주 레전드 시크릿 요원이 올 거야. 원래 그 유럽에서 활동하던 애인데 이번에 내가 특별히 이 시크릿 보드룸을 위해서 특별히 한국으로 불렀어.
마이 프렌드?
호들갑도 떨고 있어. 자, 이 자식아, 조용히 해. 이제 더 이상 밝혀지면 안 되니까. 자, 그래, 앞으로 우리 시크릿 보드는 할 일이 정말 많다. 더 알차게 재미있게 잘 준비해 볼 수 있도록. 알았나?
네.
자, 모두 고생했다. 오늘 해산!
can steal inside my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a fire that sets the world on fire. And I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a I'm a fighter.
젠지 화이팅!
실비, 이에스타, 농심 화이팅! 화이팅! 농심 레드포!
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. Nongsim Red Force up against Gen G. We had our Saturday showdown already. That was a banger for one side, I suppose, as FearX were able to get the 2-0 over Bro. But now this one is going to be, I think, a little bit more on paper one-sided towards Gen G, especially after their victory against T1.
Gen G, but Nongshim are first and Gen G are fifth.
What?
Yeah, Nongshim are first in the standings, Gen G are fifth, so surely we're leaning towards Nongshim on this one, right?
I guess so. That's
no
what the
numbers don't
stats
lie.
say. The standings are actually the ruler of it all, as reinforced Nongshim, reinforced by Call Me, I suppose, meets the top dog, Gen G. They have improved teamwork. They did look pretty good against DRX, but DRX definitely a different opponent compared to Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G looking pretty good with a lot of those trophies, you know?
Yeah.
Definitely a
How did they get all of those?
Yeah, I wonder.
How did that happen? Call Me versus Chovy, first matchup of the two. They've never played against each other. Call Me has a lot of respect for Chovy, who he says is great in every aspect, including laning and team fights. He is my role model. Generally, fights against your role model do not go well in League of Legends.
Yeah, but Call Me hasn't lost lane against Chovy yet at this point, which not a lot of mid laners can say.
True.
In LCK.
Pretty much everybody has at some point, yeah, but not Call Me. And maybe today will be that time. Canyon going for his 300th LCK win. Funnily enough, he has been here for quite a while and a very winning player, as we know, on many winning rosters. A strong player in his own right, so he's looking to become the 14th LCK player and the 4th jungler to ever reach 300 wins.
Yeah, Cuz only slightly ahead, and Peanut ahead by a mile, but yeah, he's probably going to get 300 a day if he goes well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a dive into these two teams right now.
LCK가 진짜 꿈에만 그리던 리그였는데 벌써 2년차가 됐다고 하니까 감회가 새롭네. 작년에 데뷔했는데 우승을 원해서 그냥 이번 연도에도 더 똑같이 우승하고 싶다는 생각이 많이 드는 것 같습니다. 상을 그래도 하나 받게 되어서 되게 좋았고 한 번밖에 못 받는 신인상이라 되게 좋았던 것 같습니다. 이제 신인상 좀 못 받은 게 아쉽긴 하지만 제가 조금 더 잘할 생각해서 다른 상이라도 받을 생각하겠습니다. 지우 선수는 본인만의 각이 있고 그걸 되게 잘 보시는 선수인 것 같습니다. 작년에는 흑수저 농심이었지만 이번에는 금수저 농심으로 한번 바꿔보겠습니다. 금수저, 흑수저를 그 아들이 정할 수 있을런지는 모르겠는데 지우가 그렇게 바라고 있으니까 제가 잘 해보겠습니다. 같이 화이팅해서 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다. 작년에는 아무래도 팀합을 제대로 못 맞췄다 보니까 매운맛을 제대로 못 보여드렸던 것 같은데 이번 연도에는 농심의 매운맛 제대로 보여드리겠습니다. 농심 화이팅! 즐겁게 게임하는 게 목표입니다. 이번 시즌 형들이 열심히 연습해서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
Well, there you have it. Now we're going to have the walkouts from the two teams. Again, everybody has done the special walkout already, as these guys have chopped the log, and now just going to do the classic handshake. Definitely a big opponent for them coming up today.
And I'm just amazed that Jiwoo said we haven't seen the spiciness from Nongchim yet. And that really makes me wonder what they've been cooking. Because
brands.
I feel like if they're adding more spiciness than they had before, Brand won't even cover that. It's gonna have to go to like a whole nother level.
Yeah, Brand is too meta at this point. It has been played in the LCK if you missed it. And now, I think this roster, you know, we joke about it. They are currently tied for first in the standings with their 2-0. But at the same time, you know, they do look better. I think that their performance in their first match was pretty solid. They played really well as a team. It wasn't a big challenge for them, but I think with Call Me in there as well, could be seeing some better stuff from Nongshim this time around, as here is Gen G.
Yeah, the reigning champs, always delivering very strong results domestically and having just dispatched the reigning world champions in T1. Obviously looking to be in good form despite the roster swaps. Obviously we normally think teams need a bit of time to adjust, but it seems like they are pretty strong already, pretty fine with it.
Yeah, I think they're okay.
Yeah.
They'll work out any of the issues, I'm sure, in due time. Just the sheer strength of the players and this roster, I think, is enough to get over the line. Len's kind of backing it all up with great shot calling and great energy, whereas maybe that would be where they were lacking without him. So yeah, pretty much a solid, very well-rounded team, and one of the best we have here in the LCK, looking to continue their journey.
Pretty good players, I'd say. I think it's a safe statement to make on Gen.
Who do you think is the best player on the team?
Ooh, I mean, I think Chovy.
Chovy?
Yeah.
I guess that's fair. I guess that is.
But if we look at the stat comparison, Jiwoo is #1 for KDA, DPM, and damage per gold. Maybe Jiwoo is the best player.
Well, he's #2 for KDA, so not #1.
That shows he's not a KDA player.
Now, Pays has a lot of top stats against a really strong team. You know, a team that has won some big accolades, such as the World Final of 2023.
Look, I feel like you're just nitpicking my stats, right? The numbers can speak for themselves, and I think we can just admire them. Look at them. Don't add context. It's not needed.
Here's a stat.
Very cringe.
Pays has more yellow bars on his side. So that must mean better, because bigger number is better.
Numbers come before colors, okay?
Okay.
So priority is the numbers first.
All right. This is going to be an interesting matchup between these two AD carries, though. I feel like Pays is very much solid, standard, carry, hyper carry, kind of AD carry, whereas Jiwoo's like, you never know what you're going to get with this guy. Might just play Neela.
If we see because we've seen like Bloodsong AD carries, like Kamishi was playing the Bloodsong Lucian, but Neela was like, I think one of the first AD carries we saw in solo queue being played with Bloodsong. So, I mean, it would fit. It would make a lot of sense. And the fact that you get that extra gold generation, alongside the fact that Neela gets extra XP, it's just a cheat.
OP.
It's just hacking.
You just get more of everything.
Yeah.
Right? You get an earlier item. You get more gold, more XP.
Yep.
What is there to lose? Not sure.
Yeah, who knows?
Lose lane, maybe. I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think that he definitely could go for the Nila this time around. I wouldn't be too surprised if he did. This is the Sylvie family. Sylvie family, sister, parents, all that. This is a Chovy fan. And this is Nongshim with Irene and the coaching staff. A lot of fans you can see behind Nongshim. They've definitely garnered a pretty strong fan base, even though, you know, they haven't had massive results just yet.
I just think it's hard not to love this Nongshim roster. You know, the vibes, the energy, the fun, it's all there. The results, they're working on that, okay?
Yeah. And they're veterans at playing together as a team.
Exactly.
Right? They have stuck with this roster. I think this is the 4th year in a row. It's kind of crazy to have like a same roster stick around for that long. Maybe it's 3. I think it's 4. Corky is going to be the first ban here. So none of that Corky nonsense from Chovy.
Yeah, Varus banned out as well. Wonder if they're going to end up leaning on like an early Azir pick in this situation. Obviously, Poke pretty good against Azir. Corky something we often see taken into it, so we'll see. We saw Ashe and Orianna for the first time in the last series pass through and lose the 100% prio. We'll see if Ashe gets banned out here by Gen G or if teams have just stopped putting as much priority on it. We've started to move away. Nope, they will ban it, so back on the permaban Ashe train. See if it is something like the Azir coming in. Actually looking towards the Lucian. Milio's still open and the Nami's still open, so options in this situation. We could see like a Aphelios Milio come out. This has been a pretty strong combo. It's in fact what Nongshim played in their series against their opponents, Lucian, and it worked really well. And also I think it really suits FaZe, so they could just go for that and be pretty happy. And it looks like that is exactly what they're going to do. And we're going to get the answer to Lucian Nami.
I don't think there's any reason not to do that at this point in time, especially it's FaZe. Like, this guy can play Aphelios, like, nobody's business. Call Me is going to pick up the Azir. So that answers the question of the Azir.
Yep.
Chovy could go for, like, an Orianna or even, like, a Yone or something like that if they want to go more counter-oriented, but he's going to elect to pick later on.
Yeah, and it seems like Canyon's just kind of been put on tank duty. In his last series, he played Rel a game and 2 Maokai games. And now he's on Sejuani. Clearly a lot of faith in his carries, which is understandable, but has a bit of that engage, has that lockdown, and very bulky, which is problematic because the Lucian builds we've seen haven't been great at cutting through bulk. They've been like the voltaic Cyclo Sword or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Like the Rapid Fire Cannon, Storm Razor. Like decent burst against squishies, but not good at cutting through tanks. So definitely maybe a problem if there's a bulky front line coming through. We're seeing bans follow through. The Yone banned away by Nongshim. Basically, the Orianna joined that. And the side of Gen G target away the Rel. So, and the Cassante on top of that. Just make me think probably going to give Keen counter pick last pick would make the most sense. And don't want that blind Cassante just to kind of stonewall him.
Wouldn't be surprised if Dinin tries to pick up an Udyr in that case, and then maybe we get to see it countered for like the first time. Let's see what they do want to go for, though. Still a lot of decent options for Chovy, although I think 2 of the biggest ones in Yone and Tristana are taken away in terms of answers to the Azir. Obviously, Corky also banned out early. Talia's another one. You could even consider like a Silas if you wanted to go melee with Sejuani, but that's not really what you would do nowadays. So Talia, very strong. There's the Udyr, as I was saying. This is a Dindin champion, and so I'm excited to see what Keen is going to play into it.
Yeah, I will say one of the things is that Gen G have a lot of DPS between the Talia and the Aphelios. The teams we see really struggle into the Udyr tend to be the teams who have champions who can't follow through on that. So don't think Udyr is going to be as obnoxious as it was in last series. And Trundle going to come out, that age-old counter. The Darius.
Alrighty then. So that's what you gotta play into Udyr. That's what works. That's what Keen said, at least.
It kind of makes sense. I do still think that early levels might be a little like Udyr favored, but I think because you have just so much power on the level 1. But I think if you stack up the passive, you know, Udyr can normally thrive on just staying in melee range for extended times. You can't always do that against Darius. He will just like, you can E to bounce him out, get the Q, W, and then just ult you.
Yeah, I think Darius is going to actually have threat on the Udyr because we've seen so many champions try to answer it either as another tank themselves or as a scaling carry or just Renekton. But I think Darius might just have the best chance in this one, so we'll have to see if it does work out. It's melee as well, which is unsurprising, pretty common for the top lane, so can work with the Sejuani, although that's not really what we see nowadays. And the Trundle. I know that Chronicler's going to be happy. He's been calling for this counter for pretty much 2 years. And we just didn't really see it over the last couple of years, just because Trundle wasn't very strong, even when Sejuani was.
And then if it loses this game painfully, they'll just never play it again.
It must have been the Trundle. Had to be a huge mistake.
I can't see any other factors, so...
I hope we're tilting Chronicler very well right now. I hope he's just feeling tilted. Either way, guys, we are just about to hop into this game number 1. The Darius pick coming out here for this first one for Gen G. Let's hop into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
Oh, we got a little party brush. And Jonah Strong is keeping it all. Oh, well, just revealed it.
Yep. A bit more defensive from Nongshim, you know, warden the pixel in the river and don't approach. Ready for any shenanigans from Gen G, but nothing will really come from it. I'm really interested, personally, to see if we end up with like a top jungle 2v2 and how that goes. I feel like I think the Udyr and the Trundle might have it, but it really depends how it plays out. You know, I think if Canyon and Keen get a stack up both Sejuani passive and the Darius passive on a target quickly, it could really swing things in their favor. But I think in terms of like pre-6 power, the Udyr Trundle are pretty cracked.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's even going to be shown. You know, we just haven't seen a lot of 2v2 top jungle shenanigans as here in the brush. They are spotted. Nice little trade here for Ju and Peter. As Ghost is popped, Paze just wants to put on that pressure as much as he possibly can. Ju's going to get a shield and hop forward. And still not going to win the trade. So Paze at level 1 is going to push them back.
Yeah, doing a good job. I mean, that's the thing with the Lucian army, I mean, especially level 1. But once the cooldowns have been used, the sustained damage isn't that useful, isn't that powerful. They do have healing for the Nami just to get some of the health back up, but Paze and the Hens have controlled the lane so far, and the level 2 from Paze will be threatening, so Jiwoo and Peter on the back foot already in this matchup.
He's about to hit it. Last minute he... I suppose not.
I think they must have missed a minion because they went so far forward.
There we go. Yeah. Well, still going to be able to put on that pressure. Take a note of Sylvie's pathing. Well, take a note of this. Level 2 Udyr, and he's being bullied already. Dundun doesn't have flash. He's just dead. You can't get away from the other ghosting guy who was Darius. And now on the bottom side, even with this aggressive pathing from Sylvie, it's not going to amount to too much unless he can get in here now. Paze might be forced to flash in this scenario, and yes, he will. The flash forward from the Trundle, and it will amount to quite a lot as a kill does go over to Jiwoo.
Yeah, and the wave's actually in such a bad spot here. Because it was pushed so heavily, I think Nongshim should be able to freeze this one. They probably do want to get a reset in, though, just with how low the health bars are. So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to hold it. The Hens might be able to crash it in. We see Peter staying behind to try and negate that, but good first ganks from both junglers, keeping it even. We'll see how that ends up panning out. Boots of Swiftness coming in already for Keen, and he's gone the lethal tempo, so powerful in those extended trades. You can see here, already stacking up the passive a little bit, Fake's going backwards, and at this point, remember, Dundun doesn't have flash here, and he's just deleted.
Yeah. Used Ghost, didn't matter. And this extended trade is very interesting too, because Ju overextends probably on purpose.
Yeah, it's
to get Paze to move forward.
It's one of these things where Paze was like, oh, the jungler must be here, and then they won the trade, and Jiwoo backed away, and he's like, oh, maybe the jungler's not here, and they're kind of just trolling. The jungler was there the whole time. It was a bait.
Oh man, the next level.
Yep.
And I mean, Sylvie, he doesn't really strike me as one of those junglers that gets that aggressive in terms of looking for early ganks. By the way, last time Darius was played, it was Dundun, and it was against Morgan. I remember that. That's why we had a big smile on Dundun's face as the Darius was picked as well. He kind of knew what was coming, right? So,
and he was ready for the mano a mano one-on-one, and Canyon spoiled it.
Yeah.
Which, very rude.
Yeah. We oftentimes talk about Sejuani as this big, beefy tank and, you know, reliable engage and a good front line, but also has extremely strong early ganks, especially with melee champions. And another thing we do mention many a time, Canyon on the bottom side of the map here could try to go for that early dragon, but instead he's just going to go for a back and look for something else.
This kind of problem, though, is that even though they got that kill on the Pays, they still have the pressure in the 2v2. You know, Lucian Nami, a lot of the strength comes when they get their, I mean, it used to be always when they got that one-item spike with the Mandate. Still feel like that's a similar thing. Once you get the Dreammaker for Nami plus the Mandate, it's a really nice spike. But they're just kind of being bullied out in lane, whereas on the opposite side, we see top lane, that kill early secured for Keen has allowed him to build up a lead and just bully out Dundun. So I feel like the impact of one gank is really outmatched the other.
Yeah. The timing of this is very good from Canyon too, because there's no threat of Sylvie actually going for the dragon. Both bottom lanes resetting, and Sylvie might run over there right now, but he's really got to get on that dragon and force it, and he's only level 4, so Canyon just going to take these, and there's not the common response of, okay, well, we're just going to go for the dragon, especially up against a Taliyah, who can close the gap very quickly. And of course, for the side of Nongshim, they can't challenge this because their top lane doesn't exist right now. So, free 3 Void Bubs to Gen G.
Yep. I haven't, you know, they are useful, don't get me wrong, especially if your team gets ahead, they have a lot of value. But we definitely haven't seen them be the most important objective. But now Pays, no
Here's
flash.
Bundle again, and yep, that pillar's going to do a lot of work. I don't know if he gets out of this one. And down he does go. So you're just going to burst him down. That's a 2-0 Lucian right here for Jiwoo and the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, really good to see. The return gank, no flash on Pays. Means he's an easy target for that pillar. And also, the pillar placement from Sylvie is so good. He does that little knock-up, knock Pays back, ensure that he has to try and run around the pillar, which just, I mean, you just stand no chance. It's, once the Trundle gets behind you, just kind of doomed.
Uh-oh, what's going on here? Jovi, is he gonna get solo killed by Call Me?
That's
not quite. Oh, Lehens and Canyon gonna root it. And Call Me is going to have to flash away. He had a nice little angle there, but Jovi maybe just baiting for his team to come on over.
Yeah, Call Me's like, I'm gonna 1v1 my idol, and what he doesn't realize is that he's playing lane 1v3.
It's not very fair, and neither is this. Down a level is Pays, and Jiwoo, I mean, he's probably close to 6.
Yeah, Pays, even when bone plating is trying to negate some of this burst, they're still just getting shredded. He has actually gone the World Atlas, so copying some of the tricks we saw from T1, going for that item. I'm not sure how good it is on Aphelios. Like Lucian, you're going to be able to proc that Sheen really frequently, but I feel like for Aphelios, you're not like the... I mean, you do have abilities, but they're not that low cooldown. Oh,
guess who's here? It's Dundun. It's the Udyr. They didn't expect this, just running at them, but he has to go into Melio. That's not going to work out for him. He is creating some space, but now he's getting kind of low. Who am I kidding? It's Udyr after all. He's just going to run away from this one. Keen had the top lane frozen while all of this is happening, and now that he sees Dundun, he's going to push it in. He's up 30 CS in the top lane.
Yeah, pretty big lead, and if you want to have kill pressure on Udyr, I think having this much of a lead will definitely help. I will say what I found hilarious was we saw Dundun just like fly in, and I looked at the minimap as that was happened, and you saw Keen like SS pinging his lane. He's like, guys, he's up to some shenanigans. There you know.
Yeah, they found out. And what can you say about this? Just return gank. Pays doesn't have flash. He's Aphelios.
Yep.
No mobility.
So hard to deal with in that situation. So good momentum, and again, if you're playing the Lucian Nami, you want that. Oh, Jovi.
Just gonna walk straight at a Trundle, does knock him back, but there's another nice pillar flash forward, and the knockback from Canyon is enough! As he's ticking away, but it's not quite enough damage here from Sylvie. Very close call.
Yeah, good. Oh no.
Dundun decided to enter the lane here. That's not a good idea. As he's burning, he is bleeding. Will he go down?
2, 1. Oh my.
Not quite.
25 HP.
Not even close. Calculated. Also, he's losing turret plates now.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing the solution to the Udyr problem. Pick Darius and gank it. Is working pretty well in this situation. A pretty big gap coming in the top lane. And that's the thing, right? Gold has been given to Jiwoo, and this Lucian army is going to be strong, but we're still seeing like equalized CS between FaZe and Jiwoo. And FaZe is also going to be generating extra income with his support item. So I feel like the top lane situation is a lot more dire for the side of Nongshim than the bot lane situation for Gen G.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal. I mean, Dindin many a time has kind of sacrificed the lane, play for the team, you know, run on down, trying to make plays and stuff as a 5-man unit, but it's kind of rough when you're giving this much up. And now, again, you don't have any prio, actually negative prio in the top side, so it's just free as a bubble's going to hit on the Lahens. He is a Melio, and a ton of damage comes in onto him. FaZe steps forward and will help him out there. The ult is going to sail entirely wide. FaZe doesn't often miss those, but it's going to catch air that time around.
Nice sidestep from Pete and Jiwoo. Oh, looking again.
Yeah, I mean, he's just incredibly strong, isn't he? Jiwoo just able to push them back. And guess who's here again? It's Trundle, and Sylvie is alone for now. But he's just going to zone FaZe under the turret, and I think I've seen this movie before. Chovy is trying to move on down. Can he get here in time? I don't think so. Jiwoo's going to take turret aggro. That was incredibly close, but they still get the job done.
Yeah, unfortunately, because FaZe started to use his abilities to clear out the wave, and because he used his Q, he didn't actually have the burst to finish off Jiwoo there. Good read from Nongshim, and, you know, I just love that Sylvie made that early gank happen and then has been relentless. You know, he has not given a single moment for FaZe to breathe in this lane. Constant attention down here, and I think it's just such a good approach. You know that it pays with this Melio. Oh no.
Well, they decided to choose violence in the top side. That's going to be another kill here to Keen. He picks up his second as that Trinity Force is probably done on his back. And that's 3 plates as well. I mean, this is getting really out of hand.
Yeah, I was just saying about being relentless, not giving them any time to breathe. I think Dundun can really feel that right now.
Yeah. And this doesn't happen every day with Udyr, but if you have a counter, if you have an answer, this is what you can gain from it. 2,400 gold into the pockets of Keen. He finishes that item. Here is Calmy, gonna hand it over to Sylvie, who is trying to take down Chovy, and down he will go. Doesn't even flash. Sylvie's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think he knew if he flashes, the pillar's gonna come out and you're dead anyway. It's one of these situations where better to hold the summoner and accept your fate. There's a really nice ult from Calmy. I think if you'd flashed the Azir ult, that would have been the play that would have avoided it. But once you get hit by it, it's kind of over. And here, just so little that Dundun can actually do in this situation. Well played from Gen G, and yeah, here, so if he flashes the ult initially...
Oh, here we go again. Here's Canyon in the bottom lane. Jiwoo is gonna get ulted, nearly goes down, has to cleanse. And that's both summoners now gone, even the heal from Peter as well.
Starting to see some good attention towards the bot lane from Canyon. Oh.
Here we go again. That pillar's just massive. Lahens. He's going to get some help from his jungler, though. Have they overextended? Doesn't look like it. Here comes Dundun from the top lane. He's in the bottom side. Calmy going to get a couple of flashes as well. And now everybody has to back away from that fight as all 5 members from Nongshim group up.
Oh, that would have been so good if Calmy had ult. Obviously used it in the play earlier, so wasn't able to have the follow-up. And
oh no.
It looks positive, but Ian is just getting so much in this mid lane.
He's got 2 more plates.
We talk about...
He's going to get a 3rd plate.
We talk about the Void Bubs not always having that value. They have started to really get some value in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if your top laner is going to have a massive gap already, you might as well play to the Void Bubs, right? Because he's going to take the top lane turret, and he can even go mid and take the mid turret, I guess, in situations like this.
It's a 3k gold lead over Dundun right now.
He's 1,200 ahead of the next player in the game.
Yeah, he's pretty fed. And here's the thing, you know, Jiwoo has burst, but this Darius might just be too tanky to blow up. And on top of that, Dundun and Sylvia both melee champions. They can't really avoid being in melee range of the Darius, and you're just going to get mangled.
Oh no. Not again. Okay, well, that's one thing that Udyr can do. Can sometimes be difficult to run away from Darius, but you can just hit him before he actually gets his combo going. You can just run away. Udyr is very good at that.
That's a lot of turret gold right there. 1,000 extra turret gold from plates over to Gen G.
Yeah, it should be turret plate gold.
Yep.
Okay, well, Din is playing with fire again. The spacing good for Keen, and now, Wired. There's 3 of them down here, and they're not even going to commit to it just yet. Looks like Canyon's kind of escorting him out.
Yeah, actually, a pretty uncharacteristic mistake from Chovy there. The wall actually gave Dundon an out. They're still going to get the turret, still okay, but I thought that was the Udyr gone. I remember, he's got no flash. If he ended up on the same side of the wall as a Darius, he is gonzo.
He has Warden's Mail and Steel Caps against Talia Sejuani. Yeah, if they actually get something going, then it's going to be really good. And I don't mind playing this aggressive as, okay, that's Sylvie in a lot of trouble. He has to flash away as well. The Nami ultimate confusing. Jiu, you don't get to step up there, nearly loses his life. And yeah, you can play so hard at the side lane when you have 6 Void Bubs and your top lane is just Giga fed.
Yeah, I feel like Nongshim's approach was, look, if we can't see it, then it doesn't exist. So they just decided not to look at the Darius Udyr lane. The problem is they just try to make a play mid and it backfired. And now they're losing 2 towers mid. This is like the Void Bub Nirvana. The ideal scenario where we're seeing 6 of them pay off so massively. 4 towers already at just under 16 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they just got 4 towers in a row.
And here's the crazy thing as well. He never took the top lane tower, right? I think he possibly could have, but he wanted to keep the laning phase going. But he could very easily just pick that up if he wants.
Yeah, definitely can at any point, really. They are going to take down this mid turret. Rift Herald was taken by Sylvie with all the bottom lane shenanigans from Gen G. Don't think it's going to get another charge here. But at least able to get some value out of that. And if you look at the gold score, I mean, 3,000 gold, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. And they do have the Mountain Drake. Keep in mind, though, that the gap in the top lane is still massive as a nice little sweep onto Pace. He's taken a ton, but Lahens keeps him safe, and Canyon trying to frontline. Did he go too far? A massive bubble onto 2 of them. Call Me stepping forward. Meanwhile, here's Keen, and he is just wreaking havoc in that back line. There is no escape, as it would have been 3. Keen goes over the wall and just decimates them.
Yeah, I mean, that looked fine up until the moment where Keen appeared and just decided to annihilate every member of Nongshim. This Darius is a monumental issue right now, and they just have no answers at current time.
I really like that Keen was like, okay, go ahead, pick Udyr. I dare you. And then he's got Canyon, who will play towards his lane. This is okay, like you mentioned, until Keen gets here. Keen was in top lane until he wasn't.
I think the sad thing is I don't think Peter was in range to buff Jiu the extra damage to kill anyone there. But the problem is they commit so much, they overstep, and Keen gets this beautiful spot in with a flash. And he just takes so little from to one-shot them.
가는 중, 미드 가는 중. 빼면서, 건발 빼면서.
I'm on my way.
에, 갈게.
Kite back.
쪽. 나이스.
There you go.
Oh no, Jiu, get out of there!
Jiu is going to, doesn't flash, but he does dash over the wall, and he does cleanse. So 6,000 gold now the lead. Now it's Calmy's turn. Take a little bit of pressure, but Sylvie is here.
I just think it's crazy that this is a 5th place team up against a 1st place team in the standings right now. And we're seeing Gen G have such a dominating lead. Really,
thank you for the context, Stan.
Really got to keep your eyes on Gen G as a hot prospect, I think.
All right, well, that's a flash out of Chovy, but that is about it. They do not get the damage on a Sylvie, though, and Call Me, he's always standing his ground, not scared of anyone, but he, at the end of the day, does have the flash as well.
I feel like whenever I'm watching these fights, I always just keep looking at the map like, okay, sure, but where is Darius right now? Like, is he going to turn up in a second? Is he taking Tower's top lane? Yes, that's the correct answer.
Still has the bubs.
Yep. Oh, TP flank coming in.
Just from Call Me, too. This could be pretty dangerous. He does not have anything, though. The steal comes in, and now Chovy's getting pretty low. Here comes Tintin. Does he do anything is the question. Pays in a lot of trouble, has to flash away.
Oh no, Keen!
Oh god, he ghosts in! Run away! Keen is gonna kill everyone! And look at this, everybody's literally just sprinting away from him, but there's a wall in the way! Oh no! How do you get away from this? Chovy, the wall eventually will go down, but he knocks him back, and a bubble is going to be huge, but now even Pays is having some fun. Gonna pick up 2 kills of his own, and G will have to flash the apprehend. And that was like a horror movie, man.
Feels like The Shining, honestly. Coming through the door with the axe.
I was scared.
Yeah, it's not a fun situation to be in. You respect the effort from Nongxin. They keep trying. They find this angle, getting some good poke onto the back line. Lahens keeps them healthy, and unfortunately, Dundun just doesn't really do damage. Cormy gets a little bit too close, and Keen turns up. With the movement speed he has, with the Ghost, with the Dead Man's Plate as well, he can just chase them down. And man, if that wall had lasted a little bit longer...
Or the bubble doesn't hit.
Yeah, that could have been a quadruple, honestly.
Basically was, by the end of it all, but not for one player. And yeah, I mean, he's only getting stronger. In terms of outs for Nongxin, I think the biggest issue is that they don't really have a top laner. Like, in many times we talk about Udyr's strength just being unrelenting, always in the front line, kind of unkillable, but he is absolutely extremely killable at this point in time.
I felt like this was going to be a game where we weren't going to see as much of that from Udyr, simply because Talia and Aphelios have so much DPS, so we weren't going to see him be as obnoxious as we have in other games.
And then...
if he was, like, ahead even, but he's so far...
Okay, he's gonna nearly go down. Down he goes, gets smoked by Canyon. And now just getting slows onto Peter as well. Another pick here, this time onto Jiwoo.
You know, I'm beginning to think that the Lucian Nami into Aphelios Milio matchup is not that great. I'm not really sold on it.
They didn't have to first pick Lucian. Like, on paper, as a champion, yes, it has a lot of strength. We've seen what it can do, but when there are clear counters, and it has also showcased some weaknesses already in the LCK.
Well, do you know who did actually
have to be first pick?
Do you know who actually played this matchup, played the Lucian Nami, and it went terrible into the Aphelios Milio? DRX did. Against Nongxin. And Nongxin...
So Nongxin already experienced the other side of the matchup.
Yeah, and they're like, this is great! Let's try the Lucian Nami side.
Yeah.
Not so great.
Well... I suppose just a little bit more evidence coming on in, as now the follow-up here on to Chovy. You can see he's getting pretty low. He did have to wall away from Dundun as he was pretty deep. Keep in mind, Keen wasn't even there the entire time, and now he's got a big glove.
Wait, look at Dundun's items.
Wait.
He literally
he really has an
He just has a Daphnemus and a Warden Spill.
Well, it's not going to help, I don't think at all.
Yeah. I'm curious who he puts it on, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you said it before, there's so many damage threats. Like,
yeah, I'm legitimately, I would love to know who he's up to use it on.
You know, I'm going to guess, I think this is a pretty high % chance that it's Darius.
You know, you say that, but I could see him putting it on Pays, because he's like the DPS threat.
Oh. Well, some people stayed. Lahens lives, and he's just going to live. There's the freeze there on the Lucian, and no cleanse available. Sylvie just going to flash away. This entire game is looking like a horror movie at this point. Everybody's just running away from Gen G, and it's not working. Well, at least Dundun has anathemas to save it all.
He does so little damage to the tower as well. Oh, he has put it on the Darius. Okay, you were right. You know, there is a thing, right? So, you know Anathemas reduces damage?
Yes.
It doesn't reduce true damage.
No.
And you know Darius' ultimate, the big one that does a lot of damage, it does deal true damage.
Yeah, it does.
So, I'm not sure how much value you're getting from that one.
Not that much. At all.
Lacking the damage here, honestly. I mean, it's a good reaction from Gen G, but it kind of shows how this Lucian, who they put so much resources into, has really just fallen off. Sylvie is the victim. I feel like even with just the Lucian, they could have gone for Baron, but the jungler as well just means it is guaranteed.
Yeah, no Garen in this game. It's Darius T.
Maybe that's what they should have done. If they did Garen versus Darius, that would have been a fun matchup.
Should have, honestly, but you gotta blind pick the Udyr, I suppose. And maybe teams, we joke about the Trundle, like nobody's ever gonna play it again now. It has pretty much lost into the Sejuani. Trundle has nothing to do with the way this game has played out, other than great ganks in the bottom side and getting them ahead. Imagine if they had some agency out of that.
Well, I honestly think that Sylvie did a pretty good job.
Yeah, the Trundle actually looked pretty good.
But the takeaway is no other team should play Trundle because it
Yeah.
lost. Sorry,
No Trundle anymore.
Sorry, Chronicler. This has been the debut for this split. It's gone.
Yeah,
it's over.
The debut and the finale.
Yeah.
The last time we're gonna see Trundle.
This loss, I think we can fully attribute to the Trundle pick.
Surely, yeah. What about Udyr? Do you think teams are going to be like, well, it seems like there are some decent
We're still going to
answers
see
this.
I think we need like maybe a good few weeks of people getting punished on Udyr. But to be honest, I don't know if other games are going to go as bad as this. Like, I don't think you can just slam Darius and just be like, we're just going to stomp the Udyr.
I mean, at the end of the day, Gen.G, they got, it was like the perfect outcome from this matchup.
Yeah.
Like,
and
perfect
also,
time to gank, you get ganked again, you get ganked again.
Uh-oh.
And now, okay, yeah, like Dundun doesn't survive against
man.
anyone. Oh, here we go again! Everybody just blows up behind the turret! And down they go. Dundun might live. Yeah, he's got a shield. He's Udyr. Cool story. And that's going to be the end of that. Gen.G will just push in and end the game. Just like that.
Yep. That was pretty sick. The 4-man grab.
Oh, no.
EO.
Oh, no. Well, that's going to do it. Down goes the Nexus, 16-4. The kill score line as Keen has a massive performance supported by Canyon there in the top side early on, and it didn't turn into much of a game after that.
Yeah, I will say, I think Nongshim did do stuff, which is more than we see sometimes teams do against harder opponents. They made the plays happen in the bot lane, but I think re-examining the draft in a big way is important. The Lucian army into the Aphelios Melio. We saw them in the previous series demonstrate why that is so hard to execute. You're playing into a much stronger team. Why give yourselves the hard side of the matchup is my question. And then the whole top lane thing. What do you even say about that situation, man?
I feel like knowing Dundun, he might have just bought it as a meme. He's like, I hate you. I'm going to buy this so you specifically can't do damage to me. It's hard to believe that that was a serious item purchase, to be honest. I don't know, man.
You know,
he didn't even do any damage.
He did 3.9k damage. He did less than the hens on the Milio.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He never got an opportunity to stand in the lane, let alone do any damage. So. Yep. I'm almost surprised Keen did so little damage.
The reason Keen didn't do damage was because Dundun just refused to go near him after like minute 6. He was like,
just went bot.
I am objecting to this lane. I'm just leaving. Goodbye.
It's like solo queue. The support just goes mid. Like, I'm just going to support the mid lane. Anyway, guys, that was game number 1. Pretty entertaining stuff already. Gen.G coach is still having a lot to say about that one. And I'm sure Nongshim's side as well. But guys, we'll take a break and we will have the space and we'll be back for game number 2.
유나 궁으로 한번
이번에 공 칠게. 이번에 공 칠게 그러면.
천천히 해봐. 이거 한번 볼게. 천천히.
좋은데?
좋은데? 너 탱이야.
빨리 올 사람. 오. 이게 다리 탈리야?
이게 다리 탈리야?
시원하네.
수아야 내가 트런들 조심하라니까. 로플인데 아까워가지고. 아니 뮤치 없는데. 아니 갱하드 나한테 무슨 3레벨. 아니 수아야 내가
오, 나 KD 예쁜데?
그래도 우리 정글 차이.
정글 차이.
야야야.
위대함에 이르는 길은 다양합니다. 하지만 위대한 자들에게는 공통점이 존재하죠. 모든 길은 숙련도에서 비롯됩니다. 게임 이해도와 플레이 실력, 모든 것의 바탕이 되지요. 그러나 숙련도만으로는 충분하지 않습니다. 인내력도 필요하죠. 꾸준히 최상의 플레이를 보여주게 하는 강인한 정신입니다. 또한 진정한 위대함은 파장을 일으킵니다. 팀을 선두에서 견인하며 팀이 가진 잠재력을 뛰어넘을 수 있게 유도하죠. 위대함은 언제나 생각지 못한 방식을 찾아냅니다. 기회를 만들어내고 고지를 선점하며 상상한 대로 메타를 재구성하죠. 이러한 요소들로 그들의 영향력이 탄생합니다. 그들의 이름은 상징이, 그들의 플레이는 교과서가 되고 수많은 이야기를 탄생시킬 이들만의 서사가 만들어집니다. 바로 그렇게 위대함은 우리의 마음속에 영원히 새겨집니다. 바로 지금 위대한 자들이 우리의 영원한 역사가 됩니다. 소개합니다. 리그 오브 레전드 e스포츠 전설의 전당을.
Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler and Wolf to bring you through what was probably one of the most quintessential Nongshim games that we have ever seen. It was so Nongshim all over the place, and that is not a negative, it's not a positive, it just is.
It's the truth.
It's just what we just witnessed. I don't think you get with any other team than Nongshim. It was pretty good. You know, it was pretty fun. I like the Trundle. I think the Trundle was a really nice attempt at trying to counter the Sejuani. And also Trundle was against a team of, at that point, or outside of Sejuani, 4 stationary characters. So Darius would be stationary, but not in a good way. So the Trundle actually, I think, was a really good pick. And the Udyr, up until this point, hasn't really been touched yet. But Genji actually used the fact that they have a top laner who's good with counter pick.
I know, it was actually quite nice. And the Darius pick here obviously did a lot of work. It's almost ironic that the Trundle pick that was picked against Sejuani was so focused on bottom side, obviously, and gave Nongshim hope. We were actually starting to feel like things were looking good, but because it left a gaping hole in a bad matchup top side, the Darius became an even larger problem.
Yeah, and so I want to get into highlight 1 pretty quickly here because we've got a few things to go over with you guys, and this is the incredibly positive start for Nongshim. And if you couldn't see the minimap, you'd be like, oh man, what a great team, they're going to win this.
This is looking awesome. Everything is great. Sylvie actually really stepping up on the early aggression part, which I think has been one of his biggest weaknesses. Pays stepping up or getting bait, or actually no, the bait is the next one, but ends up dying 3 times in lane very early on, even with the gold generation item, ends up being down pretty substantially. And Nongshim, they are doing a really good job of keeping this hyper carry Melio combination down at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, very much a bottom side focus here for Nongshim with this Trundle, and I gotta say, Pays not having his greatest game either, showing a little bit of a lack of respect here. I don't want to say it's a weakness that's been exposed necessarily here for Genji, but Nongshim definitely felt like, hey, this is where we're gonna actually get value with this Lucian. They certainly did, but as mentioned, there's a kind of push and pull here, and if you look at the top side, like, we all know Dundun. Everybody knows X-Men. He's a mutant, right? Dundun's a mutant. He hasn't found Professor Xavier yet, so he doesn't really know how to hone his powers, but Keen put one of those necklaces on him this game where he actually can't use his powers at all, and he was just, he was boomed.
It got worse, like at minute 12, I think it was almost double the gold, and this is basically the sacrifice that was made. Sylvia's just like, okay, top's doomed. Actually a great call, because if he ever went to top, I'm pretty sure Keen just 1v2'd.
Yeah, that's extra money for Keen, yeah.
Yeah, no, so he made the right call the moment that the level 1 gang came in, but from that point on, things were already going to be really tough, and Nongshim basically couldn't make any mistakes because they started falling further and further behind the global gold, and then they couldn't make any mistakes. Look here at the gold right now. It's like, okay, it's not too bad as the first turret's fault, and then the second turret's fault, you're like, ooh, that's not great. And the play in mid fails,
yeah,
and then they lose 2 more. And from that point on, yeah, just Darius is no longer a problem. At that point, Pace is back in the game. And Kami's like, we need to do something.
And you can't really 4-1 like this or try to defend these turrets by making a play like that when you're this far behind in your 4 and your 1 isn't a champion. Like, you can't really force that.
Oh, look at this. Here he comes!
Oh boy. 1, 2.
This looks like he's over-leveled in an MMO doing like an early dungeon with a whole bunch of lobies.
It's a webtoon, dude. He's been solo leveling and no one can stop him.
It was brutal. That was the Darius in solo queue experience, you know, where you're in bot lane just doing your own thing, and then things go horribly wrong. And it all culminated in this one beautiful moment. I do want to jump to our last little clip that we have. Not really a highlight, just a whole lot of satisfaction on the bottom side of the map. And we're going to bring it up just here. Look at this. Is it just catharsis? Look at that apprehend on 3. And then, boom, goes the dynamite.
Yeah.
They're so dead.
They are so dead, and this game is so over. But it was long before this. But I gotta say, one positive thing for Nongshim here is they were proactive early. They looked really clean at what they were trying to do bottom side. Obviously, there was that hole that grew larger as the game went on. But I do think that this was a game that shows that Nongshim has improved as a roster so massively throughout the offseason.
Absolutely. It's time to give Keen his POG. Let's throw that one over. And I absolutely agree with you. I think that Nongshim, we're not going to take anything away from their very clean first victory. But Genji, I mean, this is a super team. We've got a few super teams running around in the LCK at the moment, but this is certainly one of the big ones. And yeah, Keen demonstrating that he is part of the super part of the team.
And this is probably his best game on an individual level since the Quinn, where KT gave him a counter pick, played around him, and he single-handedly took over the entire map. And this is something that I want to see Keen to continue to do this, right? That to me is the main thing, because he's shown so many of these moments, and if he can keep this up, it's so hard to keep this guy down.
I mean, he just has such a massive champion pool. He's so good in 1v1s, and if you give him a counter, he's going to turn into a lead. Surprised it's not a 12 for 12.
How? I guess it's just like a one-off here or there. And
Pays vote, a pays vote,
okay,
a pays vote.
Okay,
Come on.
No, the Kenyan vote makes sense because Kenyan started it up. The Chovy vote, Chovy actually had a lot of map impact. I got
okay. We got to go. We got to get straight into game number 2. Take it away, boys.
The pays vote?
Yeah, we're here to continue the discussion.
The pays vote?
The pays vote?
Man, he wants the last team fight, and he's like, wow, that ult did so much damage. Literally. Anyway, thank you guys on the space for that wonderful breakdown. And forgive our malding for just a moment. It's okay. Keen still won the POG. And we do move on to game number 2. As moving on to the red side. We'll see if that works out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is that you don't give Keen last pick counter pick. So I think that's a positive of being on the red side now. You see bans coming through. Yeah, seeing somewhat similar things with the Varus band. Yone was banned second rotation last time. Vi and Cassante. Vi was banned by Genji. Cassante was second rotation. So little adjustments, little tweaks. Calista coming through again, so Ashe is the one that has been left open. Will be banned by Nongshim. So that means Maokai and Corki, which were banned first rotation by Nongshim, have been left open now. We'll see if Genji opt to prioritize either of them. I feel like it would make more sense to go for... Well, it's going to go for the Melio. So they are very confident in this pick. Obviously, it syncs with Lucian, but also if you pick Lucian, it syncs with Aphelios. A lot of good options. And also, I mean, the Maokai has been taken, but Melio actually pretty good against Maokai. When the ult comes through, you can just cancel it out. And now it looks like Genji want to kind of show what you can do with a Lucian in the hands of a player like Hayes.
Yeah. And you could maybe still go for Aphelios, but it's not going to quite have the same amount of strength without the Melio. You can still play like Aphelios Lulu, but also you're not going to pick it here on third because then Lulu gets banned and stuff like that. So
I'm also interested in the Tristana.
Think it's going bot?
I don't... That'd be weird. It'd be weird to pick it just to slam it bot. But I guess we'll see. But it would also be weird just to blind it mid, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not really tracking with it. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll have to see. Tilia, obviously, we had a pretty sort of...
Wait.
Well, I guess
okay.
They can pick it here, and then they can ban away Darius.
Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah.
Even though, again, like we mentioned, Genji did get the perfect play out from having a Darius. You still had Keen essentially be a raid boss, right? So I think it's okay to take it away. There are other counters, I would assume, and Keen may be able to showcase one more tonight.
Also, maybe they ban the Sejuani because it wasn't just the Darius, but the Darius Sejuani together. So maybe they ban that. Again, I'm not sure about this. They do have like an AP jungle, AP top, so maybe that's why they went for the Tristana, just to secure like the AD damage profile. But I'm not sure how mandatory that was. But we'll see. It could still be that Tristana bot lane. Poppy going to be the ban coming out from Nongshim. And Neela going to come through. So respecting Jiwa's potential to play that. Respecting the flex potential of this Tristana. And we will get the answer, is that Tristana mid? And they're just going to opt into the Aphelios. So pretty tame. It probably will be that Lulu on 5. If it is the Aphelios. Toying with the idea of something else, though.
You could definitely go like Zyra on.
They hovered the Ziggs.
Yeah, I don't know about in this meta.
Nah.
Aphelios is going to be selected. And it'll probably be like Aphelios Lulu. We didn't see any other targets to like an Enchanter support, so I think that's just
Olaf
fine. And it's Olaf.
Could it be? Olaf with Milio as well sounds pretty tight.
Keen just smirked there. That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit scared.
Did he just go to Sejuani again, or did he go something different?
I feel like it's going to be something spicy again. No.
No.
Just the Rel.
Canyon has just accepted his role on Gen G as tank player. And you know, looking at this situation, I don't think this is nearly as bad for Dundun. You don't have as good setup as the Darius Sejuani. I also think that even though the Olaf can run you over, I don't think it's as hard of a matchup to play. You're so mobile in the Udyr, you can dodge an axe, and once you dodge one axe, you can just kite away. I think it's a lot better in terms of the top matchup. I think bot lane, you know, Lucian Milo is pretty strong, but it really depends how it plays out. My main question mark is kind of Cormi and the Tristana into the Sejuani. Sorry, not into Sejuani, into the Talia. How that matchup's going to go. Because if you fall behind against Chovy, he will just take over the map.
Yeah, he definitely will. I think that playing this double AD carry Maokai kind of style with a big tank in the front like Udyr and Lulu to support everything and hold it all together as a composition is good. I do think that Genji did get some answers though. Olaf, if he gets fed, which again, it's pretty much going to be a free lane against that Udyr in terms of farming at least, even if he doesn't have a lot of kill pressure. He's going to be able to run through Udyr, through Maokai, through Lulu potentially, and try to run at those 80 carries. So Keen's role still going to be pretty important in this one.
Yeah, and there's a lot of solid, like Frozen Heart, such a good itemization. You can pick up later on the Olaf to like really shut down. I mean, anyone could pick it up just to shut down these 80 carries.
Well, here we go, guys. Game number 2. Let's hope it delivers just like game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
You know, honestly, we've seen some Udyrs build like a little bit more damage than just the raw pure tank. I'm not sure if Dundun will have the luxury of doing that, but honestly, if he gets the opportunity, if he gets a bit of a lead in the top lane, I would love to see it because I think it takes pressure off Cormi and Jiwoo. I feel like Canyon can just build, like we see the Bami Cinder to Frozen Heart build. That build is really going to suffocate Nongshim's damage quite a bit. So we'll have to see. We are seeing the barrier heal combo from both bot laners, really just putting the padding on their AD carries when it comes to defensive summoners.
If there is one player on this Rift who is truly untiltable, it is Dundun. So even after a game like that, I'm sure he's like, okay, whatever, just play Udyr again. I don't really care. And I'll do my best. He did win a championship going 0-6 Jax.
You know, I respect is at the end of the last game, when all of his teammates were dead, and he's 0-5.
Look at this. We got a little flank coming in. Pays says, well, I'm Lucian. I am going to fight you in one way or another. They flank them through the Tri-Brush. That was very interesting.
Yeah, it's honestly interesting to see how like new level 1 cheeses have kind of opened up. As a result, Peter's doing a great job here of answering the trade. A lot of power in the Lulu's early autos. You can see Peter just bullying them out. But the level 2 is going to be the big thing. Currently, looks like the edge is over to the side of Gen G, so Nongshim playing pretty respectful. If they're too far up and the level 2 comes in, they will just get pulverized.
Yeah, so they'll respect it. They back away. There's the level 2. Jiwoo is already backing. There's the jump on in. The rocks on the ground are a bit late, and Chovy is taking a lot of damage early on. It's not going to be a kill, and he has a biscuit to help with that missing percentage health, and he will come back. Here's Canyon, level 3.
Reset. That's not fun.
I guess maybe he was really concerned about a dive.
Potentially, yeah, that makes sense.
And Canyon is here, but now that Jiwoo's level 1, and he's not even here yet. I mean, he's going to get here now.
Aphelios has no ability.
Yeah, jumped on once again as Chovy flashes forward, and that might explode. I don't think it's going to kill him, but it is very close.
A bit in the flash early. Honestly, I feel like if you're playing Tristana into a mage, this is how you have to play the matchup. I'm loving this aggression from Colmy, playing against a player who he called his idol.
Ooh, he's still going to get knocked up by that, and Lehens is here. Sylvie's in a lot of trouble. He does land the smite at least, and now Peter and Tier are making their way over, and the mid lane is gone. Toby's not here, but Calmy and the boys are just going to kind of let them go for now. Oh, I spoke too soon. The flash comes in, and they jump in, but first blood goes to Canyon, and now Pays is on the run, but Calmy is getting so much value early on. It's a double kill for Tristana.
So well played. You can see the patience. Calmy didn't want to overstep, and they sacrificed the Maokai there. Absolutely the right decision, because it gives the resets to Calmy. He gets the double buffs and gets to clean up. Dundun getting bullied out a little bit here, but honestly, compared to last game, anything's an improvement.
He's fine. Again, he's untiltable, so anything can happen in lane or in game.
That's my point I was saying before. It's like last game, he was 0-5, his whole team was dead, and he still went up and died trying to defend the Nexus, which was obviously never going to work, but he just goes for it anyway.
Yeah. Just doing the right thing. Never getting his mind in a different spot, in a negative spot or anything like that. Canyon.
Yeah, Canyon has smite advantage because Sylvie smited the Raptors, so it does end up paying off for Canyon there.
See that Keen is definitely putting the pressure on, but it's not like, okay, you're in melee range, you die, or anything like that.
So we'll see a good move from Nongshim to support that jungler in this situation. And you can see it, Calmy's walking up, but he pauses, waits for his team to be in position, and it's the flash route. The junglers get traded, but here Calmy knows he's got the support of his team. He's going to get the reset in a second, and just chases down Pays really well played.
나이스! Okay.
There you go. Good reaction. Love to see it on the side of Nongshim. I mean, clearly, Calmy at the end of last year was already a pretty strong player, and coming in so far, he's only impressed. So, very excited for the potential, you know, especially for a wholesome team like Nongshim. Keep the band together. Fiesta's still on the team, but Calmy is currently starting.
Despite the disaster in top lane last game, and regardless of how the outcome of this game comes, I just love how Nongshim approach a game against Gen.G when there's definitely some teams who become very inactive, very nervous about making plays, and Nongshim are like, no, we're just going to try and make things happen, and it's to their benefit.
That's the way you gotta play, right? I mean, it's part of how you win this game of League of Legends. You have to make plays, and if you just let the enemy team roll over you just because they're better on paper, then they will be better in the series, as we do see some trades down on the bottom side. Nice little gravitum, keeping Pays in place, but he dashes forward, trying to bait, but it's both junglers here. And so who's baiting who? Both of them will just back away.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth in those trades. You see Sylvie and Peter trying to clear out some vision, but the main thing is that Calmy had walked down to offer assistance, and I think Gen.G always need to be hesitant when they see that Tristana moving. 2-0, level 6 already, so a lot of threat. But they back off, and in that time, Chovy picked up a reset. You see as well, it's Chemtech first Drake and Cloud second, so...
Surely Ocean Soul.
That would
again.
be one, yeah.
Lovely.
Honestly, Ocean Soul with Maokai Udyr doesn't sound too bad, or the Olaf. Not the best, but not too terrible.
Not too terrible, indeed. Take a look at some of the farm differences. Obviously, the 2 kills here for Calmy is pretty huge in terms of the kill score, but Chovy ahead in farm for now. And the bottom lane is definitely the biggest one, with the level 1 reset from Jiu happening pretty early on.
And again, we're seeing the World Atlas from Pays. I do think it's better suited to a Lucian than an Aphelios, just for how you interact with the Bloodsong Shinoto. But it seems like regardless of the champion, he's happy just to make use of this mechanic. Oh no.
Here's Canyon. Ghost here for Dundun. Can he get away from this one? He's going to dodge one stun. Dodges the second, but the damage is coming in from the Olaf anyway. And he goes down. The Swifties only. Not enough to keep him alive.
He played it so well. He deserved to live. That's, man, the dodging, the diving, the ducking and weaving.
It also took him an age and a half while he was dodging everything, so he was just eating chunks of damage from Keen.
I think maybe he was waiting for like his W cooldown and he could W with his ult as well. and he would have been able to live. But yeah, Keen kind of just beat him up in the meantime. It did look cool though.
It did. He dodged everything.
Oh.
Now, Keen is here for some reason. He does have Flash, but I don't think he's going to elect to use it, as he is still alive for a little bit. Not a lot of damage between those two, but still a kill.
Absolutely is. You see Canyon invading on the blue. He knows, obviously, with Sylvie on the top side, he has pretty heavy freedom to do this, and Jiwoo and Peter just trying to play defensive. Obviously, from our perspective, we know a dive is probably not going to come through, but they are definitely a little bit cautious.
Trying to take some trades here.
It's so insane how, like, the first 2 seconds of the trade, no one actually takes any damage. Just the shielding just soaks so much.
Yeah.
And it's only after that point you start to see the damage really come through. And I think this is kind of the problem with Lucian into, like, Aphelios plus Enchanter is, in the longer trade, you're going to lose out, and you really need to be ahead for that burst to stick.
Yeah, so just get ahead.
It's that simple.
Yeah. And that he did. They did the level 1 cheese.
Yep.
They brought Rel into the enemy jungle at level 3, as you do. And all of these little things gets their bottom lane ahead, and it gets Lucian into a good spot. Memes aside, you know, you got to play to where your cards lie, you know? If that makes any sense at all.
By the way.
Okay, this time he's going to get stunned up, but Call Me unfettered. Still going to stick around.
King Dundun has gone for the Oblivion Orb. He is not wanting that Olaf to do any healing. And I wonder if he'll finish the Morale at some point.
Maybe. I mean, Udyr can use the AP.
He just killed both at the same time, so he scammed them out of the shield.
That's some good strategy against the Void Bubs.
And 6
the Roberts.
6 again for Genji. So if Nongshim make a massive mistake like they did last mid-game and give Genji access to multiple towers, they will annihilate them.
Yeah, there's going to be an issue. That is the one thing that the Bubs do give you in a big way. It's a huge threat. You have to play so safe to not let it go. Here's Sylvie. And that's an ult onto 2 of them. They are going to stack onto this one, but Pace still gets hit. He's going to be polymorphed over the wall. He does go with this flash. Now he's attempting to trade it back. There is the culling. Jiu also taking a massive chunk on his way out.
And honestly, any other support but Milio, and I think Pace probably ends up going down there, but the fact you can just cleanse the Maokai ult makes things so much easier in that situation. They do get a lot of summoners. They do chunk them out. It is a positive, and it should allow them to translate into this dragon. But Hayes not going down a little bit rough. See Canyon approaching over, but Peter's just going to ward him off for now.
Yeah, let's see. Chovy has cleared the mid wave, so he is angling over here once again. Canyon looking for the angle himself. He is going to find Sylvie in the front line, and they just try to burst him. He flashes away, and they might be able to say thanks for the leash. Here comes Call Me, and the smite is going to be good to the side of Canyon as they run away. Gravitum placed down as they stick around now. Here comes the Lucian pushing forward onto Jiu, is stunned as well, but Canyon does not find any follow.
A lot of back and forth. No one goes down, but Genji obviously appreciating the
Chovy double knockup. Uh-oh, they stuck around for too long, and Chovy is able to punish them. Double kill comes in for the Taliyah.
And what were they staying around for? Like, the play was over, the dragon was gone, and yet they hung around for far too long, and now Jiwoo might be in some trouble here.
It's about to get flanked by Milio. As stun comes in, Jiu is going to barrier. Survives for a little bit. Here comes Call Me, though, looking for the resets. Will take down Pays. He's looking for more. Lehens might just be the sacrifice. He is knocked out of midair. And Call Me here with the flash. Looks like he might have wanted Canyon, but maybe eyes too big for his stomach here. But still able to get the flash out of Lehens at the end of the day on top of the kill. Here comes Keen. And like you mentioned, you just ghost and dodge the axe and you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, Dundun is having a great time in the top lane. But unfortunate that Genji really gained so much momentum over Nongshim and the rest of the map. And yeah, I mean, the initial play, it's a good flash from Jiu to avoid the convo. Great reaction. Sylvie a little bit slower. And then in this situation, Sylvie, cautious about going towards the dragon, doesn't end up getting the smite.
And live Cannon's about to die, by the way.
Oh.
Or he is getting close. They don't have a lot of damage, but here is Call Me. One auto would do it. There it is.
Go.
Takes him down. Here's Lehens, and the gank brush on the red buff is enough. And No way. Okay, he's just gonna jump in.
No mana.
Out of mana. Oh, he's so slow. Wait. Okay, he's just gonna
No,
get
no,
out.
that was smart. 'Cause
Yeah.
he gave his shutdown to the Milio.
Very smart, actually. Sticks around, and 5 kill. Shutdown goes to Milio, who finishes his item.
Yeah. So, I mean, you still giving gold over the opponent, not great, but better to go to the Milio than someone like that Lucian. So I think it makes sense. Obviously, not dying is also a good option, but...
True, yeah. But he didn't know, where they all were at. His allies already were backing away.
Yeah.
It's kind of a solo mission, and he didn't know, so better to just play it safe, I suppose.
Just setting a trap. Pretty well done. Obviously, between the Maokai and the Lulu, not the best for taking down a Rel, but actually doing a pretty good job, all things considered. And eventually Canyon goes down, and then here... Yeah, because for all you know, Talia could have just beeline straight here and be like a second away. Homie, unfortunately, not going for the last auto, and then here it's like, okay, you don't have mana, you got no health. Chovy was moving down, just pick the better option.
And that he did. Took the better option. Top lane is just... They're just going back and forth. That doesn't matter nearly as much as the last game, funnily enough. Here is the Rift Herald going down, and he's going to take this one for free.
And it was the Ocean Soul, by the way, you were right.
Yeah. Well, they have some regen now. Where do we go from here? Rift Herald could just be dropped in mid. Bottom lane was getting a bit low as well, but probably just want to take down this mid lane if possible. But Jiu and Peter together are going to put up a nice little stance for now and clear these waves.
And this is a really key moment of the game for Nongshim, because I feel like this is the point where Genji really took over the last one, taking all those turrets, and they're looking to do the same again.
Yeah, they're going to bully Dindin here. He is alone, this time 1v4, not nearly as easily survivable this time around, and Lehen's just going to take the brunt of the damage and walk away.
He goes down, which obviously isn't great, but he manages to buy time, stall the wave. Oh no.
Another stun. Sylvie at this point just has the Frozen Heart. He's not that tanky, and oodles and boodles of damage come out, take down the Maokai.
I was going to say that play was kind of fine, the fact that they managed to defend the tower until Sylvie died. Now looking rough and about to get a bit worse.
Yeah, Jiu just electing to fight here. Doesn't even run south, and that is an easy kill, just gifted into the hands of Pays. And a turret goes down bottom side. What is happening as Genji are just taking everything?
It's pretty similar to the last game where Nongshim just... Their setups in the mid-game, their lane assignments, and the speed at which Genji will punish you is so swift. Dundun ends up being out of position here, and then Sylvie just steps up so unnecessarily. It's a beautiful knockoff from Chovy to catch him out, and then immediately Genji know they have numbers on the map. They beeline for mid, and it's just so well played to show them the veterancy of this roster compared to Nongshim.
I thought you would just run into the river, but didn't know it was on the opposite side, I suppose, and just accepted his fate.
A lot of accepting fates on the side
of
maybe do a little bit less of that, I think, is my advice.
Yeah. Deny your fate. Here's Sylvie, again, being bullied. The amount of poke damage they have when you have a Lucian that's ahead with Emilio, and no recourse.
Plus, it's gone the more DPS Lucian build. We've seen a lot of that Cyclo Sword, Rapid Fire. This is Kraken Slayer Nabori. Nabori not finished yet, but he is going to punch through those tanks a lot more considerably.
Yeah, definitely a good idea when you're going into Maokai and Udyr, right? And just allows you to have more potential as the game comes along, rather than just being a burst guy for the enemy AD carry. Keen, I wonder if he's having as much fun this game compared to last game.
Probably not.
Just kind of hanging out, clearing waves, throwing axes. Hasn't gotten to run at many enemy targets in this game.
Yeah. Not quite as entertaining, but I feel like that's the thing with the top laner, You either you have those mega fed games, but otherwise you just have those island games where you're kind of chilling. And he just really doesn't have much kill pressure against the Udyr. I'm not sure how much impact this Olaf will actually make in team fights, but I don't think at this point it really matters how strong Pays and Chovy are. I assume Pays probably is pretty close to the second item. Off the back of next recall, should be able to pick it up. and that's really a point where you can start to. Oh,
oh no, Dindin. This is a very long lane. But you can see that shields are getting pretty big at this point in time. Calmy looking for an angle himself. He's going to hop the wrong way, unfortunately. Does not get knocked back, though, and now Chovy has Canyon nearby. There's the stun to come in. Calmy will be escorted away.
Oh no, Pace is coming.
He's looking for any target at all. Sylvie just trying to help his teammate, and now he's going to have to flash the stun. Good that he had a ward over the wall to spot that one coming in. As the ultimate hits from Jiwoo, doesn't do all too much.
It's part of the Melio into the Maokai. That ult looked like it could have been so much there. The cooldowns have been burnt by Gen.G. The engage was coming through. And it's just negated by the Melio. Cancels all those roots. They disengage. And Gen.G, yeah, I thought could have been in a sticky situation.
Yeah, definitely could have been. Didn't really amount to too much, though. Some more trading. Keen, you know, he looks low, but as he gets lower, his attack speed goes up, and the Olaf just begins to get more and more terrifying, so Dindin knows better than to challenge him at this point. Even with his Oblivion Orb.
No, I saw Paze place the ward in the jungle, and I'm like, he has blue trinket. Where's the ward come from? And then I remember Bloodsong gives wards. Like, I completely forgot the fact it's like a sidestone item just because it's such a broken AD item.
It's so good without the fact that you get 3 more wards.
Yeah, legit.
Is that fair? Is that okay?
So. I don't think so. I'm petitioning, stop them doing this, please.
Dan is the name of his petition is stop.
Yep.
That's it. And, you know, clear and concise. Don't build the item. Experimental exploit. Picked up here. 14, the Baron as well, is going to be on the board. Paze has defeated a lot of shields in this game.
See Gen.G posturing quite aggressively, but it's actually Nongshim who are closer.
Okay, they're going to try to go in on this one, as it is going to be Canyon. He is incredibly tanky at this point. Nobody is really here to help him out. Even the Melio keeps him alive for so long, though, as Canyon is just going to live through all of that somehow, some way. And now Keen gets to have his moment once again, and the entire party joins in on the fun. Keen gets in, Chovy gets in. You see Paze picks up a double, and now Jiwoo is all alone. He goes down as well. And Paze will pick up 3. That's going to be the Baron, and a massive team fight into the hands of Gen.G.
You know what I was saying about the Frozen Heart Ninja Tabi sort of vibe into Nongshim's composition? I think this is really where he felt that the most. Look how many autos are pummeled into Canyon here, right? Jiwoo's using the Q with the Severum. Calmy fully stacks the bomb, keeps autoing, and this guy just refuses to die.
Yeah, I don't know about these double AD carry comps. Feel a little bit outdated. I mean, especially, I'm speaking from the position of Gen.G, who are pretty far ahead at this point in the game. And, you know, Canyon's pretty fed as well. But mostly just the Frozen Heart.
Yeah, how broken
it's a good item.
Heart is.
You know, there's a reason why pretty much every tank is building it first nowadays.
It's such good value. And the fact it's good value when you have 180 carry in the enemy team. When you have 280 like, think about it, right? Sylvie's building it when, like, I mean, Lucian doesn't really need attack speed that much. It's okay against Olaf, I guess. But, like, it's still just such a good item. But you're giving Canyon so much value here into your composition.
Well, Gen.G are just marching down the mid lane. They have 6 Void buffs, they have Baron buff, and they are very far ahead. And Gen.G could just back away from here, but I don't know if they will.
They're doing the March of the Kevins.
The March of the Roberts today. Haven't gotten much use out of the Roberts here in this one. But yeah, as a team pushing forward, all 5, and Sylvie's just not tanky enough. Yeah, I mean, stopped the attack speed of Paze for just a moment in time. And that's about all we got to see. And these turrets, no minions around, no care.
So hard for Nongshim for this position. Gen.G, you know, the safe thing would be to back off, spend your gold. They just know they don't.
Oh, God. Yeah, that Bloodsong is doing some massive damage. He is just incredibly strong at this point in time. And every hit just chunked Call Me down, and that's going to do it. The wall comes down here, and Peter is just locked between a wall and a wall. Down goes the Nexus. That is a 2-0. Pretty simply and straightforward for Gen G.
Yeah, and I mean, it's what we expect, the outcome of the series, for Gen G to come out ahead, for them to have a pretty dominating performance. And understandably, after beating T1, the reigning world champions, who kept their roster together, they're going to finish out their week with 2 wins. But I will say, Nongshim, the first, 10, 11 minutes, they look pretty good.
Stuff does kind of fall apart in the mid game, though. I'm not sure how... Yes, Gen G is very good at finding the angles, but also it's like, okay, Gen G got one thing, and then they got 3 or 4 other things, and
I think
it's just a bit too much.
It's definitely something Nongshim need to work on. I think it's something they need to focus on, is how they manage their mid games. But I love that they still come out with this aggression against Gen G.
Hey, Canyon with the 300 wins. Congratulations. 4th jungler ever in the LCK.
Very deserved. And honestly, an opportunity to open up Cuz this season. You know, with him being on Gen G, I think probably a pretty safe bet.
Yes. Especially as Cuz has moved on to Kwangdong Freaks. Had a loss in their first series.
Yeah. Definitely a lot more challenging to pick up wins on some teams. I think the fact that Peanut isn't first, obviously enjoyed a lot of the win farming on Gen G.
Yeah. Good in their own right, no doubt. Here is just the celebration. It's like the victory lap for Gen G. Lahen's is like, thank you. Peace sign.
Yeah.
Happiness. Eating the Nongshim noodles.
It's a good vibe. That's the takeaway from the series.
Yeah.
Nongshim do some good noodles.
It's true. And Gen G, no over celebration in this one. Even after game 1, there was a lot of discussion after, basically Keen just bulldozed the entire team alongside of Canyon.
Yeah, I think, as much as we can obviously sing a lot of positives for Nongshim's early game, but I think it also does raise some questions about Gen G, because yes, they can recover and get such a big lead in the mid game, but against a team like T1, obviously they did well against them this week, but you can't always just guarantee against the top teams that you're going to get that way back in the game in the mid game. So I still think things to think about on the back of this series, despite the 2-0 win.
Yeah, absolutely. This was an interesting part of the game where Gen G said, we are just going to do whatever we want, even with Chovy backing.
Yeah, and honestly, Call Me, really strong performance. What's that award called on OPGG where you get it when you're the best on the losing team? It's like Ace or something. I think it's something like that. He would definitely get that award, right?
Yeah.
Best of the losing team. I think Call Me had
he
a really
would.
strong game.
Yeah, he would.
But unfortunately, not enough. And you can see in the later stages, his damage wasn't there, but doing so much in these early plays on this Tristana. I was unsure about the priority put on it, but clearly very much a comfort pick for him.
Yeah, I mean, clearly Call Me has a lot of talent, and I still do think that Nongshim have some kind of formula going on. As you mentioned, there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of macro and mid-game kind of rotations and stuff, which is quite a large portion of the game, but if they can work through that and slowly improve on that, could be looking at a new chapter here for Nongshim.
Yeah, I think it's also really hard to if you're a lot weaker than your opponent, it's hard to work on that, because if you just get smashed in the early game, you don't get to the mid game where these things matter. But I think the fact that we're seeing them go pound for pound with a lot of teams in the early game, we know what the next step is. If they improve the way they play the map, the way they set up in lanes, not giving such big openings to teams like Gen G, that's the trajectory we're looking at for this team to continue and keep improving. And I think that is the main aim for Nongshim, that they keep growing as a lineup as they stay together.
And you see Pays is having fun here. I love the cancel on his ult, flash forward, double tap for the execution of Call Me there right at the end. Ends up with the most damage in the game. This time Dundun gets his revenge. Most damage on the team.
Yep, there
Trading
you go.
with an Olaf.
Just pressing his Phoenix form and just kind of letting it melt him a little bit.
Yeah. Well, they tried their best, but Nongshim were no match for Gen G today. Any other final thoughts, Dan, before we hand it off to the space?
Nope, not really.
Yeah, it was kind of a pretty straightforward day today. A couple of 2-0s in this one, but I hope you guys still enjoyed the games today. We're going to hand it over to Space to break down that series.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic work on the day as per usual. Even though it was a little bit of a short one, it was certainly entertaining. And this was another example of that. We mentioned that the previous game was very Nongshim. This stayed on a very similar theme. Let's dive into the draft, gents, and really get into it.
All right, yeah, we'll take a look at it. I mean, we once again see the Udyr coming through here early on in the draft. They want to get that one for Dundun. This allows for a different counter pick from Keen this time, which was the Olaf in this case, which actually worked out really nicely. And we had a bit of a swap on the bottom lane, the Aphelios this time for Nongshim's side. And it just didn't work out the way they wanted to because the mid game was very shaky. And Call Me was constantly trying to make plays with this Tristana, which we were a little bit puzzled by the Pyro of. Looks like he just decided, I'm just going to beat Tristana. Doesn't matter what they're going to pick. I'm going to run around the map and try to make plays. Proactivity, just as high as it was in game one. But the draft, when it fell behind, didn't do a whole lot.
And I think that as far as drafts go, this one I'm perfectly fine with. I think they adjusted from game number one. And to me, this wasn't so much about them having really big issues in draft. My main criticism would be that it's hard to actually force engages with this composition. So once you lose control, I do think you snowball out of the game very, very quickly because you are very reliant on being first to objectives. Then your composition looks great, right? You get Prio, set up with Maokai, and then it works. Outside of that, starting fights is kind of tough. And then they lost control at like, I don't know, 15 minutes. Very similar to last game.
Yeah, it felt like they were clinging to some semblance of control, or at least being somewhat even. And then Gen.G just played a beautiful macro game around the mid game. Let's dive into our first highlights though, because there was some chaos that began this.
And I actually really liked the early play from Sylvie, even though there was some miscommunications, right? And he was being very proactive on the Maokai yet again. The problem, and this is where the gap between these two teams, I think, is even larger than you might guess just based on this game, is the decision-making.
Just some tough calls. They try to stick to the Drake here after failing to get the kill here, expecting that Gen.G are going to back off, but they're obviously still here. They still have Prio, Pays on the hands are going to rotate over. Chovy also coming over. And it starts to become one of those skirmishes that gets a little bit messy. Not the greatest engage here from Canyon. Chovy cuts the rest of them off, though, and it's a Drake secure. Sylvie insanely low, and then the attempt from Call Me does end up failing. And then this is where the decision-making gets a little bit wonky, because you could have just immediately said, well, we lost this one, let's back off. But they stick around a little bit too long, try to hold on to some aggro here, fighting for Scuttle. And it's very clear that in this moment, Nongshim are discussing, can we turn this? Can we do this? And half the team is saying, no, out, 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 let's leave. And the other half of the team is thinking maybe they could re-engage, and ends up being a disaster.
Yeah, just leave. It's fine. They got the dragon. It's not the end of the world. They were in a pretty decent game state before that. It wasn't like game number one where they had to force something.
Yeah, and we've seen this many times, right? It's the Aphelios into Lucian situation. If the Lucian doesn't get that snowball rolling, then the Aphelios tends to do a lot of work. We saw that in game number one as well, right? Like, that was an example of, you know, what Pays was able to do, even though he fell behind in the early stages of the game. And now we want to illustrate some macro kaboom. This is our second highlight, and this is basically where the game was over.
Dundun is once again just getting dove here. He's forced to play weak side, and I was saying earlier off camera that this feels like budget T1 the way that Nongshim is playing, where they just put Dundun in a position like Zeus is oftentimes like, no, hold, we'll rotate over, we'll re-engage. They try to pull it off, fail, and then subsequently this is just Jiwoo getting caught in the mid lane. Turrets start to fall, and once again a mid-game mistake macro-wise here, an attempt to try to remedy that top side just gives Gen.G a massive advantage.
Yeah, it was a large snowball that certainly got a rolling from that point on. I think that equated to about a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead, and then the freight train sort of rolled right over the top. And now, the question of POG is on everyone's minds. Let's see who picks it up here. I think there's a few options that you could go for. Drum roll, please. And it's Chovy that collects it. Not robbed this time around. Picked up one in the last series and picks up one here.
Chovy, Canyon were my front runners. Canyon in the early game was a little bit rough, obviously died, but had some really good mid-game fights. Chovy, though, had a couple of really crucial rotations, and again, his map impact, I think, was one of the main reasons why it was really hard to play out, and it, to me, is also kind of a hallmark of Chovy, how he's improved as a player, that so much of what makes Gen.G such a difficult mid-game team, even though they have a reputation, and I think that it will continue in this current iteration, of being kind of a boring team, it's much harder to deal with how much they accelerate in mid-game the way that Nongshim is showing here, because they just crumble, right? The moment that Gen.G really starts to make moves.
They have so much experience. Let's see how split of a vote it is, because I think it was Chovy and Canyon who ultimately were the ones that made the greatest impact. We saw it in those fights. We saw it in those turns.
Where's the vote?
Let's see it.
Oh, here it is.
Wow.
Half and half.
Perfect.
Almost a complete split. A vote going over to Pays, who was dashing in and out, doing a whole bunch of stuff. I think that that's a worthwhile vote. Maybe you're not going to throw it at Lehens in this particular series, but 2 games of Melia, not a Lehens champion. That was probably why he got a little bit grumpy with Pays in game number 1. He actually scolded him towards the very end, saying, you shouldn't go up without flash against Trundle. That's very, very naughty. So it's very, very funny. Classic Lehens, he's always going to be doing it. He knows that the microphones are recording, so that's what he's going to do. So we are getting ready for the interview, going to be coming up very, very soon. And some closing thoughts, gentlemen?
I mean, for me, I just think that Gen.G looked good, but they also didn't look, as Ox was saying on the cast, like necessarily a perfect team just yet. There's still some issues to work out, especially in the early game. Pays looking a little shaky. Chovy, in the early game having some hiccups. I think he recovered very, very well in that game and well-deserved POG, but I think Gen.G not at their final form just yet.
Yeah, and it's early spring, so I think we're going to see this with a lot of teams. T1 also looks like they're still shaking off the offseason. For Gen.G, still think those 2 teams are going to be our front runners. And for Nongshim, it's a lot to take away here. And against weaker teams that don't play mid-game the way Gen.G do, I think that might be a better split for them than they had in years past.
Absolutely. I think playoffs certainly going to be something that Nongshim can think about, but it is now time to head over to the interview, so take it away, Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Keen and Chovy on the side of Gen.G Esports for the POG interview. Congratulations. Thank you. Keen, top laner for the new Gen.G roster. How do you feel to start off a winning streak? After our opening match, it's been a while since I actually had a winning streak in the first week, so it feels amazing. Yeah, throughout this 2 matches, I think we were able to build up a really strong momentum, so I'm really happy with the outcome. Keen, game 1, you played Darius into Udyr, and then game 2, your Darius got banned, so you decided to play Olaf, which kind of reminded me of Adam, actually. Was that a Udyr specific pick? I didn't really practice a lot of games on those 2 picks, but I just thought it's just good in general, so I just wanted to give it a shot today. Especially that Darius was so powerful in the first game, but together with Talia, it was even stronger. I think the synergy was pretty on point. Did you practice this comp? Not really. It just happened throughout the drafting in the first game, and we kind of figured out they actually have a decent synergy. In fact, we have never played those 2 picks together in scrims, but today I think we were able to have a really good communication together, so we had a really good game. And Chovy, your Talia, is currently on a 7-game winning streak. What makes Talia so strong in the current meta? I think the strength kind of changes depending on the meta, but right now she's really fast, roaming around the map, so I can kind of utilize the entire map. And Chovy, it was a initial C matchup on the mid lane, Chovy versus Calmy, and Calmy actually mentioned that you are his idol. How does it feel feel to be an idol of someone. It makes me feel that I'm old, you know. The rookie players are actually saying that I'm their like role model. It kind of tells me I've been out here for a long time, but it definitely feels amazing too. Same. Chovy definitely got older. I can say that for sure. Chovy, how did the mid lane matchup go? Call me, you know, he's a young player. He's part of the initial C clan on the mid lane, so he was doing a great job. So I enjoyed playing up against him.
더 가까워질 콜미 선수를 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 너무 귀엽네요. 좋습니다. 우와, 애기도 초비 선수를.
And the sign says Uncle Chovy. I couldn't stop my mom. Maybe from coming to Lowell Park.
기쁜 소식이 있습니다. 바로 LCK 통산 300승을 캐년 선수가.
In addition to today's win, Canyon was able to get his 300th win in the LCK. Anything you want to say about it? Congratulations, Canyon. And I hope you can keep making new records here at Gen G. What about you, Chovy? Anything you want to say over to Canyon? Congratulations. But he's a great player, so I'm pretty sure he's going to hit 400, 500. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And I gotta keep preparing for more celebratory message for Canyon because he's gonna win so many more games in the future. And Keen, I think it's about the time to bring this up because before the season started, Gen G had a team bonding outing and apparently you brought an instant ramen, a black bean noodle, but you passed out from drinking too much. So all the other Gen G players are waiting for you to make that ramen for them. Is today the day? I don't think so. Today is not the day. I don't really get this reaction, honestly. But one day I will make the black bean noodle for my team. I mean, the rest of the 4 players are on the same page, but we have just one missing out. I can't really tell who that is, but this one guy just won't make ramen for us. So I hope he can read the atmosphere and make a move. I have no idea who he's talking about, but yeah, wish you guys a good luck. And with this win, Gen G is the first team to start up a winning streak here at the LCK Spring. Well, yeah, right in front of us is 3-match winning streak, but my goal ultimately is actually winning it all. So I just want to make sure that we can just keep adding more wins in the record and we can win it all in the end. And Keen, as a Gen G player, what is your mindset going forward this season? Yeah, we kind of gathered up to achieve something great. So we will keep working hard in order to continue this winning streak. And this will be the end of the interview from Gen G's POGs and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the exemplary translation of the interview. Great to hear from both Keen and Chovy, and the mystery of when the ramen is going to get cooked still remains. I thought we were going to get some closure there, but apparently, Keen passing out too early, bit of a lightweight, and can't build the ramen.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you ramp up and then make the ramen at the perfect time.
Yeah, because you get more hungry for it, But then you're like maybe you go
if you overdo
overboard,
it, then nobody eats.
Pass out
it's
city.
terrible.
Do it. Yeah. You have any thoughts?
I got nothing to add. No, you guys did great.
Brilliant, really good to see. I feel like Chovy really has loosened up a lot in his interviews as well, so that's absolutely fantastic to see that he's having a little bit of fun with his teammate. Let's have a look at the standings and where this puts all of our teams in the LCK. Unfortunately,
no longer first.
Nongshim is no longer first. They have moved to equal 6th place with Fox. Hopefully for Nongshim fans, that doesn't remain that way as Gen G launch to 1st place after their 2-match wins.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G, only team with 2 for now. Tomorrow, we'll see if KT can join them. That should be the banger match of tomorrow versus D+. The first one, we'll see if the Freaks can recover because it was not a great start.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be like game number 1 against T1. I think that won't happen again.
Yeah.
I do think it'll be 2 games like game 2 where come mid-game, there just are too many bleeding lanes everywhere, and it'll be rough. We knew that Kwangdong was always going to fight an uphill battle, and I don't think tomorrow is going to look much better. But that DK versus KT match That's going to be amazing.
Yep, get your coins ready to try and predict that one. Absolutely no idea who's going to come out on top on that one, but certainly should be entertaining. And we'll just have to see who takes away that first place. But for now, that is it for us. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. Good night.